a Kryptonian named Jiang Fan, having consumed a traveler intent on seizing his essence, came to grasp the true nature of existence. In pursuit of resurrecting his parents and escaping the clutches of what is deemed fate, Jiang Fan activated the time-space portal brought forth by the traveler, embarking on an interdimensional journey. Jiang Fan mused, "The day I ascend to become a supreme thinker will herald the demise of the gods who toy with the fates of countless lives." Chapter 1. The Traveler Who Played Himself to Death. My head aches. Jiang Fan struggled to rise from the ground, his weakened spirit barely holding together as he staggered towards an ancient, solitary door that stood ajar before him. Is this the portal that allows one to traverse different worlds? Merely 10 minutes prior, Jiang Fan had been en route to the Kryptonian laboratory to visit his parents when this sudden door had obstructed his path. He had initially thought it to be an invention of some scientist and intended to bypass it. After all, Krypton was a civilization ruling over numerous star systems, and the emergence of advanced technologies was not unexpected. However, to his astonishment, the door abruptly swung open, and a translucent entity surged into his forehead. In an instant, Jiang Fan was seized by an excruciating headache, feeling as if his consciousness was on the verge of being obliterated. Though merely a backup officer in the Kryptonian combat squad, Jiang Fan understood the intent of this intrusion. He focused his mind, striving to expel the invading consciousness. To his surprise, the foreign essence was feeble, swiftly crushed, and consumed by his own awareness. In that moment of bewilderment at the fragility of the consciousness, a torrent of memories inundated Jiang Fan's brain. Unprepared for such an onslaught, he fainted, his eyes rolling back. It is known that while Kryptonians may not excel in magic or spiritual attacks, as a race that has traversed the cosmos for millennia, they could not have neglected the study of such powers. Otherwise, with so many entities roaming the universe, Krypton would have long been annihilated. Trembling, Jiang Fan's hand brushed against the time-space portal. After fully assimilating the traveler's memories, he comprehended the unfolding events. According to my mother, today marks the birth of Joral's son. Based on the timeline in the memories, General Zod will betray us tomorrow, presenting the perfect opportunity to seize the life codex. With a plan forming in his mind, Jiang Fan summoned the time-space portal, preparing to depart from this world. He resolved to gather all technology within his reach and persuade his parents, hoping to secure their survival. After all, Jiang Fan's parents were merely subjects of an experiment conducted by Joral. They were to conceive a child naturally, but since Kryptonians typically relied on genetic engineering for reproduction, they had been used as test subjects to ensure the safe delivery of their offspring. Thus, Jiang Fan became the first naturally conceived being on Krypton. Because of this, now, apart from Jiang Fan and the Suntoba-born Superman, the remaining Kryptonians, despite possessing emotions, could not defy the edicts implanted in their minds. Otherwise, Joral and his wife would not have chosen destruction alongside Krypton, sacrificing Superman to send him to Earth. Lost in thought on how to convince his parents, Jiang Fan unwittingly arrived at the laboratory. "Sethka, come, look at the new armor I have crafted for you," spoke his father, while his mother was named Mushui. It was noteworthy that Jiang Fan's name echoed the Eastern names within the traveler's memories, and his parents bore Eastern features as well as father handsome and his mother stunning, the only oddity being his father's name. Naming conventions on Krypton were peculiar, with a plethora of bizarre names. Some ordinary Kryptonians lacked names altogether, identified solely by numerical designations. "Father, we can discuss the armor later. Krypton is on the brink of destruction. Surely you are aware," Jiang Fan interjected urgently. "My child, we were genetically engineered, our destinies predetermined from birth. Your existence has allowed your father and I to experience love, yet even our profound affection cannot override the mission inscribed deep within our genes. Unlike you and Joral's child, you possess boundless possibilities. You can choose the life you desire." As Jiang Fan listened to his mother's farewell-like words, tears welled in his eyes. Just as he contemplated forcibly taking his parents with him, the armor hovering beside his father automatically donned itself upon him. "Child, Zod has arrived. This armor contains all of Krypton's technology. It will protect you as you flee. Remember, you are the continuation of our lives. Our love for you is eternal." "Father, mother." Jiang Fan bowed deeply to his parents, stifling his sorrow as he boarded a spacecraft. Sethka activated the space portal, and Jiang Fan's ship was instantaneously transported into outer space. In the cosmos, light years away, Jiang Fan observed the war-torn Krypton through the interstellar scanner. He vowed in his heart that he, Jiang Fan, would return. The day he ascended to become a supreme thinker would be the day the gods were pressed into the ground beneath him. Here it comes. Jiang Fan's ship detected Superman's vessel. Initiate the highest level command. Receive Kal-El's ship. Command received. Shutting down warp engine. With the system's prompt, Superman's ship was seamlessly integrated into Jiang Fan's. However, to his dismay, the so-called Kryptonian Treasure the Life Codex turned out to be merely a genetic repository. After setting the route for Superman's small ship towards Earth, Jiang Fan activated the time-space portal to depart from this world. There was no choice within the traveler's memories. He had learned of the numerous formidable entities that existed in this universe. These endlessly cycling multiverses seemed merely to be scripts arranged by powerful beings. If Jiang Fan did not escape swiftly, he risked capturing the curiosity of some deity intrigued by his deviation from the narrative. As these thoughts coursed through Jiang Fan's mind, a colossal door, 90 meters tall and 50 meters wide, materialized before his ship. Though Jiang Fan knew from the traveler's memories that this time-space portal was soul-bound, capable of expanding or contracting, and could withstand any assault, witnessing it firsthand was still astonishing. In the memories he had acquired, the traveler had unwittingly transformed a mundane door of his home into a portal capable of traversing dimensions. Furthermore, the first 3 worlds were selectable. The traveler then embarked on a series of incomprehensible traversals that even Jiang Fan found baffling. He first visited the world of Ip Man, training under him for a decade in Wing Chun, only to discover that after such rigorous study, he was nearly beaten to death by a group of thugs wielding sticks. Reality, unlike cinema, was unforgiving. No matter how proficient Wing Chun might be, facing multiple assailants armed with clubs rendered him vulnerable. He could block one side but not the other, shield his front, yet leave his back exposed. With no internal energy to protect him, he could only endure a few strikes before his bones shattered, and human endurance was inherently finite. Thus, he resolved to seek martial arts training in a world of chivalry. Then he found himself in the realm of the legend of the Condor heroes, hoping to win over Huang Rong. He showered her with gifts, treated her to meals, and engaged in various pretentious displays of bravado. However, Huang Rong, being exceptionally astute, saw through his trivial schemes in an instant, unlike the naive and easily deceived girl depicted in romantic literature. Ultimately, after a decade, Huang Rong married her beloved Jinggich. This time traveler spent a considerable duration in the world of the legend of the Condor heroes. Yet aside from learning some inconsequential martial arts from Huang Rong and Guijing, he gained little else. In his third journey, he unexpectedly chose to venture into the world of Naruto. Initially, he sought to align himself with Naruto Uzumaki, but upon his arrival in Kanehagakure, he was mistaken for a spy by the Umbu and swiftly met his demise. This unfortunate incident led to the earlier scene where he possessed Jiang Fan's body. Jiang Fan found himself at a loss for words regarding this time traveler, who could have embarked on a supreme journey, yet chose instead to pursue martial arts. Why not directly immerse oneself in the realm of formidable villains and become invincible? One must recognize that in that world, merely standing at the threshold would grant one the power of a being akin to Superman, with strength rivaling that of the Silver Age heroes. Most crucially, this Superman lineage possessed no inherent weaknesses. Beyond this realm, Jiang Fan's memories revealed several worlds where one could commence with unparalleled strength. For instance, there was a novel titled I and the Great Law God, a seminal work in the online literature domain. In that world, a divine fruit known as the sweet potato existed. Consuming just one would bestow godhood. If one could transport several kilograms of sweet potatoes from other realms, the result would be unparalleled might. Detection of an unknown planet. As Jiang Fan's thoughts wandered, the spaceship system alert pulled him back to reality. Regaining his composure, he realized the ship had traversed the time-space portal, which had now vanished. Before him lay a cerulean planet, the very world he had intended to connect to in the legend of the Condor heroes. Jiang Fan had initially aimed to explore a new realm. However, the time-space portal required a 2-year cooldown after each connection, leaving him no choice but to bask in the sun of this martial arts world for 2 years. As for learning martial arts, Jiang Fan questioned its utility. Could martial arts enable one to soar through the heavens or achieve immortality? He believed that 100 years of martial training would not match the benefits of merely basking in the sun for 2 days. It was the pursuit of immortality that truly captivated him, inspired by the saying circulating in the original world of the time traveler. Superman cultivates immortality, wielding boundless power. Chapter 2. Earth Star. Upon the moon, the spaceship's hatch opened, and Jiang Fan stepped out with measured grace. Is this the Sunstar? Indeed, it feels just as I remembered, utterly delightful. As he expressed his wonder, he turned towards the sun, extending his arms as if to embrace it. The moment the sunlight bathed him, he felt the strengthening of his very cells. Hours passed in this manner, and when Jiang Fan opened his eyes, his first task was to acclimate to his newfound Superman abilities. Recalling the painful transformation of General Zod in the film Man of Steel, he wisely opted to adapt to his powers in the emptiness of space. It is well known that sound cannot travel in the void, as long as Jiang Fan refrained from deliberately utilizing his super hearing. Sensing a burning sensation in his eyes, he understood that his heat vision had awakened. Gazing at his hands, he unleashed 2 scorching beams from his palms. The temperature can be adjusted at will currently. It is nearly 2,000 degrees, and it continues to rise as my cells strengthen. After testing his heat vision, Jiang Fan produced a standard Kryptonian short sword. With a decisive stroke across his palm, a fine wound appeared. Observing the wound heal instantaneously, Jiang Fan felt a surge of satisfaction. Do not assume that his hand was defenseless. He wielded a weapon of Kryptonian design and had exerted considerable force to inflict such a minor injury. These weapons, if cast upon Earth, would be deemed treasures of immeasurable value. The renowned swords, such as the Heavenly Sword and the dragon-slaying saber, would be effortlessly reduced to scrap metal by his hand. Even in a typical cultivation world, such items would be exceedingly rare treasures. In the Man of Steel film, General Zod and his allies merely retrieved some obsolete equipment from a long-abandoned Kryptonian outpost and managed to dismantle American fighter jets with ease. This illustrates that as long as humanity does not wield nuclear weapons against him, Jiang Fan is virtually invincible on Earth. This is all the more remarkable considering he had only basked in the sun for a few hours. Given a few more months, he was confident he could withstand a nuclear blast unscathed. Once his body fully adapted to all his capabilities, Jiang Fan eagerly took to flying around the moon. If one were to identify the most extraordinary ability of Superman, it would undoubtedly be the fabled bioelectric field. This field can shield against various scans and magical abilities, allowing Superman to pull the Earth through space with nothing more than a regular rope. The bioelectric field possesses many additional functions, which shall not be elaborated here. After circling the moon several times, Jiang Fan yearned for more and turned his gaze toward Earth. In the context of Superman, the distance between Earth and the moon is not particularly great. The origin of all realms, Earth Star, Jiang Fan, have arrived. On Earth, within the Huaxiao region, at the Zhongnan Mountain, Guojing was leading Yang Guo to the Chuanjin sect to pay respects to their master. At that moment, Guojing had just met with the 7 masters of Chuanjin, amidst the cacophony of battle cries surrounding them. While the fighting raged, a disciple inadvertently looked up to see the clouds above swirling like a tornado. "Master Uncle, look at the sky." The disciple who first noticed the anomaly shouted at Qiu Chuji, who was confronting King Jinluan and others at the hall's entrance. Upon hearing this, Qiu Chuji and his companions glanced up at the sky. Even King Jinluan and his followers instinctively followed suit. That fleeting glance instilled a sense of dread in every soul present. "This is a meteor." King Jinluan and Huadu's pupils dilated, prompting them to flee swiftly with their subordinates. "A meteor is falling from the sky. Chuanjin disciples, evacuate immediately." Qiu Chuji bellowed with commanding authority, urging the stunned disciples to flee. The disciples, heeding his call, disregarded all else and hastened with unparalleled speed to escape. Though they lacked extensive education, they were not devoid of common sense. They understood that a stone falling from various heights would generate increasingly greater impact forces, especially when it was an unknown fiery object plummeting from above. The destructive force could obliterate the entire Chuanjin sect. Before they could escape a significant distance, boom, a deafening crash reverberated through the air. Despite their years of martial training, the overwhelming shockwave sent them hurtling backward. A chorus of pained cries erupted in the aftermath. "It seems I can no longer use my supervision to admire beautiful women. The sight is simply too exquisite, and I fear it has left a shadow in my heart." Jiang Fan's voice, laced with resignation, emerged from the haze. Upon entering the atmosphere, Jiang Fan had contemplated what the alluring beauty, whom the traveler yearned to win over, might look like. Thus, he focused his gaze on the ground below. Indeed, supervision was no mere jest. Jiang Fan immediately spotted Huang Rong, waiting at the foot of Mount Zhongnan for Guojing. At first glance, Huang Rong appeared quite lovely, though not to the extent that it could drive a man to madness, certainly not as beautiful as his own mother. Before Jiang Fan could finish his internal monologue, he noticed that as his attention intensified, Huang Rong's features became increasingly distinct, until he could even see the mites nestled in her skin's pores. Then This revelation caused Jiang Fan to retch violently. Is this some sort of magical blow, or perhaps an unintended consequence of my scrutiny? Jiang Fan hastily deactivated his supervision. Even after shutting it down, his stomach churned violently, and he could barely maintain his biological field. Thus, the current spectacle of Jiang Fan colliding with the earth unfolded. Pray tell, who might you be? In response to the sound emanating from the center of the impact, Xiao Chuji inquired respectfully towards the source of the smoke and dust. There was no room for disrespect during the hasty retreat. Many skilled practitioners had caught a glimpse of what this so-called meteor was just before the fireball struck. Falling from such great heights, the speaker's voice was robust, showing no signs of injury whatsoever. Under such circumstances, the individual was certainly either a celestial being or a formidable master of extraordinary prowess. Regardless of which, the Quanjin sect could not afford to provoke them. Xiao Chuji, is it? I did not expect you to pose such a question. I thought you might charge in with your blade drawn instead, Jiang Fan replied, waving his hand. A powerful gust of wind erupted, instantly dispersing the surrounding smoke and dust. As the haze lifted, the assembled crowd could finally discern the scene within the training arena. What is this? The martial artist stared in astonishment at the arena. There stood Jiang Fan, suspended in midair, clad in a black superhero suit, his dark cape billowing in the wind. Beneath him a massive crater with a radius of 50 meters created by his impact. Where has the meteor gone? Is that person capable of flight? How can a human possibly fly? Could they be a deity? In that moment, whispers of speculation filled the air. Do you know Xiao Dao? Xiao Chuji, perplexed and apprehensive, pondered. Though he detected the playful tone in Jiang Fan's words, who could guarantee that the individual would not possess a temperament as peculiar as that of the five absolutes? In the martial world, every recognized master had their own idiosyncrasies. Just as Jiang Fan was about to respond to Xiao Chuji's inquiry, a child's voice unexpectedly rang out. Uncle Gua, what kind of lightness skill is that strangely dressed fellow practicing? How can he just hover in midair? The moment the words left his mouth, every pair of eyes turned towards the speaker, Yang Gua. Realizing his blunder, Yang Gua instinctively shrank behind Guijing, too intimidated to show himself. Though Yang Gua's voice had been soft, every martial artist present possessed inner strength and could hear him distinctly. If even these skilled practitioners could discern his words, then Jiang Fan, as a superhero, heard them all the more clearly. Jiang Fan understood precisely what the boy had intended to say. He gazed at the timid Yang Gua hiding behind Guijing and, with what he deemed a kindly smile, remarked, "Young lad, have you always been this brave?" Chapter 3. The Principles of Martial Arts Esteemed Elder. This child is still young and naive, unintentionally offending you. I, Guijing, humbly apologize on his behalf. Guijing's earnest apologies left Jiang Fan momentarily taken aback. With a perplexed gaze, Jiang Fan regarded Guijing, pondering. Such a reaction and adaptability. Could these words belong to a straightforward, honest man? Is this truly the authentic Guijing? I have no intention of making things difficult for a child. However, I'm quite intrigued by your so-called martial arts. I invite both of you to exchange a few moves with me. Upon hearing that this enigmatic figure wished to spar with the renowned Guijing, all present discreetly retreated, creating a space for the three participants. Guijing, already recognized as the foremost martial artist in the realm, had indeed been challenged by a mysterious individual who had also named the formidable king of Gold Wheels. Even if his skills did not surpass Guijing's, they would surely be formidable. With that, Guijing took a deep breath, grounding himself as if he had suddenly doubled in weight, his feet firmly planted as if rooted to the earth. He drew a circle in the air with his left hand while channeling energy into his right hand, which he then thrust forth from the circle. A translucent five-clawed dragon, resembling flowing water, surged toward Jiang Fan, accompanied by a faint sound of a dragon's roar. The distance between Jiang Fan and Guijing was merely 10 meters, and in an instant, Guijing's attack reached him. A gust of wind swept through, causing Jiang Fan's cloak to flutter dramatically. Yet, there was no further consequence. What? Guijing exclaimed in disbelief. This strike, the rising dragon, with regret, had been unleashed with all his strength, yet his opponent exhibited no reaction whatsoever. The astonishment was palpable among all present. They had witnessed the might of Guijing's 18 dragon-subduing palms firsthand when he and Yang Gua had traversed the mountains. Such an extraordinary martial art now seemed to merely caress the cloak of this mysterious figure. Now, it's your turn. Ignoring the still-stunned Guijing and the gathered martial artists, Jiang Fan turned his attention to the king of gold wheels. Ba, the king of gold wheels intoned, as a multitude of ancient script characters materialized around him, forming a protective barrier. Suddenly, he pointed his fingers as if forming a sword, and the surrounding characters swiftly converged into his body, coalescing into a concentrated stream of pure energy atop his fingers. Break! With a powerful shout from the king of gold wheels, that energy propelled across several meters, striking Jiang Fan squarely in the chest. Ba, the king of gold wheels repeated, retreating to the side, choosing silence. It became clear to Jiang Fan the nature of the so-called martial arts and internal energy. He had been observing their cellular changes with his enhanced vision throughout Guijing and the king of gold wheels demonstrations. In essence, their so-called internal energy was the manipulation of mental focus to direct the bioenergetic forces within their cells. To truly perceive their own energy, humans must transcend the limitations of their cells. This very reason elucidates why not everyone possesses the aptitude to cultivate martial arts, which also explains why martial sects meticulously assess the qualifications of potential disciples. One cannot help but notice that, despite the multitude of disciples within these sects practicing the same esoteric texts, some merely master a few techniques, while others develop profound internal strength. This disparity arises from the varying intensity of each individual's cellular constitution. Take, for instance, the protagonists. While others have diligently built their foundations from a young age, adhering to a disciplined lifestyle within prestigious sects, consuming elixirs, and receiving guidance from seasoned mentors, they toil for decades before barely qualifying as experts. In stark contrast, these protagonists, often ignorant of the intricacies of martial arts, leap from cliffs and haphazardly acquire tomes, swiftly becoming unparalleled in their prowess. It is critical to recognize that without proper instruction, one could easily devolve into a state that is neither human nor beast, as exemplified by Mei Chaofeng and Zhou Zhuo. Furthermore, consider the formidable Qiao Bangzhu, whose mastery of Taizu Chongquan renders the martial world's champions utterly reluctant to face him. Were another to attempt the same, even after a century of cultivation, the outcome would likely remain unremarkable. Even in the face of injury, the protagonists withstand numerous wounds with little consequence. And a broken leg from a leap off a cliff is merely a brief period of recovery, leaving no lasting aftermath. This illustrates how the strength of one's cells yields disparate results. The essence of martial arts lies in the harnessing of biological energy or internal power, which circulates through various meridians. The distinct pathways of these meridians result in different enhancements to the body, thereby giving rise to diverse martial arts techniques and attributes of internal power. As for the nature of immortality cultivation, that is a mystery awaiting enlightenment once the realms of such cultivation are connected. Upon discerning the essence of martial arts, Jiang Fan found himself disinterested. After encountering Yanghua and Guijing, he understood he had entered a version of the Return of the Condor Heroes as envisioned by Huang Jiaozhu. This world diverges from other iterations of the Condor universe. Notably, the character of Xylong possesses an inexplicable quality. Jiang Fan recalled that this version of Xylong favored utilizing silken ribbons as weapons. Yet, he observed that upon her entrance, she bore nothing but her flowing white garments. This raises a compelling question. From whence does Xylong's seemingly inexhaustible supply of silken ribbon originate? Jiang Fan's curiosity regarding this matter rivaled his intrigue about the Hulk's trousers. Noticing the impeccable presence of the 7 true ones, he surmised that the arrival of this time traveler had incited a butterfly effect, preserving the lives of all 7 true ones into the current era of the Condor saga. Having matters to attend to, Jiang Fan decided to bestow several swords upon the 7 true ones, as a form of restitution for the losses endured by their sect. With that, he instructed the ship's intelligence system to materialize a small dagger through spatial transmission. Using thermal vision, he melted the dagger and instructed the disciples of Chuanjin to throw 7 swords into the molten mixture. Once the 2 types of metal fused completely, Jiang Fan shaped the molten metal into 7 swords, each adorned with peculiar engravings. These engravings enabled the swords to generate winged blades spanning several meters when wielded, consuming no inner strength whatsoever. After distributing the swords to the 7 disciples of Chuanjin, Jiang Fan ascended to a height of several dozen meters in an instant. Then, with a resounding boom, soared towards the ancient tomb in the back mountain. Following Jiang Fan's departure, martial artists flocked around, eager to witness the treasures bestowed upon the 7 disciples of Chuanjin by the mysterious figure. As for attempting to seize the swords, they were not so foolish. Who would dare to snatch something given by a being that seemed like a celestial deity? Under the curious gazes of the crowd, Ma Yu struck Jiang Fan's crafted sword against his own exquisite sword. With a resounding clash, Ma Yu's sword shattered. Before the onlookers could express their astonishment, Qiu Chuji observed that the crafted sword produced wind blades with each swift swing. The 7 disciples of Chuanjin then began to practice, unleashing wind blades akin to sword energy that shattered a massive boulder several dozen meters away. A collective gasp of astonishment arose from the crowd witnessing this spectacle. Unbeknownst to them, Jiang Fan had already arrived at the entrance of the ancient tomb, where he was met by the little dragon girl and Granny Sunday. They regarded him with strange expressions, drawn out by the commotion Jiang Fan had caused upon his descent. To their surprise, as soon as they opened the stone door of the tomb, they found a peculiar figure clad in black standing at their doorstep. In this era, such attire was often associated with either a deviant or a rogue. "Who are you? What business do you have in my tomb?" Granny Sun inquired sternly. Noticing Jiang Fan's lingering gaze upon the little dragon girl, she instinctively categorized him as a man enamored by her beauty. "Please, do not misunderstand. I have come solely to inquire about a perplexing matter with Miss Long," Jiang Fan replied, his tone imbued with palpable curiosity. Granny Sun remarked, "You seem quite handsome. Unlike those ruffians, I shall not make things difficult for you. Be on your way. Are you not curious where the white silk on Miss Long came from?" Jiang Fan felt a sense of incredulity wash over him, pondering whether the inhabitants of this world were lacking in common sense. Many had witnessed the little dragon girl's ability to conjure objects from thin air, yet none deemed it peculiar. Upon Jiang Fan's prompting, Granny Sun began to sense something amiss. Having always cared for the little dragon girl as her own granddaughter, she had taken her extraordinary abilities for granted until this enigmatic figure appeared before them. Upon reflection, it becomes apparent that my own dragon maiden is no ordinary being. She possesses the ability to conjure manifestations from thin air, a feat that borders on the divine. How had I previously overlooked such extraordinary talents? As she spoke, the young dragon lady waved her hand, and several strands of white silk emerged from behind her, ensnaring towards Jiang Fan. With his keen perception, Jiang Fan observed with clarity that the silken threads she wielded were created ex nihilo, entirely disregarding the laws of science, devoid of any logical basis. In response to her assault, Jiang Fan executed a Tai Chi maneuver, guiding and spinning the incoming silk into a compact sphere. But this was merely the beginning. The sphere grew larger and larger, while the dragon maiden showed no signs of ceasing her onslaught. The sight left Granny Sun agape with astonishment. Minutes later, the dragon maiden finally halted, and Jiang Fan stood triumphantly, holding a massive sphere entirely formed from white silk, large enough to obstruct the entrance of the ancient tomb. This transcends mere martial prowess. It verges on some form of supernatural ability, Jiang Fan marveled. Even more unsettling was the fact that such illogical phenomena were perceived as entirely reasonable in this world. Moreover, it was perplexing that although the dragon maiden was evidently older than Yanghua, after leaping into the abyss of heartlessness, 16 years had passed. And while Yanghua's hair had turned gray, the dragon maiden retained her youthful visage. Jiang Fan found ample reason to suspect that this dragon maiden might be an extraterrestrial being. Noticing Jiang Fan's astonishment, the dragon maiden elucidated, "It is rather simple. I merely sensed an abundance of unfamiliar elements within the surrounding space. Then I dispersed them with my will and reassembled them, resulting in these silken threads." Jiang Fan, initially intending to voice a casual remark, was nearly left speechless by her elaborate explanation. "Are you certain you are not an alien? Or perhaps a time traveler or a reincarnate?" he inquired. The dragon maiden tilted her head, her bright eyes fixed on him, her expression radiating a delightful confusion, as if to say, "What are you talking about? I simply do not comprehend." "Very well, I have asked my questions. As a token of gratitude for your insights, I am willing to assist you with one matter," Jiang Fan offered. "I require no assistance. I desire only a peaceful existence, free from disturbances, the dragon maiden replied, expressing her wish to lead a tranquil life in solitude, respecting her preference for a quiet life. Jiang Fan decided not to intrude further. Then I shall take my leave, he bid farewell, ascending into the heavens with remarkable swiftness. At this moment, Granny Sun began to question her perception of reality. First, her dragon maiden could create wonders from thin air, and now, a peculiarly attired stranger had soared into the sky. Had the world outside changed so drastically during her long absence from the mountains? Grandma Sun glanced at the little dragon girl, who had turned back towards the ancient tomb, and mused inwardly. It is imperative that Miss Long ventures out more often. Jiang Fan's departure did not signify his abandonment of studying the abilities of the little dragon girl. Rather, he believed there was ample time to proceed at a leisurely pace. After listening to the little dragon girl's explanation of her powers, Jiang Fan could not help but perceive her abilities as a diluted version of the atomic and quantum manipulation exhibited by the illustrious Dr. Manhattan. Regardless of the circumstances, Jiang Fan was resolute in not relinquishing this godlike ability, even if it was a diminished iteration. Presently, there existed a peach tree, not of this world on Earth. Earlier, as he soared away from the planet, Jiang Fan's spacecraft had thoroughly scanned the entire globe, revealing no trace of the peach tree, even in the vastness of space. He employed his superhuman vision to scrutinize the canyon where Zhang Wuji might encounter the monkeys, only to conclude time and again it was absent. This led to the inference that the peach tree had either yet to sprout or had manifested abruptly. Such a divine entity, capable of bestowing 3 additional years of life upon a mere mortal with a single fruit, could not possibly originate from this mundane realm. It might have fallen from a world of cultivation due to various circumstances, or perhaps it was dropped by a time traveler traversing dimensions. After all, with time travelers already existing, it was reasonable to assume that more would be involved in the intrigues of myriad worlds. The memories Jiang Fan absorbed from one such traveler contained numerous tales of diverse iterations of time travelers. Furthermore, each of these travelers was invariably equipped with a formidable system to assist them, with variations so abundant that even the traveler could not recall them all. Fortunately, Jiang Fan was a superhuman, and these systems posed little threat as they lacked inherent aggression. Thanks to the harmonious deity, all potent systems birthed by the reality were aligned with justice. As long as Jiang Fan refrained from self-sabotage and avoided the path of a world-destroying villain, he had no cause for concern regarding those entities. Upon reflecting on this, a bold idea suddenly sprang to Jiang Fan's mind. Why not create a system of his own? With the existence of the time travel portal, he could establish a transit space linking every world, designating selected talents according to the portal's rules, thus cultivating a force entirely his own. Consider the likes of Hong Jun Daozu, the deities of his own realm, and the myriad powerful beings in various novels. Each commanded a cadre of subordinates to carry out their bidding. If one were to undertake every task personally, one might as well live as an ordinary individual. Resolute in his decision, Jiang Fan returned to his spacecraft, summoned the time travel portal, and commenced his research. The deeper he delved into the workings of the portal, the more he became convinced that it was no less formidable than the systems etched in his memory. Should it be developed adeptly, Jiang Fan believed his own creation could surpass those systems in strength. Jiang Fan was certain that the traveler who had brought about his own demise was a fool. He only understood how to use the portal for interdimensional travel and had never thoroughly studied the proper methods of utilizing it. For instance, the portal could withstand any form of attack, indeed, any attack at all. Furthermore, upon entering the portal, there existed a minute spatial gap between the doors of the two worlds. Most importantly, Jiang Fan possessed absolute control over the portal. Unless he permitted it, no person, object, or even any form of energy or law could enter the portal. Thus, with such an extraordinary advantage, how could that traveler have been defeated by 2 nameless passers-by in the Naruto world? As the days turned into weeks, Jiang Fan finally devised a preliminary feasible plan using his remarkable intellect. Gazing at the initial proposal displayed on the virtual projection, he mused that indeed, every field has its specialists, and it was time to recruit some exceptional talents. With this reflection, Jiang Fan's eyes turned towards the portal, glimmering with brilliance. Chapter 5. The Akatsuki organization is full of talents. After nearly a year of research, Jiang Fan developed a new application for the portal. Previously, The portal required 2 years to reconnect with a new world because it needed to establish a permanent passage that allowed free travel between the two realms. This process was time-consuming, as the portal needed to fully integrate and stabilize with the connected world, enabling the user to traverse anywhere within it based on their understanding of that world. Thus, after approximately a year, Jiang Fan successfully created 6 invitation cards capable of withstanding the portal's rules using advanced technology from Krypton. Through his extensive research, he discovered that he could imbue a fraction of the portal's power onto these cards, and then use the portal to send them into various worlds. When fortunate individuals in those realms receive these invitation cards, the portal's power would imprint upon them, serving as coordinates to connect with that world. Of course, this method had its drawbacks. Since the portal had not merged with those worlds, if any individual marked by the portal's imprint were to perish, Jiang Fan would lose the coordinates to that world. Despite these significant disadvantages, this approach eliminated the need for a 2-year integration process with an entire realm. With a wave of his will, an indescribable force detached from the portal and affixed itself to the 6 invitation cards. Subsequently, Jiang Fan cast these cards into the portal. Additionally, he implemented a chat group feature on these cards. Unlike the chat groups found in novels, Jiang Fan's version allowed for cross-world communication, albeit with only a temporary red envelope function available for now. Unlike the novel chat group features such as instant leveling, skill acquisition, method simulation, enlightenment training rooms, the Great Tao Furnace, and the power of Pangu, Jiang Fan's chat group possesses none of these. Alas, despite being extraordinary, Jiang Fan has yet to attain the ability to create a genuine golden finger system. Were it not for the existence of the time-traveling portal as a medium, even if Jiang Fan were to ascend to the rank of a golden Superman, he could not possibly conjure this inferior version of a chat group. Having completed all that, the only task remaining was to wait. The waiting period proved to be exceedingly dull. In the world of Naruto, Naruto had just begun his apprenticeship under Jiraiya. While in the realm of Ip Man, Jiang Fan had no desire to venture, as Jiang Fan, in his boredom, employed his super sight to gaze upon Earth. He discovered that the world of the divine eagle had descended into chaos. Many martial artists had witnessed the celestial being's descent, who had also bestowed 7 treasured swords. Consequently, during Jiang Fan's nearly year-long absence, the Zhongnan Mountain became increasingly lively. Various dignitaries and martial arts masters flocked from all corners of the world. Rumors began to circulate that whoever could gather all 7 swords would summon the celestial being and have a wish granted. In the tales of these individuals, the original facts have been entirely distorted, becoming increasingly absurd. It was as if they treated him like a wish-granting dragon. Jiang Fan could not help but admire the imaginative capacity of these ancient figures. The origin of this situation stemmed from the ill intentions of certain individuals seeking to seize these divine weapons. However, due to the high martial prowess and prestige of the 7 disciples of Chuanjin, along with their close ties to Guojing, these individuals realized that a direct theft would be futile. They feared that Jiang Fan might return at any moment and annihilate them for stealing the treasured swords gifted to the Chuanjin sect. Thus, they spread rumors suggesting that gathering all 7 swords would summon the celestial being, prompting the uninformed to pilfer the swords. Consequently, as the swords circulated through the martial world, they ceased to belong to the Chuanjin sect, allowing these individuals an opportunity to seize the swords openly. 4 months ago, an audacious individual finally dared to confront the 7 disciples of Chuanjin. A group of foreign masters descended upon the Chuanjin sect, compelling the 7 disciples to flee Zhongnan Mountain and seek refuge with Guojing. On their journey to find Guojing, they faced ambushes from various masters and were even drugged by nameless minions. At this moment, the 7 swords had been gathered, standing upright in the formation of the Big Dipper. To Jiang Fan's astonishment, the one who collected the swords was a physically deformed old man, surrounded by numerous martial artists observing the spectacle, with even the court dispatching several masters to the scene. What surprised Jiang Fan further was the fact that these individuals chose to remain mere spectators rather than act impulsively. Clearly, they harbored skepticism regarding the so-called summoning of the celestial being and the granting of wishes. A mortal named Li Yi sought an audience with the celestial being, bowing repeatedly beside the treasured swords. Observing this farce from the moon, Jiang Fan suddenly felt an impulse to embody the role of the wish-granting dragon. Create a virtual projection of the Eastern Divine Dragon onto Earth. Jiang Fan commanded the spaceship's intelligence system. On Earth, Li Yi watched as the sword before him suddenly levitated. A magnificent voice resonated from the heavens. "Mortal, declare your desire." The crowd, upon hearing the voice, collectively gazed skyward. The rumors were indeed true. Li Yi, captivated by the colossal Eastern Divine Dragon above, urgently called out, "I wish to become a complete person, a normal person." "As you wish," the grand voice echoed. And in an instant, a radiant beam of light enveloped Li Yi's distorted body. Moments later, as the light dissipated, a robust and handsome youth emerged before the astonished onlookers. Following the fulfillment of his wish, 7 swords scattered in various directions, vanishing from sight. Simultaneously, the Divine Dragon, which had enveloped all of China, also vanished at the moment the swords dispersed. "I become normal. I regain my youth," Li Yi repeatedly exclaimed, his exhilaration palpable. Witnessing the truth of the rumors, the diverse crowd of onlookers, as well as the martial artists present, immediately rushed towards the direction in which the swords had flown. As for the Divine Dragon, its immense form was visible to anyone who simply looked up. Fortunately, that individual merely wished for a restored body. Had he wished for the resurrection of the deceased, it would have been quite awkward. Reflecting on the near disaster, Jiang Fan resolved to journey to the Naruto world to clone several pairs of Rinnegan. For it would be problematic if one day someone wished for the resurrection of the dead. Stepping through the portal, Jiang Fan entered the Naruto universe. His first task in this realm was to ascertain the nature of chakra and understand why it could give rise to such an array of peculiar ninjutsu. Once he unraveled these mysteries, the rest would be trivial. As Jiang Fan pondered how to acquire the God Tree from the Kagaya clan, he made his way toward the Akatsuki organization. Indeed, Jiang Fan had no intention of engaging with Naruto, possessing the memories of the plot. He regarded each member of the Akatsuki as exceptionally talented, driven by a noble cause, which piqued his interest immensely. Chapter 6. The Akatsuki for peace. Whether it was due to the cautious nature of the inhabitants of the Naruto world, Jiang Fan's enhanced vision was surprisingly diminished by layers of protective barriers as he scanned the ground below. A thunderous explosion erupted. "Nagato, I merely wish to have a chat with Kakuzu about life. There is no need to bombard me with missiles," Jiang Fan remarked. It is worth noting that Jiang Fan's timing was impeccable, aside from Haiden and Kakuzu, who were out earning money. All other members of the Akatsuki were present for a meeting. "Hey, you over there, which village are you from?" Kisame Hashigaki inquired. "I am neither a ninja nor from any village," Jiang Fan replied, maintaining a calm demeanor. Jiang Fan's amiability can be attributed to the fact that he had evidently held back during the recent assault from the realm of Azura. Had he adhered to his usual principles, Nagato would certainly have received a sound thrashing from him. Suddenly, Tendo Pain regarded Jiang Fan for a moment before extending an invitation, stating, "Your prowess appears commendable. Since you do not belong to any of the villages, why not join us?" "Hey boss, are you seriously considering admitting a stranger we've just met?" exclaimed Obito, draped in Akatsuki attire, his tone brimming with astonishment. Someone like him, devoid of any chakra fluctuations, yet capable of utilizing abilities, has never been heard of within the ninja world, suggesting he must hail from overseas, Itachi Uchiha opined. "Ah, I see," Obito conceded upon hearing Itachi's explanation, ceasing his antics. They were not truly foolish. They were well aware of the simplicity of the matter. Obito merely wished to align his actions with Akatsuki's persona. The intelligence capabilities of the Akatsuki organization are exceptionally formidable. Had a unique individual like Jiang Fan emerged in the prominent ninja villages, they would undoubtedly be aware of it. The absence of any information regarding Jiang Fan thus indicated that he could only originate from beyond their borders. The Akatsuki's recruitment principle is straightforward. They welcome any talent who has liberated themselves from the constraints of the ninja villages and harbors their own aspirations. There's no rush regarding my recruitment. I have something to show you. After you've seen it, feel free to approach me with any questions. For the time being, I shall reside in the Rain Village, Jiang Fan declared, tossing a miniature virtual projector to Tendo Pain. The other members of Akatsuki were piqued by the object in Pain's possession. With that, Pain led the way, employing a body flicker technique to vanish, followed closely by the other members as they departed one by one. Indeed, the suspicion harbored by ninjas is rather excessive. Jiang Fan cast a discreet glance at a crow perched in a distant tree. Meanwhile, upon returning to their base, Pain hastily summoned the consciousness projections of Haiden and Kakazu. "Let us commence," Pain said, exchanging glances with Itachi, Uchiha, and others, confirming their intent before gently pressing a finger on the projector, which conjured a virtual screen before them. The screen displayed a live-action adaptation of Naruto, meticulously crafted by Jiang Fan himself. Utilizing Kryptonian technology, he had transformed his memories of the animated series into a live-action format, a task that was a mere trifle for one who had inherited Krypton's advanced science. Thus began the Akatsuki members' journey into the world of Naruto. During this time, aside from dining, all tasks were undertaken by utilizing the technique of shadow clone to create doppelgangers. There were several instances where the members of Akatsuki, having just viewed the footage, immediately found themselves experiencing events paralleling what they had just witnessed. To validate their suspicions, they resolved not to personally control the special doppelgangers created by the shadow clone technique. They erased the memories of the clones prior to their encounters with Jiang Fan, allowing them to proceed according to their original intentions. Several months later, the members of the Akatsuki finally finished watching the live-action adaptation of Naruto. What a spectacle! At this moment, Obito cast aside his pretense. Nagato, with a grave expression, turned to the others and remarked, "It appears this vision indeed reflects the future events we were destined to encounter. Our clones, devoid of our current memories, have all their fates unfolding just as portrayed in the vision, thereby indicating that our destinies have indeed been predetermined." Kisame then spoke up. "Now that we are aware of the outcome, we can devise an alternative plan. There is no need to adhere to the original scheme." Deidara suggested. Nagato then directed his gaze towards Itachi Uchiha. "Itachi, what are your thoughts?" After a moment of contemplation, Itachi replied, "We have come to understand the future's conclusion due to the emergence of someone absent from that vision. His appearance has illuminated our fates, suggesting that we possess something he desires. Hence he wishes to prevent our demise, as depicted." "I concur with Mr. Itachi's perspective," Kisame echoed. "In that case, I have many more inquiries for him. Let us pay him a visit." With that, Nagato led the group toward Jiang Fan's residence. Meanwhile, by a lakeside in the Rain Village, Jiang Fan was leisurely fishing. His fishing rod was no ordinary one. It was crafted from wood-release techniques. While Nagato and the others were engrossed in their viewing, Jiang Fan had not been idle. During the day, he utilized miniature nanosensors to gather various ninjutsu from the different ninja villages. As of now, Jiang Fan had nearly assimilated all the ninjutsu from the Naruto world. The reason he stated nearly was that some techniques were exclusive to figures like Uchiha Madara and the previous generation's Kage, necessitating their revival for him to learn them. Lost in thought, Jiang Fan was suddenly interrupted by a series of rustling sounds. Nagato and the Akatsuki members materialized behind him. "You mentioned we could approach you with questions anytime," Nagato began. "I understand you have many uncertainties. No worries. Let us tackle them one by one," Jiang Fan replied without turning around, addressing the group of dreamers. Through their exchange, they gradually began to comprehend the essence of the multiverse, realizing they were merely creations of someone else. Upon grasping the entirety of the situation, a profound silence enveloped them. "Now that you are aware of the circumstances, will you continue with your original plan?" Jiang Fan inquired, intrigued by their choices after such revelations. To Jiang Fan's surprise, the group responded in unison. "We wish to proceed with the plan as depicted in the vision. However, your plan is destined for failure, even if you were forewarned of the future." Jiang Fan expressed his confusion regarding their decision. Nagato responded, "Though we faltered while adhering to our predetermined path, it is precisely this that has brought peace to the ninja world, has it not? Since you have chosen to continue down this path, once peace is restored to the ninja world, there will no longer be a place for your Akatsuki. Are you mentally prepared for that?" To be honest, Jiang Fan greatly admires this group of individuals. Despite bearing the label of renegade ninjas and pursuing their own disparate goals, the fundamental mission of the Akatsuki has always been to eradicate war and foster peace within the ninja realm. This is one of the reasons why Jiang Fan seeks to recruit them. Chapter 7. Invasion of Konoha. Time swiftly passed, and before long, 2 months had elapsed. One day, Pain unexpectedly sought out Jiang Fan. During this period, Nagato had been closely adhering to the original plot, collaborating with Naruto and Sasuke in their charade. Several times, Had it not been for Jiang Fan's precautionary measure of administering the Kryptonian enhancement serum to all Akatsuki members, they might have inadvertently acted themselves to death. It must be said that while in the universe, Jiang Fan had always believed that the technology of his home planet was merely superior to that of other races. However, since traversing through various realms, he realized that Kryptonian technology was truly extraordinary. Concepts such as the theory of unified information and dimension strike weaponry had already been proposed. Should either of these technologies be fully developed, they could easily incapacitate beings like Zeus. In Jiang Fan's view, the universe must have orchestrated the destruction of Kryptonian civilization precisely because its technology was too advanced. One can only imagine the Flash, who can restart the universe at will, always begins with Superman's arrival on Earth. Even deities who can reverse time have failed to restore Krypton. This illustrates that in the vast multiverse, once Krypton is annihilated, it is erased from the flow of time, and no amount of time manipulation can resurrect it. Jiang Fan reflected on the might of his civilization, recalling the scene of Nagato administering the enhancement serum, and he could not help but marvel once more at Kryptonian technology. Consider this. Nagato merely utilized a long obsolete Kryptonian enhancement serum, and his body, nearly on the brink of death, was revitalized. Even more astonishing was that after using the serum, the overall physical attributes of the Akatsuki members surged 5 to 6 times, and their chakra levels soared as well. Looking at the Deva path pain before him, Jiang Fan jested, "Nagato, your body is already recovered, yet you still prefer to operate through Yahiko's form. According to the future you have shown us, tomorrow marks the time for my invasion of Konoha, but I wish to protect Yahiko's body from harm. Therefore, I would like to request your assistance in cloning another body for him." Upon hearing Nagato's request, Jiang Fan mused. Indeed, Nagato and Yahiko share a true bond. Conan is merely a diversion. Although he harbored such thoughts, he still acquiesced to Nagato's request. By the way, have you also hidden Jiraiya away in Obito's alternate space? Jiang Fan inquired curiously. Indeed, we have transported those who were destined to perish in the narrative into the alternate space created by Obito, Nagato remarked with a nod. Now, there are enough individuals in Obito's realm to form several tables for mahjong. Are we not concerned about potential conflicts among them? To be frank, Jiang Fan is quite intrigued. Many among this group, who were originally meant to meet their demise, are adversaries with considerable prowess. The likelihood of them clashing is significantly heightened by Obito's decision to confine them together. They are all ensnared in Itachi's genjutsu, and will remain oblivious until the conclusion of the Fourth Shinobi World War, Nagato asserted with utmost certainty. Very well, you are indeed a remarkable bunch. After acquiring some of Yahiko's cells, Jiang Fan returned to the spaceship within the Divine Eagle realm to commence the cloning process. Inside the spaceship's laboratory, a multitude of cultivation pods filled the space, each containing various bloodline elixirs from the Naruto universe. These were all concocted during Jiang Fan's bouts of ennui. Throughout this period, Jiang Fan endeavored to substitute the chakra within his body with his own innate powers to perform ninjutsu. After extensive experimentation, he has concluded that the power systems of each world are utterly unique. One may possess multiple forms of power, yet only two can be wielded simultaneously. With the program set, he awaited 2 hours, after which a soulless clone of Yahiko stood before him. When Jiang Fan presented the clone to Nagato and Conan, they nearly believed Yahiko had returned to life. Fortunately, through prolonged trials, both Nagato and Conan had cultivated a more rational perspective. When you head to Konoha tomorrow to confront Danzo, have the other members disguise themselves. Amidst the ensuing chaos in the village, it would be prudent to eliminate the roots of Danzo's organization, as these thoroughly brainwashed individuals will remain a persistent threat to the entire shinobi world. In response to Jiang Fan's caution, Nagato assured him that Itachi and the others would handle it. The following day, on a lawn 2,000 meters from Konoha, Deidara, Sasori, Itachi Uchiha, Kisame Hashigaki, Kakuzu, Haiden, Pain, Conan, Yahiko, Obito, and both Black and White Zetsu gathered. Yes, both Black and White Zetsu had joined Jiang Fan's peace initiative for the shinobi world. Once they grasped the entirety of the situation, Black Zetsu deemed it beneath him to squabble in this minuscule domain among a few petty villages. Instead, he preferred to await Nagato's establishment of peace in the shinobi world, rescue his mother, and then venture into the myriad realms alongside Jiang Fan. Present alongside the assembled members were the protagonists of this endeavor. Nagato and his controlled pain 6 paths. Nagato, your strength has multiplied several times since then. Exercise caution during the assault, Itachi Uchiha advised. Nagato nodded in acknowledgement, ready to commence his performance as the original narrative unfolded. True to the original story, Nagato utilized the Azura path to cast the Beast path into the fray, which subsequently summoned others using the summoning technique. In a departure from the original narrative, this time the Beast path summoned the remaining 6 paths of pain, subsequently retreating into the shadows to discreetly call forth other members who had disguised themselves using transformation techniques. This invasion diverged significantly from the established plot. Aware of the storyline, Nagato had already instructed Black Zetsu to gather comprehensive intelligence on the Root organization. The primary objective of this incursion was to eradicate the Root threat entirely, ensuring that not even a trace of it could survive. Consequently, the majority of the 6 paths of pain's attacks were focused on the Root ninjas concealed among the populace, while the remaining hidden members were dealt with by other members of the Akatsuki. Initially, Jiang Fan believed there might still be a chance to save some of these Root ninjas, but after Black Zetsu's investigation, it became apparent that only Sai was an exception. Apart from Sai, the other Root ninjas could scarcely be considered human. After reviewing Black Zetsu's report, Jiang Fan concluded that the villains from various realms paled in comparison to these Root ninjas. Brainwashed by Danzo, they followed his orders without question to fulfill Danzo's commands. They would not hesitate to slay their own parents, turn their children into mere pulp, or even offer their beloved to Danzo. Whatever Danzo commanded, they would carry it out. There was no atrocity beyond their willingness to commit. Often, Danzo would simply instruct them to gather intelligence. Yet in their zeal to complete their tasks and erase any trace of their actions, these Root ninjas would massacre entire villages of innocent civilians. Faced with such deranged ninjas, Nagato had no choice but to assist Naruto and Sasuke in eliminating them all. Chapter 8. Let the world feel pain as the 6 paths of pain wreaked havoc. Konoha descended into utter chaos. However, Jiang Fan and his companions sensed something amiss. According to Black Zetsu's intelligence, Konoha had 20 elite Jonin, 89 regular Jonin, and 420 Chunin. Yet, aside from Kakashi and a few others from the original storyline, only about 10 ordinary Jonin from the Umbu had emerged to confront the 6 paths of pain. Uchiha Itachi furrowed his brow and remarked, Jiang Fan, with a tone of disdain, replied, It appears we have arrived at the right moment. Just look at those Umbu ninjas. Even Tsunade, the Hokage, could only summon a handful of them, while the rest cower within the confines of the Yuanfei clan, safeguarding them. The Root organization is even more insidious, not only refusing to assist, but also taking advantage of the chaos to secretly assassinate members of other clans. Jiang Fan's words left Uchiha Itachi feeling powerless, and even the others sensed that Konoha was truly beyond salvation. At that moment, Obito, channeling his Akatsuki persona, suddenly interjected with a sarcastic remark. I once thought the depiction of Konoha in the future visions presented by Mr. Jiang Fan was already quite foolish. Yet reality has utterly reshaped my understanding of the term foolishness. Jiang Fan and the others wholeheartedly agreed with Obito's critique. Indeed, the enemy has breached our very homes. Yet the upper echelons of Konoha seem more preoccupied with treachery against their own comrades than uniting against the external threat. They have not considered that eliminating their allies would leave them vulnerable in the face of such formidable adversaries. Even if the enemy were to withdraw, the common folk and lower-ranked ninjas would have perished, leaving behind only the remnants of the Yuan Fei clan and Danzo, along with a mere 100 elite ninjas. How could they possibly withstand the assaults from the remaining villages? Witnessing the absurdity of Konoha's actions, Itachi Uchiha appeared to resolve himself, addressing the gathered individuals. Since these ninjas have forsaken the protection of the village, their existence has become unnecessary. With that, Itachi vanished in an instant. Observing his decisive move, the others promptly set about their designated tasks. As the others began their endeavors, Jiang Fan was not idle. With extraordinary vision, he pinpointed the root base. Channeling his chakra, he executed the super rock hardening technique. He lightly pressed his foot against the ground, unleashing an immense wave of chakra that swiftly enveloped the entire village of Konoha. The earth began to churn from a depth of 1 meter below the surface, transforming the underground landscape dramatically. In a matter of moments, a terrifying event unfolded within the subterranean structures of Konoha. Every root ninja hiding below was ensnared by tendrils of earth, dragged into the depths of the earth. Jiang Fan had no intention of sparing any of the root ninjas, save for Danzo's two subordinates. Meanwhile, within the underground root base, Danzo desperately evaded the grasping tendrils extending from the walls. What is happening? Has Pain discovered us? He shouted as he fled toward the exit. Before he could finish his thought, the exit began to distort and constrict. In a moment of life or death, Danzo unleashed his most potent wind release technique. Wind release, 1,000-blade slash, forcibly creating an opening through which he could escape. However, this act drained nearly half of his chakra reserves. Seeing that Danzo and his two subordinates had survived, Jiang Fan leisurely made his way toward the village outskirts. By his calculations, the time for Pain's iconic assault was imminent. Sure enough, it was not long before Jiang Fan spotted the Deva path Pain ascending into the sky. He quickly summoned Obito and Kisame. Hey, have you finished eliminating the remaining root? Nagato is about to initiate his attack. Deidara, hurry over. Nagato is preparing to unleash his ultimate move. As Obito swiftly transformed into his Akatsuki persona, the assembled group turned to see him carrying an enormous tape recorder toward them. Scorpion, puzzled, inquired, Obito, have you lost your mind? What purpose does that tape recorder serve? I merely thought that in this situation, a fitting soundtrack could amplify the oppressive atmosphere of Deva Path Pain, Obito explained. Upon hearing the words of Obito, the crowd unanimously agreed with his reasoning, for they were all familiar with the lore of Naruto. The absence of a distinctive theme accompanying Pain during his ultimate technique would undoubtedly evoke an unsettling sensation. Thus, unbeknownst to the multitude of ninjas in Konoha, an oppressive melody began to resonate alongside Pain's commanding voice. All the villagers were utterly engrossed in Pain's presence, blissfully unaware of the anomalous music that had suddenly emerged. Conversely, the weight of Pain's words grew increasingly palpable amidst the inexplicably accompanying score. As the tension escalated, Pain's voice reverberated with an intensity that seemed to correlate with the crescendo of the music. With a firm grip from above, he proclaimed, "Let the world feel the pain." The voice, imbued with immense authority, echoed through the heavens. Instantly, a blinding white light radiated from Pain, enveloping the entirety of Konoha. Goodness, we are within his attack range. Deidara exclaimed, his countenance darkening. We're doomed. Obito, reverting to his alter ego, dashed around the group, frantically calling out. Meanwhile, Jiang Fan and the others gazed in awe at the encompassing brilliance, exclaiming in unison, "How beautiful!" As the luminous glow dissipated, a formidable repulsive force began to surge forth from the center of Konoha, sweeping outward in all directions. The intensity of this force was such that even Tsunade could not withstand it for a mere second. Wherever the repulsion reached, all was reduced to ruins. The very ground itself stripped away by several meters. As the dust settled, the protagonist of the Naruto universe, Naruto Uzumaki, made his grand entrance. However, due to Jiang Fan's intervention, Nagato's power was now on an entirely different level compared to the original narrative. In the original storyline, Nagato had to sacrifice his very life to wield the devastating force of Shinra Tensei. Yet now his strength had multiplied several times over, and his body had been restored and enhanced. Not only could he contend with the tailed beast Naruto, but he could also stand toe-to-toe with the 5 Kage. Of course, despite his overwhelming power, the performance must continue. The conclusion of this battle had long been orchestrated by Nagato. The usage of Rinne Tensei was not an option. Although the life force required for its use was negligible for the current Nagato, he had no intention of squandering his vitality on these petty squabbles. Instead, he resolved to harness the abilities of the realm of hell to collect the souls of those who had just perished. Once Naruto had completed his role, Nagato would restore the collected souls back into their respective bodies. Then, let Jiang Fan employ gene repair technology to mend their injured bodies. Subsequently, Nagato would feign utilizing the rebirth technique to resurrect them, thereby exhausting his life force and passing away. This way, it would neither hinder Naruto's development nor significantly alter the future peace, allowing Nagato to retire in tranquility. Of course, The Umbu and Root ninjas slain by Jiang Fan and his companions could not be resurrected. Chapter 9. The chat group I created finally showed signs of life. With Pain's grand technique concluding, the protagonist of this world, Uchiha Naruto, made his official entrance precisely on cue. Jiang Fan and his companions, concealed amidst the ruins, were seated on small stools, attentively watching the live broadcast. Naruto's transformation into a tailed beast at the hands of Pain was arguably one of the most exhilarating scenes in the entire narrative, second only to the Fourth Great Ninja War. However, Jiang Fan felt a sense of helplessness as, with his super hearing, he discovered that the living were secretly plotting to eliminate Naruto, whom they perceived as a threat. The villagers' treatment of young Naruto revealed their selfish and dark nature. It is hard to believe that they were unaware of Naruto being the son of the fourth Hokage. In the original storyline, when Minato was resurrected through Edo Tensei and Naruto called him Dad, nearly everyone, aside from a few contemporaries of Naruto, wore expressions that clearly conveyed their prior knowledge. Furthermore, when the Nine Tails was summoned by Obito, only Minato and a handful of ninjas from Konoha were present in battle. What were the others doing? Jiang Fan learned the truth from Black Zetsu. The reality was that during the Nine Tails rampage, the Uchiha clan had mobilized all their ninjas. But they were intercepted midway by the third Hokage and all ninjas except for those from Root. Danzo had positioned Root ninjas to ambush near Minato's battle, ensuring that no one could provide him support. In this manner, the third Hokage could seize the opportunity to eliminate Minato while placing the blame for summoning the Nine Tails squarely on the Uchiha clan. A true case of killing two birds with one stone. The fact that Naruto is Minato's son was well known to the entire village, as they had ensured the safety of Kushina, the Jinchuriki, for the successful birth of Naruto. Yet after Minato's sacrifice for Konoha, how did they treat Naruto? Now, with the village in ruins and over half its inhabitants deceased, they harbored no gratitude for Naruto, who had returned to save them, and even plotted to kill him during the confrontation with Pain. If it weren't for the presence of the legendary Sage of Slugs, those eager villagers would have already taken action against Tsunade, the last surviving member of the Senju clan. Listening to their conversations, Jiang Fan could only sigh in despair. Had it not been for the desire to ensure that Nagato and his companions could work for him in peace, Jiang Fan would have long since eradicated these self-serving individuals who merely thrived in their own nests. After all, for Jiang Fan at this juncture, hurling a few celestial bodies comparable in size to Earth from outer space would merely require a modicum of effort. However, this was the world of Obito and the others. How to address the situation was their prerogative, and Jiang Fan was disinclined to intervene. His purpose for coming here was twofold: to recruit talent and to procure some divine tree seeds from the Otsutsuki clan. Once he establishes a connection to the realm of cultivation, Jiang Fan intends to plant these seeds there to observe what types of energy they might transmute. After all, the divine tree is capable of absorbing corpses to convert energy. In the myriad realms of cultivation, the remains of immortals, spirit beasts, and demonic creatures abound. Not to mention the plethora of corpses from various beasts that perished during the calamities of the primordial world depicted in novels. The abundance of such remains could fill multiple Earths. Since these corpses are neglected, it would be more prudent to utilize them for experimentation. The traversal portal is invincible. As long as Jiang Fan dedicates some time to integrate the portal with the primordial world, he'll be able to transport all those deceased bodies without exception, unless the heavenly Tao were to annul the calamity of the primordial beings. The traversal portal remains unmatched, as long as Jiang Fan stays within. He could even open it in any orientation, including directly above the head of Hongjun Daozu, without consequence. Mr. Jiang Fan, why do I sense something amiss? The voice of Uchiha Itachi interrupted Jiang Fan's reverie as he felt a resonance from Shirsue's eye, concealed within Naruto. Jiang Fan glanced over, initially failing to discern anything out of the ordinary. However, upon employing his X-ray vision to scrutinize Naruto, who had partially transformed into a tailed beast, he discerned energy fluctuations within Naruto's mind akin to those emitted by Shirsue's eye within him. By the heavens, this is the Kotoamitsu Tsukumi. No, this is the Tenjin originating from the same source. Jiang Fan exclaimed in astonishment. Previously, he had admired Naruto for his ability to respond to the mistreatment from the villagers of Konohagakure with grace and benevolence. Now, everything fell into place. It turned out that Naruto had been subjected to mind-altering Jinjutsu from a young age. Fortunately, Danzo had acquired Shursue's left eye to fully control Naruto. He would need to periodically employ Jinjutsu to modify Naruto's will. It was no wonder that even after transplanting cells from Hashirama Senju, Danzo had always appeared rather frail. It was because he needed to continuously guide and interfere with Naruto's self-will, hence his perpetually sickly demeanor. One must admit, Danzo is indeed a cunning individual. He understands he cannot indefinitely wield Tenjin to control Naruto, nor can he permanently alter Naruto's will like Koto Amatsukami. Thus, Danzo chose to guide Naruto's will through Shursue's left eye, shaping the young Naruto's belief that wholehearted dedication to the village would eventually earn him universal recognition. Jiang Fan gazed towards the distant hiding Danzo, contemplating. In the world of Hokage, those individuals preoccupied with such conspiracies will be better off investing their time in enhancing their own strength. Was the first Hokage not forged through sheer power? After the establishment of Konoha, why did the 5 great nations maintain peace until the demise of Hashirama and Madara? Was it not out of fear of these 2 titans? In the original narrative, after Naruto defeated Pain, the villagers' attitude towards him underwent a dramatic transformation. Was it truly because Naruto saved them? Or was it rather that they recognized Naruto's incredible strength, realizing he was no longer the easy target they could bully, while also fearing that should they encounter a formidable foe like Pain again, there would be no one to rescue them? Thus they revered Naruto. Following the 4th Great Ninja War, the situation became even clearer, with even Kaguya being subdued by Naruto and Sasuke, who would dare to instigate conflict when they claimed to seek peace. Therefore, strength is the ultimate truth. Boom, boom, boom. The distant sounds of Pain's massive attacks echoed, each technique far more potent than those in the original narrative. Yet, as the adversary, Naruto faced no significant threat. These assaults barely grazed him, illustrating that Nagato had been exceedingly lenient. His restraint could fill the Pacific Ocean. Just as Jiang Fan was engrossed in the spectacle, his own low-budget chat group finally sprang to life. Ding! Homelander has joined the chat group. Ding! Saitama has joined the chat group. Ding! Time Chicken has joined the chat group. Ding! Lu Chuang has joined the chat group. Ding! Hanli has joined the chat group. Ding! Emperor Shurtian has joined the chat group. The 6 consecutive notification chimes signified that the 6 individuals had received invitation cards marked with the imprint of the crossing gate, indicating that these 6 worlds have been inscribed with temporal coordinates. Chapter 10. Homelander's desire to be a good person. Homelander. I am Homelander. Which superhuman is jesting with us superheroes? In the world of the boys, Homelander, while smiling and greeting the audience at a press conference, inquired telepathically in the chat group. To him, the abundance of superhumans in this world made the occasional appearance of odd abilities hardly surprising. Saitama. Hello everyone, I am Saitama. Are you also a hero? In the world of One Punch Man, Saitama was returning from grocery shopping with Genos when he stumbled upon a shimmering card on the ground. Curiously, he picked it up, and a chat group interface materialized in his mind. Upon noticing a group member by the name of Zugaran declaring himself a hero, Chiyu took the opportunity to introduce himself. In the realm of the Super God Academy, Lu Chuang was engaged in a discussion with Gu Xiaoluan regarding the sudden emergence of a chat group in his mind. Despite Gu Xiaoluan's repeated attempts to check Lu Chuang's ambitions, no conclusive results were found. Ultimately, at GXIN's suggestion, they decided to allow Lu Chuang to converse with the enigmatic members of this chat group. Greetings, everyone. I am Lu Chuang, a soldier, he proclaimed. Meanwhile, in the world of a mortal's journey to immortality, Han Li was quietly observing. Just the day before, Han Li had finally arrived at the Chaos Star C via a teleportation array. While piloting his flying vessel moments ago, he noticed a rift appearing in the void nearby. After the rift dissipated, a shimmering golden card floated serenely in its place. After ensuring there was no threat, Han Li reached out to touch the card, leading to his current predicament. Though uncertain of the card's purpose as a potential communication tool, he deemed it wise to exercise caution. In the Fengyan realm, Di Shurtian pondered which identity to adopt for his introduction. Although he was unaware of the nature of this chat group, its intrusion into his consciousness indicated that it was no ordinary phenomenon. In the world of 10,000 cold jokes at the cosmic terminus, Time Chicken was idly playing a game. Suddenly, a card appeared out of thin air, and at the moment Time Chicken's wing brushed against it. He was drawn into the chat group. "Hey, which universe do you all hail from? I can't seem to find any information about you," Time Chicken exclaimed. Observing the group members, Jiang Fan felt it necessary to provide them with a clear understanding of their identities. Thus, he uploaded works from Feng Yun, 10,000 Cold Jokes, A Mortal's Journey to Immortality, Super God Academy, and One Punch Man into the group. Naturally, the uploads consisted solely of the narratives prior to the members joining the group. Jiang Fan had no intention of revealing subsequent events. After all, once they entered the group, their fates would diverge from their original paths. As for the notion of revealing plot spoilers like characters in novels, Jiang Fan deemed it entirely unnecessary. Although the others lacked the advantage of a time traveler-esque familiarity with the plot, they were certainly not fools. If Jiang Fan were to treat the protagonists of those worlds as gullible, he would be the true fool, particularly with silent observers like Di Shirtian and Han Laoma. One shrewd and cautious, the other cunning and crafty. Neither was to be underestimated. Jiang Fan could confidently assert that if those time travelers from the real world were to assume leadership of the group, not only would they fail to deceive Han Li, but Di Shirtian alone could likely outsmart them all. After all, no matter how powerful a time traveler's abilities, they remained an ordinary person in the real world. How could an ordinary individual, who has lived in an era of peace and pursued education for over a decade, possibly outwit those who thrive in a world where survival is a relentless struggle? Each of these realms presents a unique reality, rendering the knowledge acquired in the mundane world largely obsolete. Take, for instance, the world of a mortal's journey to immortality, where an array of divine powers and spells exists, and the very environment is not even a planet. Or consider the realm of Time Chicken, a veritable compilation of imaginative concepts, where the common sense of the real world can be effortlessly overturned. How, then, can those who traverse from the real world deceive the inhabitants of such fantastical realms? Take Jiang Fan as an example. From his perspective, viewing Earth is akin to a modern intellectual observing a primitive being yet to evolve into wisdom, highlighting the vast disparity. Thus, the narrative tropes from novels set in the real world are fundamentally unreliable. As for the peculiar omission of the people from his homeland, Jiang Fan finds himself at a loss, not due to any inherent flaw in his homeland, but rather because it is so extraordinarily unconventional. To Jiang Fan, the propensity for the people from his homeland to commit acts of violence without hesitation can be traced back to a childhood devoid of calcium and a lack of affection in adulthood, coupled with a childhood spent in the water corporation, treated as a mere subject for experimentation, and witnessing his father's more favorable treatment of others. It inevitably shaped their extreme personalities. Jiang Fan intends to correct their worldview. Don't the people from his homeland aspire to be superheroes? Don't they long for genuine recognition from others? While it may be impossible in other places, Jiang Fan possesses numerous methods to thoroughly recondition their minds. For example, he could persuade them using Naruto's verbal prowess, or employ the abilities of the otherworldly deity to modify their will. In a more radical approach, he might send them to Lu Chuang, allowing them to experience the duties of the educational system in Huaxia. Jiang Fan is confident that there exists a method suitable for the individuals from his homeland. Time Chicken interjects, "I completely grasp the leader's intent. Regardless of whether our world is a creation of another, our existence here is nonetheless real, at least within our own realm." Jiang Fan is surprised by Time Chicken's profound understanding. Jiang Fan responds, "Time Chicken's words carry great wisdom." Emperor Shirtian remarks, "I never anticipated the existence of other worlds, and how enviable it is that Taoist Han Li's realm allows for the cultivation of immortality." Upon hearing his name mentioned by Emperor Shirtian, Han Li feels compelled to speak. "You jest, venerable one. The world of cultivation is fraught with hidden dangers. Were it not for my numerous life-preserving techniques, even the most direct path to immortality would be of little use. Unlike Taoist Lu Chuang's world, where a mere genetic upgrade grants stellar annihilation-level power and eternal life. Indeed, Emperor Shirtian, this ancient figure, seeks to gain from Han Li without offering anything in return. Han Li perceives this desire to acquire his techniques without cost. If you dare, come to my world and seek them out, he challenges. Ultimately, Han Li cleverly diverts Emperor Shirtian, the one obsessed with immortality, towards Lu Chuang's domain. Jiang Fan, all right, you two should cease your veiled sarcasm. Is it merely the allure of others' treasures that captivates you? Why not exchange your own precious items? While Emperor Shurtian and Han Li remained silent, Saitama and Lu Chuang took the floor. Lu Chuang, we five have witnessed each other's narratives and have come to understand one another. However, why is there no video from our compatriots? Saitama, indeed, I too wish to see a video from our fellow countrymen. In the world of the Black Robe Enforcers, the compatriots are tremblingly peering in. Alas, among these group members, the only one he can intimidate is Emperor Shurtan. He dares not provoke the others. The compatriots remarked, previously, there was no choice, but now I aspire to be a good person. Chapter 11. On the proper utilization of River God's Jiang Fan. The compatriot is an antagonist. I fear that upon learning of his past deeds, you may feel compelled to eliminate him. Lu Chuang, did he not claim to be a superhero? Han Li, could he be a hypocrite? Emperor Shurtian, I consider myself a genuine scoundrel. Time Chicken, whether he is a villain matters little to me. I am curious about the functions of this chat group, beyond mere conversation. With Time Chicken steering the conversation, the topic swiftly veered towards the functionalities of the chat group. Observing that Time Chicken had finally broached the pertinent subject, Jiang Fan elucidated the current features of the chat group. Jiang Fan, presently, the chat group has only activated 4 functions: sending red envelopes, uploading photos, recording videos, and group live streaming. Additional features will be gradually unveiled in the future. Time Chicken, it seems rather lacking in utility, does it not? Jiang Fan took offense at Time Chicken's remark. Jiang Fan, do not underestimate the chat group. Take Han Li, for instance. Why is his cultivation so arduous? Is it not due to his pseudo-spiritual roots? My gene enhancement technology can grant him a perfect super mutated spiritual root. For those like Emperor Shurtian who seek immortality, resurrecting the deceased in exchange for upgrading to a second-generation divine body is entirely feasible. Furthermore, in the world of the compatriots, there exists a method for producing compound number 5, which can be optimized for mass manufacturing of superhumans. Lastly, consider your world, Time Chicken. It connects with numerous dimensions, overflowing with treasures from those realms. For instance, the wish-granting Dragon Balls once procured by Little Gold from the Dragon Ball universe, as well as the myriad inexplicable gadgets from Doraemon, and even the River God from your own world. Indeed, a single phrase can awaken those in slumber. After Jiang Fan's exposition, the group members profoundly grasped the extraordinary significance of being selected by the chat group. Especially notable were the wish-granting Dragon Balls and the even more formidable River God. The ability of the Dragon Balls to fulfill wishes is impressive enough. Yet the River God possesses powers that transcend mere prowess, delving into the realm of the absurd. I did not notice the River God's remark. Is the Milky Way also a river? His effortless utterance of this phrase reveals that the River God is not an ordinary deity, but rather a conceptual god, governing all that pertains to the notion of rivers. Lu Chuang, inspired by the group leader's words, expressed a bold idea. Young lad, Time Chicken interjected, you're not suggesting we toss the main deity, known as the power of the Milky Way, into the river, are you? Upon hearing this, all members of the group vividly imagined Lu Chuang dragging Gu Xiaoluan to the riverbank, only to cast him into the water under the watchful eyes of numerous high-ranking figures from Huaxia, along with demons, angels, and gluttons. The mere thought of 2 entities emerging from the river, each surpassing the original in strength, was exhilarating. Lu Chuang clarified, no, I meant to enhance Xiaoluan's ambition system by throwing it in. Jiang Fan agreed, that's a splendid idea. I too shall take my spaceship to the River God for enhancement soon. Han Li added, I do like to register as well. Perhaps my bottle could provide all of you with longer-lasting elixirs after enhancement. The group members eagerly expressed their intent to sign up. Even the one striving to diminish his presence, the patriotic man, made an appearance. Little did the River God know that he had caught the attention of a group of fervent individuals. While Jiang Fan and others were joyously discussing how to exploit the River God's free labor in the world of One Punch Man, Saitama began to take action after observing the conversation. Due to his admirable quality of poverty, Saitama had nothing to enhance. However, when Jiang Fan mentioned enhancing the spaceship, he instinctively thought of his only disciple, Genos. Outside a supermarket, Genos looked at Saitama with excitement. Teacher, do you have a way to make me stronger? Saitama replied, yes, but I must first disassemble your parts to help you enhance. All right, teacher. Genos showed no sign of skepticism toward Saitama's seemingly implausible words. Meanwhile, as Jiang Fan and others engaged in fervent discussion, a designated red envelope notification appeared. Ding! Group member Saitama sent a designated red envelope. This notification silenced the group momentarily. Notification. Group member Time Chicken received the red envelope. Jiang Fan urged, quick, Time Chicken, start a live stream. Indeed, let us go live. I too wish to witness this river god, responded Emperor Shirtian. The group collectively expressed their desire to watch the live stream, and Time Chicken relished the attention. Notification. Group member Time Chicken has opened a live stream. Notification. Group leader has entered the live stream. Notification. Emperor Shirtan, Saitama, Lu Chuang, Han Li, and the Patriotic Man have entered the live stream. The chat group's live stream operated in a three-dimensional consciousness projection mode, creating an experience indistinguishable from a real-life encounter, apart from the fact that the viewing members were virtual projections and could not physically interact. Jiang Fan remarked, "This is indeed the cosmic terminus. It resembles the depiction in the animation. In the realm of deity chakra, a curious inquiry arose. There is no river here. How shall we enhance?" Time Chicken, with an air of confidence, retorted, "Do not forget my profession. A river is but a trivial matter. I can conjure one for you in a heartbeat." With a few deft swipes across the immense smartphone screen, a spatial passage materialized before the onlookers, revealing a humble stream flowing serenely on the other side. Without further ado, Time Chicken seized the mechanical components sent by Saitama and unceremoniously cast them into the water. Beneath the surface, the river deity was meticulously arranging bed linens, having toiled throughout the day. At last, free from the incessant bombardment of axes, he relished the prospect of a restful slumber. Just as he settled down, covering himself with a blanket, an unexpected shower of mechanical parts struck him squarely in the face. On the other side, shortly after Time Chicken had discarded the components, Jiang Fan and the others witnessed the once tranquil river erupting in a blinding radiance. A flamboyant, striking young man gradually emerged from the depths. "Oh, young Time Chicken, did you drop a pile of ordinary mechanical parts, or perhaps these silver ones? Or even these golden ones?" Lu Chuang exclaimed in astonishment. "What is that circle atop the river deity's head?" Jiang Fan speculated. "It must have been struck by the items thrown by Time Chicken." Time Chicken clarified, "I indeed dropped these ordinary mechanical parts." The river deity, acknowledging Time Chicken's honesty, declared, "Since you are so forthright, I shall bestow upon you these silver and golden mechanical parts as well." With that, he gifted Time Chicken all 3 sets of components before vanishing from sight. Upon receiving the parts, Time Chicken promptly returned them to Saitama, intrigued by the potential transformations the river deity's enhancements might impart. In the world of One Punch Man, Saitama was hurrying towards the doctor, burdened with a collection of golden mechanical components and the core of Genos. While disassembling items posed no challenge for Saitama, reassembling them was a different matter entirely. He believed that such specialized tasks necessitated the expertise of professionals. Chapter 12. The Sacred Heart decision equates to resurrection coins not long after logging off. Saitama resurfaced in the group chat. Genos, having donned the equipment gifted by the river deity, has significantly augmented his strength, he announced, sharing a testing video of Genos. The group members eagerly clicked to view. In the video, Genos appeared transformed, his entire form radiating a dazzling golden hue. Although the color was golden, his defensive capabilities surpassed even those of his alloyed body. The doctor was seen employing a high-intensity laser to slice through Genos' new physique. Astonishingly, even at maximum power, the laser could only manage to create a minuscule incision, underscoring the extraordinary nature of the river deity's enhancements. "Impressive indeed," Jiang Fan remarked. Time Chicken inquired, "Is there anyone else who desires enhancements for their belongings?" Shirtian, "My Sacred Heart technique still requires refinement, so at present, I have nothing to enhance." Lu Chuang, "I still need to discuss with Shaolin." Shirtian, "Brother Lu Chuang, is your world not embroiled in conflict? How about this? I propose a trade. I will teach you the Sacred Heart technique, and in return, you'll have the angels upgrade my 3rd-generation divine body. What do you say?" Saitama, "I find Shirtian's suggestion quite appealing. Mastering the Sacred Heart technique is akin to possessing a resurrection coin." Lu Chuang, "The Sacred Heart technique is indeed extraordinary, but any exchange must be sanctioned by the angels, as the divine body technology belongs to them." Shirtian, "Very well. I shall await your favorable reply. With the leadership of Saitama and Tian, the others began to follow suit and engage in trades. Meanwhile, Nagato had officially retired. Indeed, everything had proceeded according to plan, though earlier, when Naruto used his verbal prowess to educate Nagato, the latter's acting was rather exaggerated, nearly arousing Naruto's suspicion. Now that matters in the Naruto world were settled, Jiang Fan resumed his efforts to enhance his chat group. To connect with more worlds, he tossed 10 cards into the crossing gate at once. Upon completing this endeavor, Jiang Fan departed the Naruto world with the Akatsuki organization and arrived in the world of the Divine Eagle. Of course, Obito and Kurizetsu remained in the Naruto world, as one must perform a complete act. In the Divine Eagle world, chaos ensued due to Jiang Fan's 7 treasured swords. However, those vying for the swords dared not commit indiscriminate acts of violence. Since the dragon's emergence, an ambiguous regulation had taken hold within the martial world, its origin unknown. It stated that regardless of past transgressions, any individual wishing to collect swords and make wishes must repent and engage in good deeds, refraining from wantonly killing the innocent. Should the dragon witness such acts, it would not only deny the fulfillment of their wishes, but also condemn their souls to the depths of hell after death. Surprisingly, this admonition intimidated many, particularly emperors and officials who had encountered numerous mythological tales. Upon witnessing the dragon, they altered their previous demeanor, earnestly contributing to the nation and accumulating virtue for themselves and their descendants. Moreover, even the Mongols withdrew their forces. Despite the Great Khan's disbelief in the concept of reincarnation, those commoners and soldiers who had witnessed the dragon's descent firmly believed in the legends. Consequently, no matter how the Great Khan rallied his troops, the Mongolian soldiers were unwilling to march against the Central Plains. Jiang Fan had not anticipated that due to his whimsical nature, the world would experience a brief period of peace. Yet, unexpected events continued to unfold. Before he knew it, 2 years had passed, and the crossing gate connected to yet another world. Jiang Fan sensed that this world was enveloped by an even grander realm. As the first 3 worlds were chosen by previous traversers, Jiang Fan was aware of their nature. However, this time the portal was randomly connected, and to discern which world it led to, Jiang Fan realized he must venture forth himself. Upon witnessing Jiang Fan reopen the portal, Nagato voiced his eagerness. "Hey Jiang, why not take us along? This world is dreadfully dull." Scorpion, hearing Deidara's words, hurriedly attempted to hush him. Yet, Jiang Fan's reaction was swifter than Scorpion's, and in a flash, he propelled Nagato and the others into the portal. Observing his companions being thrust through, Jiang Fan mused, "We're little brothers for if not to pave the way." After ensuring their safety, he made a brief excursion to the world of Naruto, retrieving several seeds from the god tree on the Tsutsuki clan's planet. 5 days passed, and once Jiang Fan was assured of Nagato's safety, he entered the portal with a cheerful demeanor. Upon arriving in this new realm, he was greeted by the sight of a colossal gorilla pursuing Deidara and Scorpion. Jiang Fan, witnessing their frantic escape, remarked, "What on earth has happened? It's merely a larger-than-average gorilla. You two have face-tailed beasts, so do not tell me you cannot handle a gorilla." Deidara, in the midst of his flight, heard Jiang Fan's voice and looked up, shouting, "Jiang, help! This swarm of gorillas has been chasing us for 2 days and nights." A swarm? Jiang Fan, intrigued, utilized his enhanced vision to assess the situation behind Deidara. To his astonishment, he discovered that they were indeed being pursued by hundreds of gorillas, each significantly larger than a tailed beast and possessed of remarkable agility. Without hesitation, Jiang Fan seized both individuals and soared away, swiftly distancing them from their pursuers in mere moments. "What unspeakable atrocities have you committed to provoke such relentless pursuit?" Jiang Fan inquired. Deidara and Scorpion exchanged awkward glances before Deidara explained. 2 days ago, Nagato discovered a human city, and they went to investigate. Scorpion and I stumbled upon numerous extraordinary creatures in these mountains and thought to capture one as a summoning beast. At last, Jiang Fan comprehended their folly. One sought a flamboyant summoning creature, while the other intended to transform those beings into puppets. Ironically, these gorillas were social animals with formidable strength. Compounding their predicament was the absence of a god tree in this world to convert chakra, necessitating meditation to replenish it. However, the gorillas incessantly thwarted their attempts to meditate in peace, leading to a gradual depletion of their chakra and a reluctance to employ their powerful techniques recklessly. I obtained several god tree seeds from the Tsutsuki clan, so the chakra issue will soon be resolved. For now, let us rendezvous with Nagato and the others, Jiang Fan declared, accelerating toward Nagato's direction once more. Chapter 13. A casual eye roll in the chat group. After Jiang Fan logged off, the members began to engage in new antics. So, is it true that the Holy Heart technique of Emperor Shirtian can actually resurrect individuals? Lu Chuang's words were met with disbelief from Dailina. Gu Xiaolin suggested, Chuang, you could invite your friend to test out his Holy Heart technique. All right, I will ask the group leader, Lu Chuang replied. Suddenly, a notification chimed in the chat group. Ding, you have a new message. Just as Jiang Fan, recently reunited with Nagato, was lost in thought gazing at the grand letters on the city gate, he received this system prompt. Upon opening the message, he found it was from Lu Chuang, inquiring whether the other group members could visit his world. Upon reviewing the chat history, Jiang Fan was astonished to see that all the members were eager to journey to Lu Chuang's realm. It must be said that the divine body technology of the Super God Academy world holds an immense allure for individuals from other worlds. Beginning with the second generation of divine bodies and the advent of the gene engine, beings acquired extraordinary powers, enabling them to soar through the skies, traverse the earth, and manipulate the elements of wind, fire, and lightning. Even mere physical attributes were significantly superior to the first generation, with lifespans extending well beyond natural limits, allowing for existence lasting thousands of years. By the time the third generation of divine bodies emerged, they could be considered as deities, with immortality being merely a triviality. Gu Xiaolin, as a pinnacle third-generation divine body, could harness various engines and even modify certain universal laws within a limited scope for brief periods. Therefore, it is understandable why the group members were so fixated on Lu Chuang's world. While the worlds of the members also possessed methods for achieving immortality, they invariably came at a great cost. In Han Li's world, for instance, one must endure various heavenly tribulations to attain longevity. Even in the Fengyan world, the Dragon Yuan carries significant side effects. Jiang Fan mused, perfect, I shall visit Lu Chuang's world as well. I have always been curious about the origin of the monkeys in Lu Chuang's realm, given that the Super God Academy world is derived from the game League of Legends. The origins of Sun Wukong within it have always remained a mystery. He instructed Nagato and the others to master the language before he returned from the Super God Academy world, then proceeded to the Super God world. Unfortunately, Nagato and his companions spoke the language of the East, which was incomprehensible to anyone in this realm. Thus, Jiang Fan decided to take a brief trip to the Super God Academy world while they learned the language. If Sun Wukong's character in the Super God Academy mirrors that of League of Legends, then this world could be exceptionally formidable. Upon receiving Jiang Fan's consent, the chat group members witnessed a peculiar circle appear, reminiscent of Doctor Strange portals. After clicking on this circle, they found themselves instantly materialized beside Lu Chuang. Saitama was the first to arrive, followed by Emperor Shirtian, Han Li, the representative from their homeland, and the Time Chicken. Finally, Jiang Fan made his entrance. The gathering was left in a state of bewilderment, with all present, including the angels and the members of the Xiongbing Lian, staring in astonishment at the sudden appearance of Jiang Fan and the others. The others, including Gu Xiaolin, were unaware, yet they recognized the attire of the individuals from their homeland and Jiang Fan, particularly Jiang Fan, who seemed to have I'm Superman inscribed upon his visage. Activating Ambition Engine. Commencing scan. Target. Unknown life form. Scanning in progress. Alert. Dark Dimension data retrieval failed. Unable to obtain information. Gu Xiaolin discreetly activated the Ambition Engine he had just constructed, eager to extract information about Jiang Fan. To his astonishment, not only was his Ambition Engine incapable of accessing the data of these individuals, but even GXIN was unable to glean any information about the group members. To roll one's eyes at us upon first meeting is rather impolite. Jiang Fan felt a strong aversion to the behavior of the angels and Gu Xiaolin, who readily attempted to invade the memories of others. Thus, with a resounding bang, all present merely heard two explosive sounds as Gu Xiaolin and GXIN vanished from sight, leaving behind two gaping holes in the ceiling. In a swift motion, Sun Wukong sprang to his feet, brandishing his golden staff to strike at Jiang Fan. However, with a sharp clap, the crowd heard the sound of a slap as Sun Wukong was effortlessly swatted down by Jiang Fan, as if he were a mere fly. Monkey brother. Lu Chuang hurriedly rushed to assist the unconscious son Wukong. I am quite straightforward. I treat others as they treat me. As he spoke, Jiang Fan's eyes began to shimmer with a faint red glow. After all, a Superman is capable of annihilating the multiverse. The Super God Academy even features comics about Superman. Recognizing the terrifying power of Superman, the group had eagerly perused the comics after learning that Lu Chuang had a Superman in his chat group. Although uncertain if this Superman possessed the might of his Golden Age counterpart, the fact that Ge Xiaoluan, as a wielder of galactic power, and the angelic guardian GXN were effortlessly dispatched from Earth, alongside the Earth as protector son Wukong being struck down, clearly indicated that this Superman's strength was beyond Earth-esque capabilities. Observing the sudden shift in demeanor from the previously scheming members of the Legion of Heroes, Jiang Fan reflected inwardly. Indeed, strength is the ultimate authority. Having witnessed his power, their attitudes had significantly improved. Never mind. Han Li, you may continue your discussions. I shall explore the surroundings. Notify me when the monkey awakens. With that, Jiang Fan soared through the ceiling that Ge Xiaoluan had breached. After departing from the North Star, Jiang Fan had not flown long when he encountered an extraordinarily stunning woman, both in figure and appearance. Notably, her skin, under Jiang Fan's supervision, exhibited no flaws whatsoever. This alone confirmed her identity as Morgana, the self-proclaimed Demon Queen, for on Earth, such flawless skin could only belong to angels or the likes of Delena, leaving Morgana as the sole contender. Only upon attaining the third generation of divine physique can one's skin reach such an almost flawless state. On the ground, Morgana seemed to sense Jiang Fan's gaze and promptly raised her head to look at him. Then Morgana began to unleash a torrent of invective towards Jiang Fan. Hey, you loser up there, yes, I mean you. Have you had your fill of staring? Do you believe that I could obliterate you in the blink of an eye? Observing Morgana's furious tirade, the image of the goddess crumbled instantaneously, revealing a rather deranged persona. Listening to Morgana's escalating vitriol, Jiang Fan couldn't help but retort. I think I'm quite handsome myself. How did I become a loser in Morgana's eyes? Surely I am better looking than that crooked fruit, Ge Xiaoluan. That ancient Virgin Morgana doesn't even fancy me. Yet she has the audacity to choose Ge Xiaoluan. This is intolerable, absolutely intolerable. Jiang Fan's eyes gradually ignited with a fervent crimson glow as he gazed at Morgana. 10 minutes later, Jiang Fan departed with a sense of delight. On the ground, the previously even surface had transformed into a large pit, from which the Demon Queen, Morgana, was struggling to emerge. What the hell? Where did that brat come from? I, the Queen, have been splattered all over, Morgana lamented, touching the skin that had been scorched by Jiang Fan's heated gaze, her voice unusually weak. Chapter 14. Rescue Your Majesty. That individual possesses an unknown protective force. His physical data is completely unscannable. Upon receiving this message from Sword Demon Otto, Morgana immediately contacted the Grim Reaper, Carl. Carl, you wretched fool. Didn't you say the only threat left on Earth was the power of the galaxy? In the River Styx, at the Four Songs Academy, Carl, upon hearing Morgana's Chinese-style greeting, was not angered. Rather, he responded with remarkable composure. Indeed, currently, only the Red Crow star harbors the power of the galaxy, and he is the only one capable of exchanging blows with you. Upon hearing this, Morgana's fury ignited, disregarding her weakened state, and she bellowed at Carl through the channel. Carl, after you eliminate Kesha, do you intend to dispose of me as well? Carl replied, how could I possibly? But before he could finish, Morgana's roar interrupted him. You claim there's only one power of the galaxy on Earth. Then where did that pervert in the tight suit come from? With that, Morgana sent the footage of her encounter with Jiang Fan to Carl. After viewing the footage, Carl fell silent for a few seconds before assuring Morgana, this individual is exceptionally unique. It's evident from the footage that his physique is likely stronger than your recently upgraded 4th-generation divine body. The most astonishing aspect is that, despite his rapid reflexes and speed, he did not cause any spatial distortion. Not even sonic boom was generated. I shall return to restore my body. That pervert is your responsibility. Without waiting for Carl's response, Morgana abruptly severed the communication. Meanwhile, Han Li and Emperor Shirtian were brought into the technological library of the North Star. Gazing upon the rows of bookshelves brimming with tomes, Emperor Shirtian and Han Li could hardly contain their eagerness to plunge into the vast ocean of knowledge. Emperor Shirtian, a natural learner and creator, was particularly fervent in his pursuit of wisdom. Despite his ordinary talent, his insatiable curiosity drove him to spend millennia collecting various esoteric arts and martial arts manuals, all in a relentless quest to refine his own technique, the Sacred Heart Method. This dedication is what drew Jiang Fan's admiration for Emperor Shutian. Unlike the protagonists of many dramas who possess extraordinary gifts yet fail to cultivate their own unique martial arts, was steadfast in his endeavors. These protagonists often relied on the legacies of their forebears, resulting in a decline of prowess across generations within the martial realms. Now, with the opportunity to acquire modern knowledge, one could only speculate when Emperor Shutian might have a sudden epiphany and create something remarkable. As for Han Li, he seemed to possess a cheat code for knowledge acquisition. Having perused all the subjects he wished to learn in just over half an hour through his spiritual sense, he was already commencing experiments. Gu Xiaoluan and Ji Xian had only just returned from the cosmos when they discovered Han Li assembling a device resembling a missile. Throughout the assembly process, Han Li continuously inscribed various incantations upon it. Gu Xiaoluan inquired, "What on earth is he doing?" Lu Chuang replied, "I'm not sure," but he mentioned attempting to create a magical nuclear bomb, seemingly designed to target souls. Souls? The revelation left Gu Xiaoluan and the others astonished. In their understanding, various advanced technologies, genetic engines, and even Gu Xiaoluan's ability to disregard the conservation of energy were acceptable. After all, these powers relied on the dark dimensions for their efficacy and could be defended against. However, the notion of weaponry targeting the soul was a concept that proved difficult for them to accept. One could say that soul weapons were classified as paramount armaments in the world of the Super God Academy. Meanwhile, shifting our focus to Huang Village near the Northern Star, a young girl's voice echoed in a dimly lit basement. "Brother, how much longer must we hide?" A boy cradling her reassured, "Don't be afraid, Xiao Xue. Father has gone to the Northern Star to find the black armored warriors and will soon return to rescue us." The surrounding survivors, hearing the boy's words, joined in softly comforting the children. Yet, they were acutely aware that, despite the might of the Xiong Bing Lian, their numbers were far too few to contend with the rampant alien menace plaguing the globe. Outside the Northern Star City, Guoren and Qiyu raced towards a specific destination. Guoren had exchanged his Star-Spangled Banner cloak for a solid blue one, for he was not foolish. Wearing the flag would equate to endorsing a foreign nation. The American Empire in this world was not his homeland, and he certainly did not wish to grant any advantage to it. In the distance, a group of soldiers was valiantly protecting two refugees as they retreated towards the North Star. "Xiangzi, hurry. I'm running low on ammunition." "Xiaofeng, get out of the way." The soldier named Xiangzi swiftly loaded a rocket and aimed it at the pursuing demon behind them, firing it off with determination. The explosion's shockwave knocked the fleeing individuals to the ground. "Quickly, do not stop. A rocket will not vanquish those demons." As Xiaofeng rushed to assist Xiangzi, a demon's tentacle suddenly emerged from the smoke of the explosion, piercing through Xiaofeng's body right before Xiangzi's widened eyes. Witnessing this horrifying scene, Xiangzi disregarded his own battered body, picked up a fallen machine gun, and began firing into the smoke. The rapid gunfire erupted as the remaining soldiers joined him, unleashing a barrage towards the obscured enemy. "Beast, I'll fight you to the death," the soldier shouted, his voice filled with a rage that seemed to erupt from the depths of his soul. Realizing that reaching the North Star for help was futile, one refugee stripped the gun from slain soldier and turned to another, saying, "What now? Let's go down fighting together." The other refugee picked up a semi-automatic rifle, aiming it at the advancing demon, declaring, "Come on. My grandfather was a soldier in the resistance. Today, I shall inherit his legacy and become a hero myself." With a fierce roar, both men pulled their triggers in unison. "You seek death." The demon, enraged to see these once fleeing humans daring to confront him, felt a surge of anger. Once human himself, he had succumbed to his fears of death and demons, ultimately begging the very fiends he now embodied to accept him into Morgana's ranks. Since his transformation, he had become twisted, reveling in tormenting the weak. Yet, his delight was short-lived as he noticed the humans, once terrified, began to bravely resist. Particularly these individuals before him, their defiance ignited a sense of shame within him, a profound and humiliating disgrace. Fury coursed through him as he wondered why these seemingly weak beings dared to rebel against him, why they could face death without fear. In a fit of rage, he cast aside Xiaofeng's lifeless body and charged towards Xiangzi and the others, braving the fierce gunfire. As the demon rapidly approached, Xiangzi abandoned his weapon and fumbled for a grenade. Just as he was about to disengage the safety, two scorching crimson beams shot forth from behind the soldiers, sending the unprepared demon hurtling away. The soldiers beheld a figure with a foreign visage, clad in a tight blue suit and draped in a matching cape, who swiftly soared towards them. "Who are you?" Xiangzi inquired, his gaze fixed warily upon the newcomer. "I am a guardian of the nation, and you may also refer to me as the Patriot, a friend of Lu Chuan." The Patriot addressed Xiangzi. Suddenly, as the conversation unfolded, a spacecraft plummeted from the sky. Under the bewildered gazes of the onlookers, a bald figure adorned in a yellow combat suit, red gloves, and a flowing white cape, reminiscent of a regal warrior, materialized before them. Chapter 15. Silencing the witnesses, Saitama remarked. Though these monsters are feeble, their sheer numbers scattered across the globe render them troublesome to eliminate. Xiangzi, observing Saitama, inquired of the Patriot, "Is he with you?" The Patriot nodded affirmatively. "Indeed. We witnessed your pursuit by these extraterrestrial beings from the North Star, which compelled us to hasten to your aid. Both of you must head to Huang Village. Over 200 villagers are sheltering in an underground bunker, while several demons roam the surface." A soldier urgently urged the duo. The Patriot flashed a radiant, confident smile at the soldier. "Rest assured, leave it to us. You should return to the North Star. We shall handle the rest." One must admit, the Patriot's smile was quite infectious. Seeing his confidence, the soldier refrained from further protest. After all, dealing with these demons truly required superhuman prowess. A thunderous sound erupted as the Patriot grasped Saitama and soared towards Huang Village. En route, the Patriot felt an inexplicable sense of elation today. Perhaps it was the anonymity of this world that allowed him to embrace his role as a true hero. Or perhaps it was the influence of the camaraderie he had cultivated with his peers in the chat group. Lost in thought, the Patriot and Saitama soon neared Huang Village. In the distance, they spied a warship hovering ominously above. "I shall handle the aerial threat. Mr. Saitama, you take care of the ground," announced the Patriot. After all, Saitama lacked the ability to fly. Having said that, the Patriot launched Saitama towards the demons on the ground while he ascended towards the warship of the terrors. As for Saitama, it was a trivial matter. A single punch dispatched the diminutive demons with ease, so effortlessly that not even the entire village would remain intact. The villagers, hidden underground, were too frightened to utter a sound, fearing they might attract the monsters above. Meanwhile, the Patriot engaged in a fierce battle against dozens of small aircraft dispatched by the terrors. Although his abilities were comparable to those of a superhuman, a counterfeit remains a counterfeit. While his physique could withstand the energy weapons of the terrors, sustained attacks began to inflict pain. Upon annihilating the terror's fighter jets, the Patriot wasted no time and accelerated towards the warship at full speed. Just as he was about to collide with the vessel, a colossal terror's robot emerged to confront him. The robot brandished a divine-slaying weapon, poised to strike the Patriot down. If struck by this formidable weapon, the Patriot would undoubtedly sustain grievous injuries, if not worse. As the speed of the charge was too swift, evading it had become an impossibility. The citizens of the motherland were on the brink of devastation. In an instant, Saitama appeared behind the monstrous robot, raising his hand and delivering a swift chop. Following a sharp crack, the robot was cleaved in two. With the threat eliminated, the citizens surged forward, crashing through the TOTI's warship. It was perplexing, perhaps a quirk of this extraordinary world, that such a massive vessel was merely punctured, leading to an explosive demise. The citizens found it odd. Despite the ships appearing highly advanced, they seemed akin to TOT driving around a cartload of explosives. The moment they were struck, the entire warship was rendered inoperative. Can one believe that such a colossal ship could be incapacitated by a mere thrust of a sword from an angel? Upon hearing the thunderous explosion, the villagers underground presumed the black armored army had arrived, prompting them to stealthily venture outside to investigate. "What on earth is happening? Where is our village?" one bewildered villager exclaimed. "Quick, return and inform everyone." Another villager hastily ran back. 10 minutes later, all the surviving villagers of Huang Village emerged above ground, only to be met with confusion. Their village had vanished. Everything was gone, leaving no remnants behind. Observing the villagers' dazed expressions, Saitama, without uttering a word, decided to make his escape. The citizens, noticing Saitama's retreat, also prepared to flee. Yet, suddenly, a villager spotted him floating in the sky. "Excuse me, sir," one woman called out. "I apologize, but despite my efforts, I was unable to thwart the attacks of these monsters." The citizens, true to their nature, swiftly placed the blame for their village's destruction on the extraterrestrials, the falsehood rolling off their tongues with the ease of truth. Seeing the remorseful expression on the citizen's face, the villager spoke up. "It's all right. We can rebuild our village. While there are no other aliens around, let us first seek refuge at the North Star." Just as they were preparing to head towards the North Star, a spatial wormhole materialized before them. The citizen's eyes gleamed crimson as he instructed the villagers. "Wait. I will hold off the enemies. You all scatter and flee. It is unnecessary. As mere mortals, we cannot outrun those monsters. It would be better to confront them. If we can take one down, it would be worth it," the village chief declared resolutely. "Foreign friend, you should leave with your abilities. There is no need for you to sacrifice yourself here," spoke the woman from earlier. In astonishment, the citizen replied, "Aren't you afraid?" The village chief responded, "Young man, there is an ancient saying in China. The death of a person can weigh more than Mount Tai or be lighter than a feather." Applause echoed from the wormhole. "Well said. True descendants of China." As she spoke, Du Qiangwei emerged from the wormhole. The citizen queried, "If you possess such capability, why not utilize it sooner?" Du Qiangwei, "I have just received the notification about the attack on Huang Village. Since everything is fine now, I shall take my leave." The person from homeland, somewhat absent-minded, replied briefly and traversed through the wormhole back to the North Star. Upon arrival, he discerned that the inhabitants of this realm were markedly different from those in his own world, particularly in this ancient Eastern nation. They did not possess the same mindless and self-serving tendencies as those from his homeland. In truth, he was not mistaken. The individuals in his world were largely under the sway of the water company, believing whatever was told to them. Moreover, they would stop at nothing to secure their own interests. One moment, they could treat you as kin, and the next, should the news label you a villain, they would eagerly dismember you, regardless of whether you had wronged anyone or caused harm. The deeper he pondered, the more disdain he felt for his own world. "Father, what have I done wrong? Why do you treat me this way?" The voice of the homeland dweller, tinged with a slight sob, echoed in the dim alley. "Young man, why are you here all alone? Where's Chiyu?" A voice, heavy with a Minnan accent, unexpectedly called out from behind him. The homeland dweller was nearly startled into a heart attack by this voice. In his own world, he often concealed himself to weep in solitude, and now, being discovered by the timekeeper, only ignited thoughts of silencing the witness. Chapter 16. The Unfortunate Diary. The scene shifts back to Jiang Fan. At this moment, he had soared beyond Earth, facing the sun and absorbing its energy. Jiang Fan never anticipated that, lacking the protagonist as Halo, Morgana would strike with lethal intent upon their first encounter. Had it not been for Jiang Fan's formidable strength, anyone else would likely have been reduced to mere ashes. As he sensed his genetic makeup stabilizing, a dangerously fierce glint flashed in Jiang Fan's eyes. During their earlier confrontation, he discovered that Morgana not only sealed the space around them, but also relentlessly targeted his genetic structure for destruction. Upon realizing that Jiang Fan's body was nearly indestructible, Morgana promptly employed a celestial computer to alter the rules of this confined space. Fortunately, the creator of the universe had established the superhero's biofield with great precision. Otherwise, Jiang Fan might have perished under Morgana's rule-based assault. Just as Jiang Fan's body fully recuperated, he felt an overwhelming power to withstand Morgana's rule-based attacks. He speculated that perhaps the near-fatal experience had triggered an evolutionary response in his body's genes, endowing him with the capability to resist such assaults. His hypothesis stemmed from the comic lore, where Doomsday was the embodiment of Kryptonian power. Doomsday's unique ability rendered him immune to death by the same power twice. Regardless of the method employed to vanquish him, upon resurrection, he would evolve corresponding abilities to counteract his attacker, rendering him invincible. In the realm of comics, the inhabitants of the universe employed every conceivable method not only to fail in completely vanquishing Destruction Day, but also inadvertently allowed him to grow increasingly formidable with each resurrection. Ultimately, when all options had been exhausted, the only recourse was to banish Destruction Day into the infinite void. Naturally, Jiang Fan possessed a keen sense of self-awareness, recognizing that his body had merely developed a certain resistance to such assaults. Should Morgana strike again, he surmised he would likely sustain severe injuries, if not perish outright. For he was, after all, not Destruction Day. Suddenly, Jiang Fan felt the unsettling sensation of being observed. Without a hint of doubt, he knew the identity of his watcher, none other than the Grim Reaper, Carl. "What, do you think you have me at your mercy?" Jiang Fan retorted. "You do not belong to this world." Carl's voice echoed ominously from the void. "From your tone, it seems you intend to make a move against me." Jiang Fan remained wary of Carl. "I care not whether you belong to this world. Your presence has disrupted my plans." Carl's calm words were laced with an undercurrent of lethal intent. Jiang Fan sensed the menace in Carl's speech, and his immediate thought was, "This Carl is deranged." However, before Jiang Fan could articulate another word, the surrounding space began to fluctuate with unsettling instability. Soon, Carl's form materialized before him. With a whoosh, two beams of heat energy shot forth from Carl's position. Ineffectual, is it? Truly a troublesome ability, Jiang Fan mused inwardly as he beheld Carl, and scathed. "Your powers indeed resemble those of a Superman from the comics. I wonder if you can withstand the annihilation cannon." As he spoke, a spatial wormhole emerged beside him. "This is bad." Sensing imminent danger from the side, Jiang Fan realized it was too late to evade. He could only shield his head with his hands and curl his body, just as the overwhelming energy approached. At the last moment, Jiang Fan activated the portal. In that instant, he was engulfed by the annihilation cannon and thrust into the wormhole. In another world, Nagato was utilizing the human path ability to teach Kisame and the others the language of this realm. Midway through, they witnessed Jiang Fan, who had only just departed, soaring out from the portal. After flying several meters from the portal, Jiang Fan barely managed to stabilize his form. Although the annihilation cannon had not harmed him, Carl had indeed sought to eliminate him. Jiang Fan was no paragon of virtue. Since Carl intended his demise, Jiang Fan would not rest until Carl was obliterated. Thus, Jiang Fan reached out to the chat group, addressing the Time Chicken. "Time Chicken, please return to your world and procure a weapon capable of countering the Grim Reaper Carl. I am determined to eliminate him. Is there a weapon that can subdue this Carl fellow? Give me a moment. I shall search," the Time Chicken responded. "Ding. The Time Chicken has sent you a red envelope." Within mere minutes, Jiang Fan received a red envelope from the Time Chicken and promptly opened it. With a chime, "You have extracted a red envelope from the Time Chicken, receiving the item, the Misfortune Diary. Item name, Misfortune Diary, single-use item. Function, upon inscribing a name within the diary, it binds to its owner, ensuring that the individual will be plagued by continuous misfortune. Duration, 7 days. Note, this item is governed by specific rules. Please exercise caution in its use." Jiang Fan gazed at the diary bestowed by the Time Chicken, no matter how one looked at it. It appeared to be merely an ordinary notebook. Experience serves as the finest proof. Without hesitation, Jiang Fan took out a pen and inscribed Carl's name in the designated space. Once this was accomplished, Jiang Fan eagerly activated the time portal, returning to the Super God world. As the portal had remained open, he found himself back in the previously attacked space. Meanwhile, upon seeing Jiang Fan's sudden reappearance, Carl prepared to unleash another assault. However, an unexpected embarrassment ensued. The annihilation cannon, due to internal energy instability, self-destructed. Witnessing this, Carl could only express his astonishment. Realizing the cannon was rendered inoperative, Carl decided to take matters seriously. Activate the secondary biological engine. Engage the void barrier. Establish conceptual strike. Warning, due to unknown reasons, data anomaly detected. Secondary biological engine activation failed. What is happening? Carl was utterly bewildered. Seizing the moment while Carl remained in confusion, Jiang Fan charged at him, delivering a relentless series of rogue punches. Techniques such as monkey stealing peaches, celestial guidance, and black tiger heart extraction, one after another, transforming Carl's visage into a grotesque display. "How could you possibly strike me, an entity of illusion?" Carl exclaimed, clutching his battered face in disbelief. "Would you like to know why?" Jiang Fan retorted, casting a nonchalant glance over his shoulder as he breached the confined space and made his escape. Carl wished to restrain Jiang Fan, but for reasons unknown, His grand clock and various advanced biological engines had ceased to function. More crucially, he could sense that after enduring Jiang Fan's onslaught, he was no longer able to revert to his illusory form. For years, Carl's audacity in the cosmos had been bolstered by the grand clock left by Kieran and the fact that no one could assail his illusory self. Now, with both of his protective measures compromised, even with tenfold courage, he would not dare to roam freely any longer. On the other hand, after ensuring he was sufficiently distanced from Carl, Jiang Fan let out a sigh of relief. While the diary granted him the ability to render his foes exceedingly unfortunate, it also served as a shield of invulnerability for them. In other words, inscribing an enemy's name in the diary would only bring them misfortune without leading to their demise. Chapter 17. Somali, you are surrounded by me after thoroughly scanning the surroundings with enhanced vision to confirm that Carl had not pursued him. Jiang Fan set his course back to Earth. After 2 encounters with these technological deities, Jiang Fan has become acutely aware of his own shortcomings. Although he is nearing the level of a silver Superman, it remains merely an approximation. Witnessing the celestial computer's formidable support for Morgana and Carl has intensified Jiang Fan's desire for a celestial computer of his own. It can be posited that possessing such an engine would allow one to transcend the laws of energy conservation, conjuring creations from thin air, rewriting the rules of the universe, and even achieving conceptual transformations, essentially becoming a technological sage. Thus, this technology is something Jiang Fan must acquire. As he sped along, Jiang Fan's velocity was approaching that of light itself. One cannot help but commend Emperor Shirtian for his ingenuity. The technique he devised, the ascended step, is remarkably effective. This method not only utilizes internal energy to dispel air resistance, enabling Jiang Fan to approach the speed of light, but also allows him to traverse rapidly with minimal impact on the surrounding space. This time, Jiang Fan's journey to Earth does not lead him to Polaris, but rather to the City of Giants in search of the effeminate Somali. He recalls that in the storyline, Somali had a romantic entanglement with the enigmatic He-She. He-She stands as the sole figure within the entire super god universe, capable of rivaling the technological prowess of the Reaper, Carl. Hence, Jiang Fan contemplates leveraging Somali as a means to coerce He-She into relinquishing the celestial computer technology. Some may speculate that He-She and Somali are adversaries, unlikely to yield such technology for the sake of Somali. Yet, Jiang Fan comprehends that the relationship between He-She and Somali is far from simple, as evidenced by the conflict when Huayi assaulted the Meiluo Heavenly Court. During that confrontation, whether through computer engines or martial combat, He-She consistently subdued Huayi. Even the so-called strongest black hole engine, fabricated by Carl for Huayi, was swiftly curtailed by He-She's declaration. Had it not been for the ambush by the triangular entity, He-She's avatar would likely have vanquished Huayi on the spot. And who is Somali? Merely a pawn of Huayi, and even after acquiring Gu Xiaoluan's genes, he remains nothing more than a super soldier. Yet, this formidable He-She struggled to defeat Somali, who, through guile, managed to dispatch one of He-She's avatars. To assert that there is no clandestine affair between them would be utterly incredulous. Jiang Fan even harbors suspicions that Kaisha, having been entangled with Huayi for centuries, must have developed feelings for him. Otherwise, she would not have overlooked such a calamity in the past. On the outskirts of the City of Giants, Somali is engaged in indescribable activities with a beautiful woman. Since Huayi's defeat, he has languished on Earth, exiled by He-She for what feels like an eternity, so long that the passage of time eludes him. During this prolonged interval, aside from awaiting Huayi's return, Somali's sole indulgence has been to charm women with his strikingly handsome visage. "Oh, my king, when shall I return to your side to fight once more for you?" As she spoke, Somali gently grazed her finger across the exhausted beauty's neck. Blood gushed forth, and the beauty's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to comprehend that the man before her would take her life. Exiting the villa, Somali was poised to embark on a journey to Gu Xiaoluan's ancestral home to seize the genes of the galaxy's power. Suddenly, a voice resonated behind her. "It appears I have arrived too late." The speaker was Jiang Fan. Although he beheld the lifeless forms of the 2 girls, a sense of melancholy washed over him. Yet it was merely a fleeting sentiment. Jiang Fan was no saint. Had he the means to save them, he might have done so, but they were beyond salvation now. He could not simply summon the deity to resurrect the deceased at every turn. Moreover, Jiang Fan firmly believed that individuals must be accountable for their choices. Since they had chosen Somali, regardless of the circumstances, they must bear the consequences of their decisions. Should Jiang Fan resurrect them unconditionally, it would be the utmost injustice to the countless soldiers and angels who had perished resisting the extraterrestrial threat. At that point, it would be a wonder if Lu Chuang did not resent Jiang Fan, considering that when he first arrived in this world, he had proclaimed a partnership. If Jiang Fan were to violate the rules he had established, his credibility would be irrevocably tarnished. "What manner of person are you?" Somali was startled by the voice behind her and instinctively thrust her dagger toward Jiang Fan. The clash of metal echoed as her prized dark silver dagger was firmly grasped in Jiang Fan's hand. The incredibility of the scene caused Somali's pupils to constrict sharply. In a fraction of a second, she reacted, her dagger pulsating with spatial energy, indicating her realization of impending defeat and her intent to flee. However, Jiang Fan's biological force field was formidable. As long as he maintained his grip, Somali could not teleport the dagger away. Panic surged within her as she thought, "My powers have failed." Instantly relinquishing her hold on the dagger, she turned and soared toward the heavens. Despite the bravado she displayed in anime, Somali was, in truth, as cowardly as her companions, each more timid than the last. Watching Somali retreat into the distance, Jiang Fan called out, "Somali, you are surrounded. Surrender promptly while you still can." Yet Somali accelerated her escape, showing no signs of capitulation. Jiang Fan, undeterred, activated his super speed. In this mode, the world appeared to be in a state of near stillness to him, unless Somali possessed a celestial computer to assist her in the Shadow Realm. She had no hope of escaping before him. Observing Somali, who seemed nearly frozen in time, Jiang Fan extended his left hand and delivered a resounding slap to her striking visage. With a thunderous explosion reverberating through the air, Somali's visage contorted in such a manner that she was nearly unrecognizable. Her body spiraled downward, plummeting toward the ground, creating a cacophony of sonic booms as she descended with remarkable velocity. With a resounding crash, Somali's form collided with the earth, creating a vast crater reminiscent of a meteor striking the planet. At the North Star, within the base of the Heroic Legion, the dinner system incessantly emitted energy alerts. Gu Xiaolun remarked, "A powerful energy reaction has just manifested in Giant Hero City. It is possible that formidable monsters have once again arrived on Earth." "Commander Lianfeng, will you not send someone to investigate?" "Xiaolun, our paramount task at present is to resurrect Commander Takeo and those crucial figures who were assassinated. Tomorrow marks the occasion when Lu Chuang's otherworldly companion will attempt to resurrect Commander Takeo. We must ensure that the process is flawless," Commander Lianfeng asserted with an undeniable tone. Everyone present in the Heroic Legion comprehended that Lianfeng's decision to retain the strongest forces at North Star was not solely to avert complications during Commander Takeo's resurrection, but also to guard against these interdimensional visitors. Meanwhile, Jiang Fan stood within the crater, observing Somali, who lay motionless with her head embedded in the ground. Were it not for his superhuman vision, which revealed the faint pulsing of her heart, Jiang Fan might have mistakenly believed he had inadvertently killed her. Chapter 18. Journey to the Angel Nebula. "Hey, stop playing dead." After several calls yielded no response, Jiang Fan seized Somali by the feet and effortlessly lifted her, flying back to North Star. Due to Emperor Shirkin's promise to resurrect Takeo, Jiang Fan refrained from directly bringing Somali to Hishi, although the details of Takeo's resurrection were kept confidential. As long as Earth's technology remained inferior to Morgana's, it would not remain a secret from Morgana and Tao Tai. "Group leader, how about my diary?" Upon his return, Jiang Fan was greeted by the voice of Time Chicken, laced with a Min-Nan accent. Observing Time Chicken's smug demeanor, Jiang Fan inquired Time Chicken, "How did you come by this diary?" "This diary was left in the warehouse by Little King Kong," Time Chicken replied. "Speaking of the warehouse, I work overtime every day organizing it for Little King Kong, yet I receive not a single cent in overtime pay. It's exhausting with no commissions. While others enjoy their vacations, my mortgage remains unpaid, and I must purchase my own insurance. At least I don't have to pay for parking since I can't afford a car." As Time Chicken lamented, Jiang Fan swiftly interrupted, "Hold on. I understand that your job is tough, but did you just mention that Little King Kong has a warehouse?" Instantly alert, Time Chicken responded, "Young lad, Little King Kong is the director. How could there be only one warehouse?" Are you suggesting that little King Kong possesses several warehouses filled with various anime props? Jiang Fan asked, his eyes aglow with excitement. The time chicken revealed a disdainful expression and spoke, "Young lad, I advise you not to entertain thoughts of seizing the Golden Giant's warehouse, for the contents within cannot be removed without the consent of those above." At that moment, the bright glimmer in Jiang Fan's eyes dimmed. "I knew it," Jiang Fan uttered in disappointment, just as he was feeling disheartened by the time chicken's words. Lu Chuang rushed over, announcing that General Dekao's resurrection ceremony was about to commence. Resurrection? Wasn't it supposed to start tomorrow? Jiang Fan questioned, puzzled. Lu Chuang explained. What was said about tomorrow was merely to placate Morgana. Upon hearing this, Jiang Fan understood. It seemed the valiant soldiers were wary of potential disruptions from demons during Dekao's resurrection and had thus deployed a smokescreen. Following Lu Chuang, they arrived at an underground chamber, where dozens of individuals were already gathered. Clearly, these were the highest leaders of Huaxiao on Earth. "Let us begin," Li Yinfeng declared upon seeing Jiang Fan's arrival and promptly initiated the resurrection ceremony for Emperor Shitian. To be honest, Jiang Fan was quite curious about how Emperor Shitian would resurrect Dekao and the others. However, what transpired next nearly caused everyone present to spew forth exclamations of disbelief. Emperor Shitian strolled over to Dekao and several other corpses, hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of mastery. He then proceeded to slap the foreheads of the deceased with a series of swift gestures. After this brief performance, Emperor Shitian intended to depart, eager to return to the library for further knowledge acquisition. "Wait, is that all?" Li Yinfeng interjected urgently as he saw Emperor Shitian attempting to leave. The latter turned to Li Yinfeng, his expression one of amusement, and replied, "Of course. Did you expect it to be more complicated?" Noting the perplexed expressions of those present, Emperor Shitian continued, "If you find this too simple, I can offer something more intricate." With that, he feigned a move towards Dekao once more. Witnessing the lifeless Dekao and his companions gradually regaining vitality, their heartbeats strengthening, Li Yinfeng quickly signaled to Lu Chuang to pull Emperor Shitian away. "Old Emperor, I have a set of calculations for wormhole transportation," Lu Chuang said, as he guided Emperor Shitian away. Once Lu Chuang and Emperor Shitian had distanced themselves, Jiang Fan emerged from his state of bewilderment. Wasn't the promise of defying fate and resurrection supposed to be exceedingly difficult? Wasn't the world meant to change colors? It could be said that Emperor Shitian's actions shattered Jiang Fan's preconceived notions about life after death. Now that Dekao had been successfully resurrected, it was time for Jiang Fan to attend to his own matters. After bidding farewell to the valiant soldiers, he set off with the barely alive Somali towards the wormhole that linked to the Angel Nebula. Jiang Fan had learned from Somali that traveling at light speed to the Angel Nebula would take at least 1,000 years. Therefore, to reach the Angel Nebula within a day or two, he had no choice but to traverse the wormhole connecting to it. Detected an unidentified entity forcefully breaching our defenses at the Great Worm Bridge near the Red Star. Angel Chue reported to Angel Yin. "Is it Huaya or Morgana?" Angel Yin inquired. "Uncertain," replied Angel Chue. "The entity is enveloped in an unknown force, rendering any data scanning impossible. It seems your assessment will have to wait." With that, King He-Shi of the Celestial Mechanism, accompanied by her subordinates, proceeded to the exit of the Great Worm Bridge. Upon emerging, Jiang Fan was greeted by the sight of two formidable women lounging nonchalantly with their legs crossed before him, surrounded by a throng of female angels who encircled him. Such a grand display suggests I am rather popular. Activating the Sacred Knowledge Repository. User confirmation. King He-Shi of the Celestial Mechanism. Initiating scan. Target. Unknown life form. Scanning alert. Dark dimension reading failed. Unable to retrieve information. As Angels Yin and He-Shi exchanged eye rolls at Jiang Fan, he sensed an unseen force attempting to probe his being. However, due to his biological force field, not even He-Shi, let alone the Great Clock of Kirin, could penetrate his genetic data through biological scanning. "King He-Shi, I am here to discuss business with you," Jiang Fan began, only to be interrupted by an unnamed female angel. As the saying goes, even a clay figurine has a bit of fire. Immediately surrounded upon arrival. With Yin and He-Shi adopting a superior posture while casting disdainful glances, Jiang Fan attempted to engage in polite conversation, only to be cut off by an unremarkable bystander. observing Yin and He-She's detached demeanor. It was clear they exhibited no intent to reign in their subordinates. Indeed, only strength commands respect, Jiang Fan lamented. In that moment, two beams of scorching energy swiftly penetrated the female angel who had interrupted Jiang Fan. Have you not taught your subordinates the importance of humility when unaware of another's strength? Jiang Fan remarked, shifting his gaze to He, She, and Yin. Their placid expressions revealed no concern for the angel who had just perished at Jiang Fan's hands. This, indeed, is a reason for Jiang Fan's disdain towards these angels. Bolstered by Kaisha's support, they had all developed an air of arrogance. They ravaged resources from other planets while cloaking their conquests in the guise of justice to dominate weaker civilizations. They masqueraded as protectors of the vulnerable, yet impeded others' technological advancements. Take the Iran civilization, for instance. Having reached the pinnacle of spacefaring civilization, they were on the brink of transcending into godhood. Yet, this civilization was forcibly constrained in its technological pursuits under the pretense of maintaining order and justice by the angels. Jiang Fan does not fundamentally oppose such behavior. For even on Krypton, the laws of survival of the fittest prevail in the cosmos. However, he cannot abide the hypocrisy of angels who indulge in debauchery while maintaining a facade of virtue. You are challenging the order of justice. Yan's voice remained as indifferent as ever. Jiang Fan brandished the figure of Somali before the assembly of angels. I intend to exchange her for the original data from your obsolete celestial computational device. The appearance of Somali indeed caught He-She off guard. Yet He-She, a woman who has endured for millennia, managed to maintain her composure despite the tumult within her. Though I know not who you are, what makes you think I would save a subordinate of Hua Yi? The implication was clear. As the king of heaven's mechanism, He-She could not publicly rescue an enemy of the heavens unless Jiang Fan provided her with a compelling reason to do so. Jiang Fan, understanding He-She's reservations, promptly offered a rationale that was somewhat acceptable. This Somali is Hua Ye's most trusted aide. Her significance to him is akin to that of Angel Yin to you, irreplaceable and of equal value to the outdated celestial computational technology. You present a valid argument, yet I believe I possess superior alternatives. With a command from Angel Yin, the surrounding angels surged toward Jiang Fan. Seeking death, Jiang Fan mused, realizing that cordial discourse had failed. He unleashed his super speed and instantly positioned himself behind Angel Yin. Before she could react, he executed an enhanced version of the Golden Wheel Rebirth Blast, cleaving through Yan's form. Aware that he must prevent them from accessing the celestial computational device, his attack was aimed at capturing the leader first. This Golden Wheel Rebirth Blast, wielded by the likes of Tsutsuki Shuren, could cleave the moon. In Jiang Fan's hands, it was even more formidable. A golden beam of light materialized in his grasp, sweeping across the vicinity. Any angel or meteorite touched by the beam was reduced to ashes. It appeared that even with the addition of the yin-yang shield technique from the Naruto world, the power of the third divine body could not be extinguished. Jiang Fan remarked to himself, observing the unscathed Angel Yin. He-She and Yin were taken aback as they witnessed the instantaneous annihilation of the first and second generation divine bodies. They swiftly employed the sacred knowledge repository of Kaisa to seal off the surrounding space. Sensing the shift in spatial dynamics, Jiang Fan immediately targeted He-She for his next assault. However, he was a fraction too late. He-She had already begun to activate her ocular powers, initiating the sacred weapon repository, scanning target S vital signs, activating spatial barrier, anti-void, anti-dark energy, antimatter, anti-light energy. These concepts converge to create a logical deadlock, initiating the final adjudication. Just as He-She and Yin believed they had subdued Jiang Fan, He-She heard a system prompt from the Sacred Armory. Warning, due to unknown reasons, target data cannot be read. Final adjudication initiation failed. He-She's already grave expression shifted dramatically upon hearing the failure notification. Observing He-She's pallor, Yin immediately inquired via the angelic channel about the unfolding situation. He-She responded, the initiation of final adjudication has failed. Impossible, Yin retorted. Since Queen Kaisha established the order of justice, no being has ever been able to withstand the final judgment, not even Carl and Morgana, who could only flee. With that, Angel Yin soared once more toward Jiang Fan, refusing to believe that any entity in the known universe could surpass Queen Kaisha in strength. As Yin plunged her sword into Jiang Fan's heart, The tremendous impact propelled him backward by several dozen meters. Are they rewriting the rules of space to restrict my speed and power? Sensing the spatial constraints around him, Jiang Fan grew increasingly eager to acquire the technology of the celestial computer. Angel Yin remarked, though the heavenly mechanism can temporarily weaken his power, his defenses are formidable. Even the silver blade cannot breach his skin. He noted, his abilities and attire closely resemble those of a superhero from a comic created by a race known as humans in the Crimson Crow Star. Indeed, there are superhero comics on Earth, Yin replied, but this individual has already employed several abilities that do not belong to those heroes. She suggested, if you wish to ascertain whether he is that comic-esque superhero, why not test it? During the exchange between Yin and Jiang Fan unleashed several powerful ninjutsu from the Naruto world against them. Yet all his attacks, including his heat ray, were redirected by the space manipulation. Observing their underhanded tactics, Jiang Fan grew weary of this drawn-out confrontation. He opened a portal to leave the confined space. Suddenly, a blinding light illuminated the starfield. It was the red sun. Jiang Fan looked up to see a scarlet sun, the size of half a moon, radiating dazzling brilliance above He. As he felt his strength rapidly deplete, he found himself unable to move. Recognizing the efficacy of the red sun, Angel Yin prepared to eliminate Jiang Fan. With a swift thrust, Jiang Fan was pierced through the heart. However, to Yan's astonishment, the seemingly weakened Jiang Fan suddenly seized her sword hand, and with a backward leap, both entered the portal together. In that critical moment, Jiang Fan was taken aback to find that the panic had vanished from Yan's face, replaced instead by a smirk of triumph. Jiang Fan realized that his schemes had backfired, and he had become the one deceived. Initially, Jiang Fan intended to drag Yin into another world, believing that without the protection of the celestial computer, he could replicate its technology using memories from Krypton. However, he was caught off guard when Angel Yin and she had been performing a ruse from the very beginning, aiming to enter their own portal. At that moment, it was evidently too late for Jiang Fan to withdraw. As Yin stepped into the portal, a powerful wave of regulatory energy emanated from him. Jiang Fan, already weakened by the red sun, felt the world spin around him before losing consciousness. Time passed, and Jiang Fan eventually awoke from a slumber. Upon opening his eyes, he heard a slightly weary middle-aged voice. "Ah, you are awake, young brother." Confused, Jiang Fan glanced around and discovered he was in an elegantly antiquated room. "Last night, you descended from the heavens. I happened to pass by and brought you back to Nanzhao," the middle-aged man continued. It was then that Jiang Fan noticed the man standing by his bedside. Upon closer inspection, he nearly exclaimed in recognition. For this refined gentleman exuded the aura of a scholar and was none other than the renowned scientist of the cultivation world, the moon worshipper, Shi Jiren. Chapter 20. Emperor Yin? How dare someone who cannot even leave Earth claim to be the king of gods? "I see. I thank you, Mr. Moon Worshipper," Jiang Fan said, bowing slightly in gratitude. Despite his robust physique, Jiang Fan recognized the kindness of the Moon Worshipper, who had chosen to assist him without knowledge of his origin, and felt it was only right to express his thanks. The Moon Worshipper graciously accepted Jiang Fan's acknowledgement. "May I ask your name, young brother? Do you hail from the celestial realm? And what brings you to descend from the heavens?" The directness of the Moon Worshipper's inquiries endeared him further to Jiang Fan. "My surname is Jiang, and my given name is Fan. I come from another world, Krypton, as a being beyond Earth. I am not what you refer to as an immortal. In my world, we are known as superheroes." Jiang Fan had no intention of deceiving the Moon Worshipper. Unlike those traversers who trick narrative characters, he felt it unnecessary. Firstly, he held a favorable impression of the Moon Worshipper, and secondly, he possessed absolute confidence in his own capabilities. No matter how formidable the world of Xianjian Qixia might be, it was merely a game played on Earth. Jiang Fan had already attained star-destroying power and felt no inferiority to the immortals of this realm. Was a superhero. Although the Moon Worshipper was well-read, it was his first encounter with the term. The concept of the Superman refers to an individual endowed with abilities far surpassing those of ordinary humans, yet ultimately remains human and not divine. This notion, as elucidated by Jiang Fan, though not entirely grasped by the Moon Worship leader, seemed to imply a formidable presence. The idea of transcending humanity while still identifying as human evokes a similarity to the deities of the celestial realm, albeit with a distinct divergence. It is no wonder that the moon worship leader comprehended this insight fully. Earlier, Jiang Fan referred to our world as Earth, prompting the moon worship leader to inquire further. Indeed, the world you inhabit is Earth, a colossal sphere in its own right. Time passes inexorably, and in the blink of an eye, 4 days have elapsed. During this span, Jiang Fan utilized the portal to transport the spacecraft, subsequently embarking on a mission to impart various facets of modern knowledge to the moon worship leader. Under Jiang Fan's tutelage, the moon worship leader began to acquire a fundamental understanding of the modern concepts that are commonplace to ordinary individuals. This illustrates the formidable challenge of educating an individual from antiquity in contemporary knowledge. Even someone as perceptive and inquisitive as the moon worship leader required 4 days to grasp some basic modern principles. Were it to be another individual, no amount of time spent by Jiang Fan would suffice to instill modern theories, as, in ancient times, most people adhered solely to the knowledge passed down from their ancestors. Any deviation from ancestral teachings was often met with derision, branding the dissenter as a madman or a cultist, sometimes leading to dire consequences for the questioner. The fate of the moon worship leader serves as a poignant example. What transgression did the moon worship leader commit? None, in truth. The reason behind the moon worship leader's actions against the deserters in his youth stemmed from their heinous acts of assaulting women and slaughtering innocents. Was he wrong to purge such evils? Ironically, his so-called righteous guardian, Shi Gonghu, turned a blind eye to the atrocities committed by his subordinates. After the moon worship leader confronted and eliminated the source of this injustice, Shi Gonghu retaliated by branding the moon worship leader a murderer. Jiang Fan even suspected that Shi Gonghu's final assault on the moon worship leader was an attempt to silence him and conceal the misdeeds of his followers. After all, the blow aimed at the moon worship leader's crown was hardly incidental. As the moon worship leader matured, he did not actively seek to oppress or persecute others. Rather, it was the self-righteous figures and descendants of Nuwa who continually sought to instigate trouble for him. Concerning the moon worship leader's purported desire to annihilate the world, Jiang Fan had thoroughly scanned the entire galaxy with the spacecraft. The minuscule amount of water from the water demon's pool was hardly sufficient for world destruction. Whether it could even inundate a village remained debatable. Additionally, with the multitude of deities in the heavens and the presence of the demon lord in the demon realm, a mere handful could easily overpower the moon worship leader. Contemplating the deities, Jiang Fan was struck by an odd sensation. Logically speaking, upon his arrival in this world, Jiang Fan's imparting of modern knowledge to the moon worship sect would undoubtedly interfere with the destinies that the celestial beings in Nuwa had arranged for Li Xiaoyao. However, now that Jiang Fan has stationed his spacecraft beyond the atmosphere, it seems as if those celestial beings are entirely non-existent, with not a single one daring to emerge. Unable to comprehend this anomaly, Jiang Fan decided to set aside his thoughts after providing the moon worship leader with a plethora of books, intending to pay a visit to the renowned wine Sword Immortal. While Jiang Fan enjoyed a leisurely moment, turmoil erupted in the heavenly court. Just a few days prior, a rift in the void suddenly appeared above the Lingxiao Palace, from which emerged a winged woman. With her arrival, the temporal ratio between the celestial realm and the mortal world was forcibly altered by an unknown force. What was once 100 years in the mortal realm equated to a single day in the celestial realm had now transformed into a mere day for both realms. The one who entered the celestial realm was none other than the angel Yan. Previously, upon receiving intelligence from Ji Xin about a being in another world resembling a comic book superhero capable of traversing dimensions at will, Yin and the celestial mechanic Wang Hashi orchestrated a performance to extract Jiang Fan's method of interdimensional travel. To this end, Hashi even notified Kiran, the space-time deity who had ascended to a higher dimension. Yan's confidence in following Jiang Fan through the portal stemmed from the formidable super-cosmic computer crafted for her by Kiran, the Heavenly Path system. This system had taken Kiran tens of thousands of years to develop after his elevation, rivaling the grand clock left for Karl and the sacred armory of Kesha. Long ago, the deities at the zenith of technological advancement within the Super God Academy began their explorations of void entities, departing from the Super God world to seek unknown realms within the endless void. The Heavenly Path system was their specialized technological apparatus for anchoring world coordinates and establishing connections with the Super God Academy's universe. What manner of demon dares to trespass into the celestial realm? Inquired a deity resembling a warrior confronting Yin. In the past, when General Faping was present, the celestial realm boasted competent practitioners. However, since Faping reincarnated and chose not to return as a deity, the realm has been devoid of any formidable expert. Even the demon Lord Zhong Lu has lost interest in these celestial beings, refraining from seeking out confrontations in the heavenly realm. Yin cast a glance at the speaker, disregarding him entirely as she rolled her eyes once more. Initiating the heavenly path system. Anchoring chaotic void coordinates. Coordinate anchoring completed. Commencing connection with the main system. 105-0100 connection successful. Scanning current biological data. Beginning scan. Alert. Current biological entities possess protective forces of rules, rendering data acquisition impossible. Shortly thereafter, Yan's eyes returned to normal. This data retrieval yielded no more than the revelation that the cells of these celestial beings exhibited abnormally high activity, leaving her devoid of further intelligible information. Boldly, the king of the gods, the heavenly emperor, does not kneel even in the face of the divine. The celestial beings who had spoken earlier witnessed Angel Yin not only ignoring them, but also rolling her eyes in disdain. Enraged, they shouted once more. Angel Yin, heavenly emperor? A mere mortal who cannot even leave Earth dares to call himself the king of gods? In chapter 21 of the fantastical saga of divine technology, she declared, "Today, I shall make your soul tremble in fear." Angel Yan's lofty demeanor, which dismissed all others, ignited the fury of every celestial being present. As she faced the advancing immortal, with a mere flick of her wrist, a magnificent sword, exuding an aura of royalty, materialized instantaneously, deflecting the immortal's assault. Its strength was ordinary, yet its penetrating power was formidable. Angel Yin continuously analyzed and collected data on her opponent. "Monster, behold my 7-star sword," the North Dipper's sovereign bellowed, as a blade shimmering with the brilliance of stars swiftly approached. The Tao engine failed to react in time, and the North Dipper sovereign sword had already struck Yan's wing. No spatial wormhole detected. The Tao system's notification caused Yan's brow to furrow. Although she had arrived in this realm, the system's engine had lost the vast data support from the dark dimension. Nevertheless, the Tao system remained linked to the primary system of the super divine universe. Despite losing the ability to conjure from nothing and rewrite concepts, various other functionalities remained accessible, albeit with considerably diminished power compared to their capabilities in the super divine universe. Isn't it supposed to be a spatial ability? Yin pondered, perplexed. The Tao system had detected no spatial fluctuations or trajectories of movement. How then did this sword appear and strike her so suddenly? In that moment, Angel Yin ceased to display her earlier disdainful attitude. With a powerful flap of her wings, she sent the 7-star sword soaring away. The North Dipper sovereign, realizing that his sword could not breach Angel Yin's defenses, turned to the imposing figure clad in silver armor beside him and said, "Giant spirit god, this monster possesses an indestructible body. Come, assist me in vanquishing her." The giant spirit god, recognizing the formidable strength of their adversary, akin to that of the demon lord, ceased to observe idly. With a sweeping motion, a massive double-bladed axe appeared in his grasp, and he brought it crashing down upon Angel Yin. Yin raised her sword to block, but with a resounding clash, she was sent flying over 100 meters by the giant spirit god strike. As she spun mid-air to regain her footing, her gaze towards the giant spirit god revealed her confusion. Logically, one would expect that as size increases, the contact area with air becomes larger, resulting in greater inertia, which would slow down movement. Yet, the giant spirit god's actions flowed seamlessly, displaying none of the sluggishness one might anticipate from such a large figure. "This won't do. Their abilities are too peculiar. I cannot allow them to encircle me." Tian Sure, Yin had witnessed the attack from both the North Star Lord and the giant spirit god. To avert calamity, she immediately sought assistance from He, who was still in the super divine world. Just as the giant spirit god prepared to deliver a decisive blow to Tian Sure Yin, her reinforcements arrived. However, He did not send an angelic legion, but rather a starbreaker cannon, a weapon specifically designed to annihilate asteroids. It was not that He was unwilling to send aid. After numerous attempts, it became evident that no being not native to that realm could be transported there. The moment Tianshi Yin brandished the Starbreaker cannon, the Celestial Emperor, the mightiest of the heavenly realm, sensed the terrifying energy contained within it. She must be dealt with swiftly. I cannot allow her to wield such power, the Celestial Emperor contemplated. Giant Spirit God, North Star Lord, stand down. The Celestial Emperor, who had been lurking behind the divine assembly, suddenly emerged before them. With a swift motion, the Celestial Emperor reached out and clenched his fist towards Tianshi Yin. Confusion clouded her eyes as cracks began to splinter the space around her, resembling shattered glass. As these fissures expanded, she felt her consciousness fracturing in tandem with the space itself. Outsider, declare your purpose for coming to the heavenly realm, or I shall ensure your soul is utterly dispersed, he proclaimed. Clearly, within the brief scuffle between Tianshi Yin, the North Star Lord, and the Giant Spirit God, the Celestial Emperor had already discerned Tianshi Yin's vulnerability. You may certainly try, she retorted, realizing that her opponent would require time to obliterate her consciousness. Otherwise, he would not be engaging in dialogue. Not yielding, the Celestial Emperor commanded the assembled divine beings, all deities, join forces to seal the object in the hands of that foreign demon. Upon hearing this, the divine assembly began casting spells of binding towards the Starbreaker cannon in Tianshi Yin's grasp. As the seals approached, they gradually suppressed and even began to dissipate the energy within the cannon. Enduring the agony of her consciousness being torn apart, she aimed the Starbreaker cannon directly at the Celestial Emperor and fired. At this critical juncture, the Celestial Emperor summoned the Haotian mirror. When the beam collided with the Haotian mirror, a brilliant radiance erupted, followed by a cataclysmic shockwave that ravaged the heavens and the earth. The assembled deities, including the Celestial Emperor and Tianshi Yin, were swept away like mere insects in the face of this overwhelming force, flung to unknown realms. Raging winds howled, pavilions crumbled, and explosions nearly engulfed half of the heavenly realm. Minutes later, the tempestuous winds began to subside, revealing the unscathed silhouette of Lingshao Palace once more. At that moment, the Haotian mirror hovered above the palace, having completely deflected the Starbreaker cannon's assault. Such explosive power should have obliterated that aberration, the Giant Spirit God remarked uncertainly. She must have escaped to the mortal realm, using the explosion's force. Is it necessary for us to descend to the lower realm to apprehend her? Inquired the Giant Spirit God. For now, there is no need to concern ourselves with her, since she has the ability to traverse into our world. She must also possess a means to return, the Heavenly Emperor replied solemnly. In the mortal realm, in Wuxi City, Lu Jinyuan was preparing to visit his cousin. Just as he had not ventured far, a fireball descended from the heavens and struck directly in his path. Fu Bo sent a couple of men ahead to investigate. Lu Jinyuan instructed the elderly man beside him. As you command. Fu Bo immediately dispatched several servants to assess the situation. Before long, the servants returned with a report. Young master, the figure that fell from the sky is a woman clad in golden armor, and she appears to be gravely injured. Take me to see her, Lu Jinyuan said, his benevolent nature stirring him to rescue the wounded woman. Fu Bo, sensing something amiss, cautioned Lu Jinyuan. This woman may have been harmed by a cultivator. If you choose to aid her, you might find yourself entangled in her troubles. Do not worry, Fu Bo. I shall exercise discretion, Lu Jinyuan reassured him. Seeing that his advice was in vain, Fu Bo acquiesced and assisted Lu Jinyuan in bringing the woman onto the carriage, before returning to Wuxi City to find an inn for temporary lodging. Observing the bloodied woman lying on the bed, Fu Bo hastily sent for a physician. Meanwhile, Lu Jinyuan gazed at the beautiful woman in armor and could not help but recall his cousin, who delighted in wielding weapons. Chapter 22. Lu Jinyuan elsewhere. Jiang Fan bid farewell to the moon worship leader, intending to visit the Wine Sword Immortal. However, on his journey to Mount Shu, a spaceship stationed outside Earth detected an energy fluctuation from Angel Yin. Jiang Fan promptly altered his course, heading towards Wuxi City. Now, having arrived in the world of the legend of the Sword and Fairy, Angel Yin lacked the support of the celestial computer and the vast database of the Dark Dimension, presenting an opportune moment to acquire the technology of celestial computing. With the precise coordinates of Angel Yin, Jiang Fan reached Wuxi City in a mere 2 minutes, though he refrained from entering the city directly. Instead, he changed into an outfit befitting ancient times before making his entrance. Indeed, The superhero costume was rather ostentatious. Appearing in such attire would surely invite ridicule. Clad in a flowing white silk robe, wielding a scholar's fan, and adorned with a physique that accentuated his form. Along with his handsome visage, Jiang Fan exuded the charm of a refined gentleman. Upon entering Wuxi City, Jiang Fan soon noticed a crowd gathered around Nin, engaged in animated discussion. As he approached, he was taken aback to see a throng of physicians carrying a blonde woman down the stairs. The onlookers were fixated on the woman's long legs, with whispers of admiration echoing in Jiang Fan's ears. At that moment, Lu Jinyuan descended the stairs and addressed the crowd. "I am Lu Jinyuan. Is there anyone here who can tend to this young lady? I am willing to offer 200 taels of silver." Upon the utterance of those words, several physicians around began to assert their willingness to attempt a cure. They proceeded to take Yan's pulse and observe her complexion, with one even producing a set of needles in preparation for acupuncture. There is no need for acupuncture. This young lady possesses an indomitable spirit, impervious to harm, declared a doctor who had descended from the upper floor. The physician intent on administering acupuncture retorted angrily, "Nonsense. I have treated no fewer than 10 martial arts masters, and I have yet to encounter anyone with such an invulnerable physique." With that, he thrust the needle towards Yin, only to have it bend without even piercing her skin. "Impossible," he exclaimed, attempting several more times, each effort yielding the same result. After multiple failed attempts to penetrate her skin, he resorted to producing a small knife, aiming to make a slight incision. Yet, to the astonishment of the onlookers, he pressed the knife against Yan's wrist with great force until it snapped under the strain, without leaving a single mark on her skin. "I refuse to believe this," he exclaimed, striding to the kitchen of the inn. He returned wielding an axe used for chopping wood, and with horrified gazes upon him, he raised it to strike Yan's wrist. "What are you doing? Stop him!" Fubo, witnessing the physician's intent to harm Yan, was seized by panic and urgently instructed his servants to restrain the deluded doctor. "This young lady is no ordinary person. Should any harm befall her while in my young master's presence, the repercussions from her sect or family would spell ruin for the Lu family." "Allow me." Jiang Fan stepped forth from the crowd. "Young man, are you a physician as well?" Fubo questioned, finding it hard to believe someone so young could be a doctor. "I am not a physician, but like her, I am no ordinary individual." As he spoke, a gentle light emanated from Jiang Fan's hand, and amidst the astonished gazes of those present, he placed his hand upon Yan's forehead. Connection successful. Beginning to scan genetic data. Acquiring data. 150100. Initiating memory replication. 2050. Warning. Target's genetic firewall activated. Memory replication failed. Damn it, it failed. Jiang Fan could hardly believe that the angelic genetic engine was functioning autonomously without the support of the dark dimension, even while Yin lay unconscious. Just as he lamented this unfortunate turn of events, the previously unconscious angel, Yin, stirred awake. Upon regaining consciousness, she fixed her gaze upon Jiang Fan and stated, "You access my memories." Although phrased as a question, her tone was assertive. Jiang Fan, feeling somewhat awkward, replied, "Do you believe me if I say I failed to retrieve them?" "I believe you," Yin affirmed, demonstrating confidence in her genetic firewall. Jiang Fan felt an overwhelming sense of melancholy. Despite Krypton's advanced technology, which had already attained a godlike civilization, the realm of the Super God Academy was ironically characterized by technological blind spots that Krypton had yet to explore. Observing a gradual improvement in Yan's condition, Jiang Fan proposed, "Shall we strike a deal? I shall return you to your world, and in exchange, you will impart the technology of a celestial computer to me." After a moment's contemplation, Yin replied, "I am currently gravely injured and unable to activate the engine to contact He-She. Thus, until I recover, my life rests in your hands." Noticing the sincerity in Yan's expression, Jiang Fan acquiesced to his request. However, he remained oblivious to the subtle smile that flickered across Yan's face as he turned to converse with Lu Jinyuan. At that moment, Jiang Fan was engrossed in a lively discussion with Lu Jinyuan, entirely unaware of the predicament Yin had cleverly orchestrated. "With so many attendants, where is young Master Lu heading?" Jiang Fan inquired, feigning ignorance. "I have just achieved the highest honors and am preparing to journey to Suzhou," Lu Jinyuan responded. "Is that so? What a coincidence. For I too intend to visit the martial arts leader Lin Tianan in Suzhou." while visiting Lin Tianan was secondary. Jiang Fan's primary aim was to acquire the five-spirit sorcery from Zhao Ling, a crucial aspect of the renowned game, Xianjian Qishejuan. According to the memories he possessed, the five-spirit sorcery represented the five most potent natural forces: wind, thunder, water, fire, and earth, which together maintain the balance of the universe. This sorcery embodied the five attributes, allowing the practitioner to wield their power for offense, defense, healing, and enhancement. Moreover, the greater the practitioner's spiritual energy, the more formidable the five-spirit sorcery became, a technique that evolved alongside personal growth. Since young Master Jiang is also heading that way, why don't we travel together? Lu Jinyuan suggested, eager for Jiang Fan to accompany him to his cousin's home. Jiang Fan, perceptive to Lu Jinyuan's underlying motives, fearing that his cousin might be swayed by Jiang Fan's striking looks, found the invitation fortuitous. He had been contemplating a way to approach Li Xiaoyao and Zhao Linger, and Lu Jinyuan's timely suggestion served as an unexpected boon. I am of the same mind. Let's set off promptly, while the day is still young. In truth, Lu Jinyuan had already intended to depart for Suzhou. He had instructed his men to carry the still unconscious Yan along, aiming to seek the expertise of Lin Tianan, the martial arts leader, in hopes of healing Yan. However, the urgency of Lu Jinyuan's journey stemmed from the news that his beloved cousin was to engage in a martial arts competition for suitors, a matter of utmost importance to him. As Lu Jinyuan prepared his belongings, Jiang Fan turned to Yin and asked, "In your current state, are you able to travel?" Chapter 23. The Eight Extremes. Lu Jinyuan, due to the time lost during the day, despite hastening their pace, the group only managed to traverse two-thirds of the journey by midnight. In this desolate area, devoid of villages or inns, Jiang Fan resorted to employing his wood-based techniques to construct a grand villa for their rest. This display of skill did not evoke surprise among the others, for in this world, there exists a multitude of cultivators adept in various arcane arts, rendering such feats commonplace. Within the chamber, Jiang Fan was remotely controlling a puppet to fabricate a human-style vessel. Given that technological means could not access the memories of Angel Yan, he had no choice but to resort to non-technological methods. Jiang Fan harbored little belief that Yin would willingly share her technology. After all, he was not a being of the super-divine realm. As angels, their duty was to fend off the incursions of the void. Though Jiang Fan did not belong to the void either, he also did not belong to the super-divine universe, making camaraderie between them exceedingly difficult. In another room, Yin was engaged in discussion with he-she regarding strategies to confront Jiang Fan. To them, an entity capable of traversing realms will pose a significant threat to the entire universe. He-she remarked, "It seems he will not relinquish the celestial computer technology." Yin, during this period, seek to establish a non-aggression pact with him. Yin replied, "Are you concerned about that bald man remaining on Earth?" He-she responded, "While that bald man is formidable, he lacks interstellar capabilities. My concern lies with the chicken that appeared alongside them." Jixian had learned from Lu Chuang that this chicken was under the supervision of a time-space administrator known as Little King Kong. With their current strength, confronting so many powerful adversaries simultaneously was beyond their capacity. Yin stated, "Thus, we should leverage their relationship with Lu Chuang to counter Carl and Huayi." While Jiang Fan and Angel Yin were engaged in their respective schemes, Lu Jinyuan found himself in a state of unrest. He paced back and forth in his room, pondering the sudden martial arts competition his cousin had organized. He fretted that if a suitor whom she did not favor emerged victorious, her happiness would be irrevocably compromised. What to do? Lu Jinyuan was at a loss until he inadvertently glanced towards Jiang Fan's room. Of course, young Master Jiang is a cultivator. Without hesitation, he rushed to Jiang Fan's chamber, forgetting to knock, and entered, bowing deeply as he implored Jiang Fan to accept him as a disciple and teach him martial arts. Jiang Fan, who was in the midst of remotely controlling a spaceship, was momentarily taken aback by Lu Jinyuan's earnest plea. Once he regained his composure, he inquired, "You seek my guidance for your cousin, do you not?" "Indeed, my cousin is preparing for the martial arts competition," Lu Jinyuan affirmed without hesitation. Observing Lu Jinyuan's anxious demeanor, Jiang Fan recalled his words of wisdom from a television drama. In love, understanding surpasses mere affection. Rather than cling to obsession, transform it into blessings. Do not allow those who love you to be worn down by your love. Conversely, with your love, grant him the strength to soar high. If fate truly exists, even when separated by vast distances, hearts will remain intertwined. To genuinely love someone is to regard their happiness as one's own. If another can bestow upon him greater joy than you can, then let him go. From Lu Jinyuan's counsel to Zhaolinger, Jiang Fan comprehends that Lu Jinyuan's desire to master martial arts for the sake of competition is not to vanquish Lin Yuru, but rather to afford her a chance to choose for herself. The falling blossoms may yearn for the flowing stream, yet the stream remains indifferent to the blossoms. Is it worth it? Jiang Fan inquired of Lu Jinyuan. There is no worth or lack thereof, only willingness or reluctance. For my cousin Yuru, I am willing. Lu Jinyuan's candidness regarding his emotions fills Jiang Fan with admiration. Very well, I can teach you martial arts. However, whether you can surpass your cousin is contingent upon your own efforts. Jiang Fan acquiesced to Lu Jinyuan, primarily due to his profound respect for him. Throughout the narrative of the legend of Sword and Fairy, Lu Jinyuan emerges as the most perceptive yet lamentable character. He is refined and gentle, steadfast in love and loyalty, perpetually illuminating the path for others while shrouded in solitude and unending sorrow, with no one to confide in. His affection for his cousin, born from pity, propels him to enter the martial arts competition, where a fall from grace is merely a reflection of his lack of skill. In pursuit of martial prowess, he seeks to learn from the carefree wanderer, striving towards the direction that may captivate Yuru's heart, yet can only offer limited companionship. Listening to her confessions of love and anguish for the carefree wanderer, enabling her happiness in following him. Concerning his wife, Kai Yi, an unintentional act of kindness brings him a debt of gratitude and the specter of death. He feigns indifference towards Kai Yi, aware of his dwindling days, unwilling to burden others. Yet ultimately, Kai Yi sacrifices herself merely to extend his life by a few years. Everyone assumes he would forget, yet he remains perhaps the most lucid among them. Tragically, he understands that he does not love her, even when confronted by the vengeful fox spirit, who masquerades as his cousin to draw near. He recognizes the ruse, yet still yearns for that fleeting warmth. Upon hearing the tale of the fox spirit couple, he harbors no prejudice, instead devising a means to rescue her husband. Following their demise at the hands of the carefree wanderer and Lin Yuru, he erupts in rare fury, yet no one comprehends his sorrow or the reasons behind it. In summary, Lu Jinyuan stands as the sole enlightened spiritual guide throughout the saga of the legend of Sword and Fairy. He listens to the hearts of all, yet his own remains unheard. Carefree and unburdened, he dares to abandon fame and fortune. He waits in vain, lamenting the elusive heart he seeks. Though I am strong, I cannot interfere with the desires of others. May my intervention this time alter the course of these tragedies, Jiang Fan mused as he watched Lu Jinyuan's departing figure. The following morning, as the group prepared for yet another journey, Jiang Fan summoned Lu Jinyuan to a nearby clearing, ready to impart a set of 8 extremes fist techniques to him. On Jiang Fan's spacecraft, there exists a plethora of martial arts and ninjutsu from the world of Naruto. However, these require extensive training and refinement, making them unsuitable for Lu Jinyuan at this moment. Thus, Jiang Fan chose to impart the immensely powerful Baji Quan to Lu Jinyuan. Internal memory of the 8 intentions, external manifestation of the 8 forms, power emanating in all directions, commanding energy with intent, harnessing force with chi. Jiang Fan elucidated while commencing a demonstration. With a precise elbow strike, Jiang Fan shattered a boulder larger than a human being with a resounding crash. Following this, he executed a rapid, close-range assault, causing a tree, which would take 2 adults to embrace, to splinter and erupt into wood chips. Given Jiang Fan's indomitable physique, he had deliberately tempered his destructive capability. Nevertheless, the onlookers were astounded by the potency of Jiang Fan's Baji Quan demonstration. While they were accustomed to seeing internal martial arts or cultivation techniques capable of splitting mountains and shattering stones, it was exceedingly rare to witness such formidable destruction emanating solely from a technique devoid of internal energy. Chapter 24. A strong yet delicate woman after completing the demonstration. Jiang Fan instructed Lu Jinyuan to practice the Baji Quan forms. It was undeniable that Lu Jinyuan, a prodigy, managed to memorize the moves after just a single viewing. Following several more demonstrations from Jiang Fan, Lu Jinyuan flawlessly learned the techniques. Observing Lu Jinyuan's progressively proficient movements, and sensing the opportune moment. Jiang Fan imparted the core essence of the martial art to him. You must remember, he emphasized, that merely learning the forms is insufficient. The essence of Baji Quan lies in an unwavering spirit of invincibility and relentless forward momentum. Therefore, when engaging with opponents, you must avoid hesitation. Lu Jinyuan nodded in understanding. And then Jiang Fan instructed him to summon the angel, Yin. Upon hearing Jiang Fan's suggestion to spar with Yin, Lu Jinyuan immediately protested. How could a 7-foot-tall man like me dare to bully a delicate woman? Jiang Fan couldn't contain his laughter, genuinely amused by Lu Jinyuan's earnestness. What could possibly bring you such joy? Just then, Yin, who had just finished a conversation with He Shi, was drawn over by Jiang Fan's laughter. Upon Yan's approach, Lu Jinyuan suddenly realized that this woman before him, Yin, was no ordinary person. With a smirk, Jiang Fan suppressed his mirth and explained to Yin, "You see, I just taught Jinyuan a set of martial arts, and I wanted you to impart some practical experience. Who would have thought he would refer to you as a delicate woman?" Jiang Fan's jest left Lu Jinyuan feeling somewhat embarrassed in front of Yin. Jinyuan is quite right. Isn't he? Do I not appear to be a delicate woman? Yin teased Lu Jinyuan in a playful tone. Beside him, Jiang Fan finally ceased his laughter and addressed Lu Jinyuan. Indeed, you should practice on this delicate maiden first. Otherwise, if you become flustered in the presence of women, how will you ever triumph over your cousin? Observing the earnest expression on Jiang Fan's face, Lu Jinyuan realized that he was not jesting and turned his gaze towards Yin. Come now, Yin said, her face adorned with an innocent smile, signaling Lu Jinyuan to commence. My apologies, Miss Yin, Lu Jinyuan said, cupping his hands in a gesture of respect. He then assumed the initial stance of Bagwazang, channeling energy within, and launched a palm strike towards Yin. In response to Lu Jinyuan's attack, Yin merely raised her hand and deftly deflected his incoming palm, causing his strike to veer off course and narrowly miss her body. However, undeterred by his initial failure, Lu Jinyuan swiftly altered his approach, twisting his body to retract his palm and executing a whip kick aimed at Yin's waist. Yin seized Lu Jinyuan's sweeping leg with one hand, exploiting an opening to deliver a strike to his abdomen. Consequently, Lu Jinyuan was propelled several meters away. What a formidable delicate maiden, Jiang Fan remarked, observing the spectacle with a hint of sarcasm. Lu Jinyuan lay on the ground, grimacing in pain. Is this where you concede? Yan's voice, tinged with disdain, reached Lu Jinyuan's ears. For the sake of my cousin, enduring some hardship is but a trivial matter. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Lu Jinyuan rose once more and launched another attack at Yin. As seconds turned into minutes, and minutes into hours, 2 hours swiftly elapsed. Throughout this duration, Lu Jinyuan found himself bested by the angelic Yin over a dozen times. Yet with each encounter, he adapted his techniques in response to her assaults. By the final exchanges, he had transcended the confines of Bagwazang's prescribed moves. This level of mastery was beyond even Li Xiaoyao's capabilities. Although Li Xiaoyao had a knack for learning martial arts quickly, he remained shackled by technique, and thus, even with the millennium of power bestowed by the Red Demon King, he could not surpass his master, the Wine Sword Immortal. This exemplified the disparity in realms of understanding. With a resounding thud, Lu Jinyuan was once again sent sprawling by Yin. Before he could regain his footing, Jiang Fan called out to him. Young Master Jiang, I could continue sparring with Miss Yin for an entire day. Lu Jinyuan replied, his body bruised and battered. Jiang Fan delivered a playful tap to his head. Do you still wish to visit your cousin? It was then that Lu Jinyuan realized, unbeknownst to him, he had endured an hour of Yan's relentless training. As the venerable Fu Bo assisted the nearly incapacitated Lu Jinyuan into the carriage, Angel Yin remarked to Jiang Fan, that lad is quite impressive. With that, she too returned to the carriage. Jiang Fan had not anticipated that Lu Jinyuan would receive such high praise from Angel Yin. It was worth noting that within the realm of the Super God Academy, Yin had always maintained an aura of superiority, even regarding Gu Shaolin and Di Lena as mere children in her eyes. It seemed that my unassuming apprentice possessed a rather admirable charm. Returning to the carriage, Jiang Fan retrieved a vial of enhanced potion from the spacecraft, albeit one that had been diluted several times. The truth was, the members of the Akatsuki could fully absorb the potion's enhancements due to their lifelong training and years of relentless combat, resulting in a harmonious integration of strength and physique. thus enabling them to harness the potion's powers. Conversely, Lu Jinyuan, being a scholar with no martial training, possessed a frail constitution. He could scarcely lift a bucket of water. Had the potion not been diluted, his body would have been incapable of withstanding its potency. Inside the carriage, Lu Jinyuan, whose face had been thoroughly bruised, observed as Jiang Fan produced a cylindrical object. Before he could voice his inquiry, Jiang Fan swiftly injected the potion into his body. Bear with it. I have administered a special elixir. After a good rest, your injuries will completely heal. Upon realizing that Jiang Fan was using such a miraculous remedy to treat his wounds, Lu Jinyuan expressed his gratitude and refrained from fidgeting any further. The remaining distance was not far, and after traveling for over 3 hours, they arrived in the bustling city of Suzhou. It must be said that Suzhou was indeed lively, echoing the saying, "Above there is paradise, below there is Suzhou and Hangzhou." Today, Jiang Fan finally witnessed this for himself. The streets were lined with shops, and the soft glow of the setting sun bathed the red brick and green-tiled rooftops, as well as the vividly colored eaves of the buildings. The group casually entered a nearby tavern and ordered several pots of fine wine. It was Jiang Fan's first experience dining in ancient times, and on a whim, he wished to sample an array of ancient delicacies. He turned to the tavern attendant and said, "Bring forth every delicacy your establishment offers. Today's feast is on behalf of the newly crowned scholar, Lu Jinyuan." Upon hearing Lu Jinyuan's name, the tavern keeper immediately commanded the kitchen to cease all ongoing preparations and prioritize dishes for Lu Jinyuan. Who does he think he is? Did no one notice we arrived first? First come, first served, do you understand? Why should it be prioritized? A young man's discontented voice rang out toward the tavern keeper. Following the sound, Jiang Fan spotted a young man and woman seated in a corner. The man was handsome, bearing a golden sword and a peachwood sword, while the woman resembled a pure white lotus, her eyes sparkling with life, exuding an ethereal beauty and grace that captivated all around her, evoking a deep-seated desire to protect her. The two individuals speaking were none other than Jiang Fan's targets, Li Xiaoyao and Zhao Linger. The moment Jiang Fan laid eyes on Zhao Ling, he was reminded of the character Zai Longnu from the world of the Return of the Condor Heroes. They appeared to be cut from the same cloth, the only distinction being their temperaments. Zhao Linger embodied a gentle and kind nature, while Zai Longnu exuded a cold and intelligent demeanor. It would be unfair to compare them. Each had their own merits. Noticing Jiang Fan's prolonged gaze on Zhao Linger, Li Xiaoyao thought to himself, "Why does this fellow keep staring at my Linger? Could it be that he harbors ill intentions? No, I must ensure Linger maintains her distance from this man. Since you have arrived first, why not join us for a meal?" Jiang Fan graciously invita Li Xiao. Certainly, Zhao Linger, unlike Li Xiaoyao, was not burdened by many thoughts. Having recently departed from Xianling Island, she had yet to encounter the complexities of life, and thus, when others treated her kindly, she reciprocated with warmth. However, upon hearing this, Li Xiaoyao felt a wave of discontent, particularly at Jiang Fan's unsolicited invitation. Deep within, he became increasingly convinced that Jiang Fan harbored ill intentions towards his beloved Linger. Li Xiaoyao's life experiences had taught him one fundamental truth. There is no such thing as a free lunch. If someone treated him well without reason, they were either a fool or had ulterior motives. Li Xiaoyao assessed that Jiang Fan was certainly not a fool, prompting him to resolve to distance Zhao Linger from him. Suddenly, Li Xiaoyao recalled that they had matters to attend to and declared, "We shall not impose on this esteemed scholar as hospitality. Farewell." With that, he took Zhao Linger by the hand and exited the tavern. Jiang Fan paid little mind to their departure, for he knew that Li Xiaoyao and Zhao Linger were headed towards the direction where Lin Yuru was meting out punishment to commoners. As Jiang Fan dined with Lu Jinyuan and Angel Yan, he simultaneously employed his extraordinary vision and hearing to observe the unfolding events. As expected, Li Xiaoyao soon encountered Lin Yuru, and the narrative returned to its intended course. Just as Jiang Fan was about to retract his focus, he inadvertently noticed a figure clad in a dragon robe standing atop the city wall, gazing down at him. Despite the barriers between them, Jiang Fan and the man scrutinized each other as if no obstacles existed. "I await you beyond the heavens." The man's voice resonated in Jiang Fan's ears, as if the distance between them was inconsequential. Glancing at Lu Jinyuan and Angel Yan, who were engrossed in their meal, Jiang Fan realized they were oblivious to the voice that had just spoken. "I must attend to some matters. Please continue dining," he said, and with that, his figure vanished from sight. The onlookers exchanged puzzled glances, bewildered by Jiang Fan's sudden departure. "Why did young Master Jiang leave in such haste?" Lu Jinyuan inquired curiously. "How would I know?" Angel Yin replied, continuing to savor the delectable dishes before her. Beyond the confines of Earth, Jiang Fan had donned a sleek black superhero suit. Now, facing the enigmatic man directly. "Outsider, I am the Heavenly Emperor of this realm. You should not meddle in the affairs of mortals." The Heavenly Emperor conveyed through a psychic transmission, his tone laced with malice. "Is that all you came to tell me? My apologies, but I have already intervened." Jiang Fan retorted boldly, fully aware that the Heavenly Emperor had now turned hostile. He had anticipated this confrontation ever since he had introduced modern science to the moon worship cult, knowing that if they disseminated contemporary technology throughout the mortal realm, belief in immortals would wane. Seeking death, the Heavenly Emperor declared, initiating the assault. With a wave of his hand, a sword aura measuring several meters surged toward Jiang Fan. "Child's play," Jiang Fan scoffed. Jiang Fan extended his hand to strike at the sword energy, which promptly dissipated upon contact with his palm, despite its initially fierce demeanor. Quite impressive. The Heavenly Emperor raised his hand and summoned a dozen black iron chains that materialized out of thin air, swiftly extending towards Jiang Fan. Remarkably, even at full throttle, Jiang Fan's super speed merely matched the velocity of these chains. Realizing he could not escape their grasp, Jiang Fan resorted to unleashing a thermal beam directed at the Heavenly Emperor. However, the Heavenly Emperor remained unperturbed, seemingly prepared to confront Jiang Fan's attack head-on. Just as the thermal beam was about to collide with him, a semi-transparent ancient circular mirror appeared before the Heavenly Emperor, reflecting Jiang Fan's beam onto a nearby meteorite. In the silence of space, a brilliant flash erupted as the meteorite, roughly the size of Suzhou City, was obliterated by the reflected thermal energy. Suddenly, Jiang Fan, while engaged in his assault against the Heavenly Emperor, was inadvertently struck by one of the iron chains, sending him hurtling thousands of meters away into a belt of meteorites. His body crashed through several colossal meteorites until he finally came to a halt after colliding with the eighth one, summoning a reincarnation eye from the Kryptonian spacecraft. Jiang Fan clasped his hands together, channeling his energy to activate the eye's power. Sacrificing this reincarnation eye, he invoked the technique known as Earth Explosion Star to seal the Heavenly Emperor. Just as he prepared to press the advantage, the Heavenly Emperor suddenly sensed an overwhelming gravitational force enveloping him. Fragments of the meteorite that had been destroyed by Jiang Fan's thermal beam rushed towards him from all directions, swiftly encasing him. In no time, a new meteorite, identical in size to the previous one, materialized before Jiang Fan, with the Heavenly Emperor trapped at its core. Yet, mere seconds later, Jiang Fan observed fissures appearing on the surface of the meteorite. With a resounding crack, the meteorite shattered, and the Heavenly Emperor emerged unscathed from his confinement. But the encounter was far from over. Jiang Fan conjured a wind-attribute shuriken infused with the 5 elemental properties and the yin-yang shield technique. Furthermore, he exhaled a breath of icy air upon it. "Let us see how you counter this." Jiang Fan hurled the shuriken towards the Heavenly Emperor. Just as the shuriken was about to be intercepted by the ancient mirror, Jiang Fan utilized the divine force to teleport the Heavenly Emperor from behind the mirror to its front. What has happened? The Heavenly Emperor, bewildered, was struck by the wind shuriken, and the explosive force cleared a radius of several thousand meters around him. Observing the epicenter of the explosion, Jiang Fan soared towards it, unwilling to believe that the esteemed Heavenly Emperor could be vanquished by such trivial antics. As the radiance of the wind shuriken faded, the Heavenly Emperor appeared somewhat disheveled. Yet his body bore no significant injuries. Just as the Heavenly Emperor prepared to cast another spell, Jiang Fan had already reached him. Without hesitation, Jiang Fan delivered a powerful punch to the Heavenly Emperor's forehead. A powerful force erupted from the fist, propelling the Heavenly Emperor to the moon. The tremendous impact carving a deep trench into the lunar surface. As the Heavenly Emperor steadied himself, Jiang Fan reappeared beside him, delivering another punch that sent the Emperor flying once again. "Am I bleeding? After so many years, you are only the second person to injure me." As he spoke, the Heavenly Emperor's form began to swell, rapidly towering to over 1,000 meters. Is this the manifestation of the celestial realm? Gazing upon the emperor's colossal figure, Jiang Fan clasped his hands and bellowed, "Ninjutsu! Transformation into the Buddha." Chapter 26. Saitama's frustrating setup. A surge of immense energy flowed from Jiang Fan, permeating the surface of the moon. With a resounding cry, a giant maid of wood erupted from the ground. "You dare to show off such trivial techniques before me?" With that, the heavenly emperor pointed his finger as if wielding a sword, slicing through the void to reveal a spatial rift beside him. He reached into the rift, extracting a massive sword hundreds of meters long, and struck at Jiang Fan's wooden giant. The blade flashed, severing one of the wooden giant's arms. Indeed, the ninjutsu of the Naruto world could not compare to the celestial manifestations of the cultivation realm. After invoking the celestial manifestation, the emperor's power multiplied several times, and his agility showed no signs of lag. Observing the lumbering wooden giant, Jiang Fan realized that not only was it slow in movement, but its defense and offensive capabilities paled in comparison to the heavenly emperor. Ninjutsu, wood dragon technique. As the heavenly emperor's immense form touched the lunar surface, a wooden dragon suddenly burst forth from the ground, wrapping itself tightly around the emperor's colossal body. Jiang Fan understood that the wooden dragon would not restrain the heavenly emperor for long, and his own steel physique could not contend with the emperor's celestial manifestation. Thus, he sought assistance from his friends in the chat group. In the chat group, Jiang Fan messaged Saitama, "I am facing a formidable enemy here. Would you care to join me in battle?" Accompanying the message was a dimensional travel icon. In the world of the Super Academy, Saitama had just shattered a main battleship of the Tathagata with a single punch and was preparing to assist Gu Xiaoluan and others in another war zone when he received a new message alert from the chat group. Upon reading that Jiang Fan was confronted by an enemy so powerful that even he could not defeat, Saitama quickly notified the others and chose to traverse to the world of the legend of the sword and fairy. Meanwhile, the Time Chicken and the Patriotic Person were aiding Sun Wukong in attacking the last battleship of the Tathagata army in this region. At the same time, Emperor Chakra and Han Li had transformed into the heads of a recycling station, tasked with collecting the debris of various battleships and weapons from the Tathagata army. Wherever they went, nothing was left standing, causing even the many high-ranking officials of Huaxia directing the battle from the North Star to twitch in disbelief. The group leader noted the emergence of a formidable enemy and informed the group that Saitama had already departed. "Should we not go and take a look?" The people of the motherland spoke to Han Li and his companions, to which Emperor Shutian hurriedly responded that he had just upgraded to the second generation of divine body and had not yet exhausted his vitality. Han Li remarked that the enemy, against whom even the group leader felt compelled to ally with Saitama, was evidently formidable. They feared their involvement might be of little consequence, and it would be wiser to assist Lu Chuang in dealing with the invaders first. In the realm of Xianjian Qishajuan, the celestial emperor's body trembled, shattering the wooden dragon that had bound him. Upon seeing the celestial emperor break free, Jiang Fan's second sealing technique was still incomplete. Yet the emperor had already lunged towards him. He obliterated the finger of annihilation. The celestial emperor clenched his fist, leaving only his index finger to point menacingly at Jiang Fan, who felt a palpable threat of death emanating from that finger. In that moment, the scene resembled an adult human crushing a fly with a mere finger. Realizing evasion was impossible, Jiang Fan activated the portal to shield himself. When the emperor's colossal finger collided with the portal, an overwhelming force radiated outward, producing a sound that even the silence of the vacuum could not suppress. What artifact could possibly withstand my finger of annihilation? The emperor pondered, retracting his finger and contemplating the portal. With this gate in existence, you cannot slay me. However, before Jiang Fan could complete his thought, the emperor struck out with a sword toward the void. Confused as to why the emperor was attacking emptiness, Jiang Fan was suddenly hit by an assault. What the hell? It can bypass spatial distance and directly strike my body. He realized, as long as I separate you from this door, you cannot defend against my attack. With that, the emperor prepared to swing his sword again. Just as Jiang Fan was about to summon the portal, a shadow surged forth from it and landed a punch that sent the emperor flying. "Saitama!" Jiang Fan exclaimed in delight. Yet, he forgot that sound could not travel through the vacuum, and Saitama could not hear him. Noticing Saitama's bewildered expression, Jiang Fan quickly resorted to their group chat for communication. Saitama quickly continued to pound him, "Don't stop." However, Saitama's response left Jiang Fan utterly flabbergasted. "I wish I could, but I'm just a human. I can't fly, and in the vastness of space, moving without something to push against is quite difficult. What nonsense is this? Is this how it's going to be?" Jiang Fan sighed, exasperated. From the memories of the traversers he had consumed, Saitama had been able to dominate deities of the fourth dimension, their battles decimating entire star systems. It was inconceivable that now Saitama would present such a predicament to Jiang Fan. Recognizing Saitama was unreliable in this moment, Jiang Fan resorted once more to the group chat for a grand summoning. "Time Chicken, I'm in trouble here. Think of a way." In the world of Super God Academy, Time Chicken looked at the message from Jiang Fan in shock. Hasn't Saitama already arrived? Could it be that even Saitama has been defeated? The situation unfolded as Jiang Fan succinctly explained the matter to the Time Chicken, who promptly returned to the realm of the 10,000 cold jokes in search of an artifact capable of subduing the Celestial Emperor. Meanwhile, Saitama was fiercely engaged in combat with the Celestial Emperor. Due to the constraints of movement in the vastness of space, the Celestial Emperor resorted exclusively to ranged attacks, never daring to approach Saitama directly. After deftly evading several of Saitama's powerful punches, the Celestial Emperor realized that Saitama relied solely on his invincible strength to confront his adversaries, lacking any semblance of strategy or technique. This revelation sparked a bold idea within the Celestial Emperor. During the subsequent encounters, he employed counterattacks, utilizing Saitama's own force against him, attempting to redirect Saitama's punches back onto himself. However, to the Celestial Emperor's dismay, even after receiving several blows from his own fists, Saitama remained utterly unfazed. Recognizing his inability to harm Saitama, the Celestial Emperor decisively abandoned his intent to eliminate him and redirected his focus towards Jiang Fan. Upon witnessing Saitama emerge from the dimensional portal summoned by Jiang Fan, the Celestial Emperor comprehended that Jiang Fan was indeed the mastermind behind the invasion of this world. If Jiang Fan were to proliferate modern technology among mortals, they would no longer require or revere deities like himself. While the Celestial Emperor's aspirations were noble, reality proved to be rather stark. On the moon, beside Jiang Fan, the portal suddenly expanded rapidly, and a colossal robot emerged from within. "Young man, behold, the Time Chicken has arrived." Chapter 27. The Invincible Time Chicken. What is the meaning of bringing a Gundam here? Don't tell me you intend to use this Gundam to battle the Celestial Emperor? Jiang Fan inquired, his expression darkening. Offended by Jiang Fan's disregard for his Gundam, the Time Chicken retorted, "Listen here, young lad. This Gundam was crafted with the Creator's staff and has been further enhanced by the River God. In its heyday, even the little gold king wielded it against the primordial heavenly sovereign. Is it truly that formidable?" Jiang Fan was genuinely taken aback. Meanwhile, the Celestial Emperor grew increasingly uneasy as he noticed the influx of more and stronger extraterrestrial beings. In this world, apart from himself, the only one with comparable power was Nuwa, who lay in slumber. Thus, the Celestial Emperor realized he was the sole deity capable of maintaining the balance of the three realms. As for his celestial soldiers, he deemed them utterly unreliable. "That towering figure over there, you now have two choices. Either concede immediately, or I shall force you to yield. Choose wisely." The Time Chicken's taunting words ignited a spark of fury within the Celestial Emperor, who had been contemplating withdrawal. As the saying goes, a warrior may be slain, but must not be humiliated. The Celestial Emperor, indignant, could barely contain his anger. With a swift motion, a blade of light cleaved towards the Gundam piloted by the Time Chicken, the fierce radiance distorting the very fabric of space. The Gundam's left arm swiftly deployed a shield to deflect the oncoming strike, while the right hand brandished a lightsaber, charging directly at the Celestial Emperor. 7 stars subduing demons. As the Celestial Emperor deftly formed a mystical seal with his hands, a pale blue array enveloped both him and the Gundam in an instant. Does he intend to dismantle them one by one? Jiang Fan attempted to breach this formidable array. Yet, regardless of his relentless assaults, even Saitama's intervention proved futile against its defenses. Within the array, Time Chicken piloted the Gundam, relentlessly advancing towards the Celestial Emperor, who preferred to engage from a distance. The Celestial Emperor employed the Heavenly Lock to incessantly disrupt the Gundam, occasionally freeing his hands to deliver a few slashes. Time Chicken, increasingly infuriated, endured a barrage of strikes before swiftly switching the Gundam to its Annihilator mode. In this state, the Gundam could engage in both ranged and close combat, with each attack imbued with the power of the Genesis Staff. What is the Genesis Staff? It is akin to a divine pen in the real world, capable of conjuring anything from the realms of film, animation, and literature, as well as reducing everything to a lower dimension or even erasing it entirely. As long as one's imagination is boundless, nothing is beyond reach. However, the Genesis Staff currently rests in the hands of the little King Kong, rendering it unattainable by others. Behold my dimensional missiles. Time Chicken expertly controlled the Gundam to unleash a relentless barrage of dimensional missiles upon the Celestial Emperor. Anyone struck by these missiles would be instantaneously reduced to a two-dimensional state. Thus, one must never underestimate the power of whimsical anime when it comes to combat strength and lore. Amidst Time Chicken's ceaseless bombardment, the magnetic field within a radius of several hundred light-years displayed ominous signs of collapse. Even Jiang Fan could sense that many areas around him exhibited tendencies toward dimensional degradation. Stop, stop, stop. At the moment Time Chicken launched the missiles, the Celestial Emperor sensed that these projectiles had the potential to inflict grave harm upon him. If we continue this way, this star domain will be obliterated. Jiang Fan surveyed his surroundings. Aside from Earth, several nearby asteroids lay in ruins, and even the moon had become pockmarked. If this onslaught persisted, even if Jiang Fan and the Celestial Emperor remained still, Earth would suffer from the loss of the gravitational influence of its surrounding celestial bodies, leading to frequent natural disasters and potentially resulting in the extinction of all human and animal life. This dire situation is not solely your doing. Had you not inexplicably come to kill me, we would not be in this predicament, Jiang Fan retorted sharply. Your arbitrary interference with the world's cyclical fate has steered the future towards an unpredictable path. Upon hearing the Celestial Emperor's words, Jiang Fan erupted. You speak of fate? What is fate? By what right do you dictate the destinies of others? How can you be certain that the path you have laid is the correct one? It is precisely because of the so-called fate you deities speak of that you seek to constrain mortals from discovering new truths, stifling their innovative thoughts, and allowing them to languish in ignorance under your control to be toyed with at will. My parents were victims of the destiny assigned to Krypton by the Creator. Thus, Jiang Fan has always held a deep disdain for the so-called fate. This sentiment drives him to assist individuals from other realms in defying their destinies. The Heavenly Emperor, confronted by Jiang Fan's audacity, found himself at a loss for words. Although they, as celestial beings, have long protected the mortal realm, the truths Jiang Fan articulated were undeniable. Even the Heavenly Emperor could not refute them. The human world is fragile and cannot withstand turmoil. It is hoped that their choices will prove wise. With a heavy sigh, the Heavenly Emperor vanished from sight. He found himself powerless. Remaining with the Time Rooster would not lead to his demise, yet the Earth could perish in an instant. Should that occur, Jiang Fan and his companions could escape to another world, leaving him as the solitary deity in this realm. Consequently, the Heavenly Emperor resolved to cease his interference with Jiang Fan and his companions, as long as they posed no threat to humanity. Upon witnessing the departure of their foe, Saitama bid farewell to Jiang Fan and returned to his own world. The Time Rooster also returned to his realm, discreetly bringing back the giant mech crafted by Little King Kong, for if he failed to return it promptly, Little King Kong would discover it, and he would be compelled to work overtime without compensation. As for the matters concerning the Super God Academy, with Lu Chuang and the others present, expelling the gluttonous beast from Earth was merely a matter of time. Additionally, since Indra had imparted the Sacred Heart technique to Rui, Meng Meng, and Sun Wukong, they need no longer worry about the sacrifice of comrades. Having seen everyone depart, Jiang Fan decided it was time to retreat and rest. Despite the myriad strikes from the Heavenly Emperor's sword, which could not breach his defenses, he still felt a pervasive ache throughout his body. It was evident that the Heavenly Emperor, as the sovereign of the three realms, possessed formidable power. As Jiang Fan soared toward Earth, he remained oblivious to the dozens of miniature surveillance devices concealed within the floating debris of shattered meteors. which were broadcasting the entirety of their battle to Angel Yan's database. The strength of this world's divine king was unexpected. Nonetheless, the magical arts here were quite astonishing, something she would surely appreciate. Gradually, Angel Yan's once bleached eyes regained their normal hue as she glanced toward the direction of Li Xiaoyao and Zhaoling, a smile gracing her lips. Fate, it seems, is becoming increasingly intriguing. I wonder how preparations are faring on Principal Kirin's end. Chapter 28. The 5 spirit celestial arts acquired in the inn, the group had returned to their rooms to rest, leaving only Lu Jinyuan gazing blankly out the window at the end of the street. How are you feeling? Nervous? Jiang Fan's voice resonated from behind Lu Jinyuan. Young Master Jiang. Lu Jinyuan acknowledged him with a bow, candidly expressing, with my current abilities, I am uncertain if I can best my cousin. Observing Lu Jinyuan's lack of confidence, Jiang Fan sought to comfort his earnest disciple, saying, your cousin may not necessarily prefer someone stronger than herself. Perhaps you could consider a different approach. It's clear you've never been in love. Angel Yin suddenly interjected, startling Lu Jinyuan. You speak as if you have experienced love. Jiang Fan remarked sarcastically. If Jiang Fan's memory served him right, Angel Yin was merely a 7,000-year-old maiden, yet she dared to play the expert and mock him. Has she never seen a pig run after having eaten one? In 7 millennia, what spectacle had he not witnessed? He had no desire to impose or deceive his cousin. Lu Jinyuan seemed to anticipate what Yin was about to say, sighed softly, and retreated to his room. This disciple is commendable in many respects, yet he is excessively sycophantic. Jiang Fan lamented. As afternoon descended, Lu Jinyuan, accompanied by a servant, made his way to the Lin residence. Jiang Fan chose not to accompany him, for he had nearly perfected the path of mortals and lacked the leisure to engage in Lu Jinyuan's social maneuvering. Upon arriving at the Lin estate, Lu Jinyuan was greeted by Lin Tianan and Madame Lin, who awaited him at the entrance. Hurry, hurry, Jinyuan. I have prepared a feast to welcome you. Lin Tianan exclaimed with a smile. Greetings, uncle and aunt. Please, Jinyuan, do not linger outside. Come in and sit. Inside the inn, Jiang Fan informed Yin of his urgent need to visit Mount Shu before soaring away. Watching Jiang Fan's figure ascend beyond the atmosphere, Angel Yin promptly returned to her room, rolling her eyes in exasperation. However, outside the atmosphere, Jiang Fan did not head to Mount Shu. Instead, he returned to his spaceship. Activate dimensional monitoring equipment. Jiang Fan commanded the ship's intelligence system. Command executed. Launching dimensional simulation synchronization device. Locking onto monitoring target. Angel Yin. Now, it merely requires the completion of the mortal path to discreetly extract Yan's memories. Meanwhile, Li Xiaoyao had arrived at the Lin estate with Lin Yueru. Once Lin Yueru completed the martial arts competition for marriage, Zhao Linger would reveal her true form, at which point Jiang Fan could assist Zhao Linger in regaining her human form in exchange for the 5 spirits immortal technique. The following day, the martial arts competition officially commenced. Jiang Fan could not help but express his discontent. Originally, due to Jiang Fan imparting the 8 extremes fist to Lu Jinyuan and enhancing his physique, Lu Jinyuan managed to achieve a stalemate with Lin Yueru. This was because Lin Yueru, being aware that Lu Jinyuan was her cousin, refrained from employing her most formidable techniques. Yet, what was infuriating was that Li Xiaoyao, having no stake in the matter, leaped in to tease Lin Yueru. Having never encountered someone like Li Xiaoyao before, Lin Yueru was instantly captivated by his carefree demeanor, causing the plot to revert to its original trajectory. On another front, the spaceship detected Angel Yin surreptitiously establishing a time and space traversal passageway, evidently intending to summon the angelic army from the super divine world into the sword and fairy realm. However, Jiang Fan did not believe Yin could succeed, unless she possessed a traversal cheat akin to that of a novel system or her own power reached a multiverse level, equivalent to a sage in the cultivation system. She would utterly fail to transport life forms across worlds. Jiang Fan had already devised a plan. Once Yin established the teleportation channel and commenced its operation, he would deliver a dimensional strike upon it. If it were not for the necessity of the celestial computer's core technology for his research, he would have truly preferred to straightforwardly conquer the divine realm. Unfortunately, what Jiang Fan sought was the core technology of the angelic race's computing engine, not their celestial computer. Otherwise, a direct theft would have been far more convenient. In the Lin residence on Earth, Lin Yueru had already ensnared Li Xiaoyao, while Xiaoling Air, due to her pregnancy, was struggling to maintain her human form. No, disappear quickly. Xiaoling Air hid within her chamber, incessantly using her magical powers to suppress the serpent scales that manifested upon her hands. Yet, despite her relentless efforts, the scales refused to vanish. At that moment, the space within the room warped, and Jiang Fan's figure materialized before Xiaoling Air. Miss Xiao, it appears you are in need of assistance. Upon recognizing him as the individual who previously wished to invite her and her brother Xiao Yao to dinner, Xiaoling Air's wariness significantly diminished. In her heart, Lu Jinyuan was a good person. Thus, his friends could not possibly be malevolent. Are you a friend of Brother Jinyuan? Do you have a way to help me? Xiaoling Air inquired with tearful eyes. Jiang Fan's objective was the five-spirit sorcery of Nuwa, and he was not one to engage in subterfuge. I do indeed possess a method to restore your human form, but it requires an exchange of your five-spirit sorcery. Jiang Fan spoke candidly, for with someone as innocent as Xiaoling Air, directness was the best approach. I agree to your terms, Xiaoling Air responded. Her desire to be with her brother Xiao Yao was so profound that she would have gone to any lengths, even sacrificing her lifespan as she had in the original narrative to regain her human form. It's a deal. You shall first provide me with the five-spirit sorcery. Xiaoling Air felt no hesitation, promptly pressing her finger to her forehead. A bubble formed in her palm. This is the method to cultivate the five-spirit sorcery. Jiang Fan accepted the bubble, and at that moment, a new memory blossomed within his mind. The super intellect of a Superman was no mere ornament. He assimilated that memory within mere seconds. Before I assist you, I must clarify that your transformation into a human with a serpent tail is a consequence of being a descendant of Nuwa. Your inability to maintain your human form stems from your pregnancy with Xiao Yao's child. The Nuwa lineage requires immense energy at birth. Hence your true form has emerged due to the energy being drawn from within you. As he spoke, Jiang Fan's fingers illuminated with the energies of the five elements: wood, fire, earth, metal, and water. At the center of his palm, black and white energies swirled slowly, forming a Taiji symbol. I shall now seal a portion of my power within you. This energy will suffice for your child's absorption, Jiang Fan elucidated. Xiaoling Air understood, and, seeing that she was prepared, Jiang Fan pressed his hand against her abdomen. Yin-Yang tenfold seal. A torrent of immense energy continuously surged into Xiaoling Air's body. Fortunately, Jiang Fan had attained a level of mastery over his own power that allowed him to wield it at will, thus ensuring that the transfer of energy did not inflict any harm upon Xiaoling. After 10 minutes, Jiang Fan withdrew his hand from Xiaoling Air's abdomen. The energy within you is extraordinarily vast, so you must refrain from recklessly utilizing it in battle. Otherwise, you may inadvertently harm yourself. Do you understand? Jiang Fan cautioned. Yes. Linger understands, Xiaoling Air replied, her heart swelling with joy as she witnessed the scales vanish, assuring him that she would never misuse this power. Chapter 29. Soaring towards the sun, Jiang Fan chose not to disturb anyone else and instructed Xiaoling Air to keep today's event a secret, even from Xiao Yao. Having settled the matter, Jiang Fan hastily returned to the spacecraft to cultivate. He had always been curious whether a superhuman could indeed practice immortality. Within the confines of the ship, Jiang Fan sat cross-legged, his mind racing to assimilate the cultivation methods of the five spirits' immortal technique. As he entered a meditative state, he sensed an exceptionally pure, attribute-less, high-density energy attempting to permeate his biological field and enter his body. Is this the spiritual energy spoken of in the realm of immortality? As Jiang Fan opened his mind, he guided the energy into his being. The moment the spiritual energy entered his body, a remarkable transformation occurred within him. The energy that flowed into Jiang Fan was continuously transmuted into stellar energy. However, a significant portion of this energy dissipated during the conversion process. Following the guidance of the soul cultivation chapter from the Five Spirits Immortal Technique, Jiang Fan attempted to project his soul outside his body. After several unsuccessful attempts, it became evident that it was not a lack of cultivation that hindered him, but rather the biological field instinctively anchored his soul within his physical form. In other words, Jiang Fan's soul could only be extinguished, not extricated. After multiple failed attempts, Jiang Fan resorted to the introspective methods of a foundational stage practitioner. It must be said that the art of immortality is truly wondrous. One can actually observe their own body through the lens of consciousness with remarkable precision. During his observation, Jiang Fan noted that nearly all the celestial energy was entering his body through his nostrils. His ironclad physique seemed to effectively block the influx of spiritual energy. The energy that did manage to enter was immediately absorbed by his cells and converted into stellar energy for storage. To ascertain what was transpiring, Jiang Fan controlled his body to exhale a breath of freezing energy. At that moment, the stellar energy stored within his cells instantaneously transformed into ice-type energy. Furthermore, when he intended to unleash heat rays, the energy released by his cells would similarly shift in accordance with his thoughts. My cells are capable of energy transformation. In his astonishment, Jiang Fan contemplated attempting to convert the stellar energy within his cells into spiritual energy. With Jiang Fan's mental command, the cells that were previously converting spiritual energy into stellar energy instantaneously reversed their process, beginning to release spiritual energy instead. As the spiritual energy within Jiang Fan's body increased, he attempted to form a hand seal. Wind spell, blade of dimensions. A gust of wind sliced through the air, striking the chair beside him and leaving a faint mark upon its surface. The potency of such an attack was astonishing. Awakening from his meditative state, Jiang Fan marveled at the impression left on the chair, realizing that he had merely expended a fraction of his spiritual power to generate the wind blade. Yet had managed to leave a trace on a chair crafted from Tianying ore. Upon discovering his ability to convert stellar energy into spiritual energy, Jiang Fan set his spacecraft on a course towards the sun. After an indeterminate number of hours traversing through the curvature of space, he finally reached a proximity to the sun that was unparalleled. Here, the rate at which his physical form was enhanced was several times that of Earth. Seated in a lotus position, he allowed his body to autonomously absorb solar energy while simultaneously practicing the five spirits' immortal technique to cultivate his soul. Recently, Jiang Fan had sensed that he was nearing the state of a silver Superman. Yet after that moment, despite his efforts to absorb solar energy, his cellular structure ceased to exhibit any signs of enhancement. He had begun to believe that, akin to the comic character Clark, he would need to dwell within the sun for thousands of years to achieve advancement. However, while practicing the five spirits' immortal technique, he inadvertently discovered that as his soul strengthened through the cultivation of the technique, his cells responded in kind. This revelation led Jiang Fan to speculate that the advancement of the body was intrinsically linked to the soul. To validate his hypothesis, he resolved to remain in this vicinity for an extended period. In the southern nation of Nanshao, the moon worship leader was orchestrating the assembly of a rudimentary helicopter with his followers. Indeed, it was a helicopter. This was a result of the moon worship leader's considerable magical prowess, which he utilized to refine various components. However, this helicopter was not powered by fuel, but rather operated through human effort. It contained numerous gears of varying sizes and two pedal-like footrests. As long as two individuals pedaled, the gears would turn the rotors, enabling it to ascend if sufficient speed was attained. Moreover, during this period, the moon worship leader had also constructed a steam-powered vehicle and a steamship. The successful creation of these inventions further solidified the people's faith in him. With the support of the populace, the moon worship leader was emboldened to conduct a variety of experiments, as the inventions were intended for the benefit of the people. Presently, the emperor of Nanshao harbored a deep-seated animosity towards the moon worship leader, as his subject had begun to disregard his commands. The emperor had no doubt that, under the current circumstances, a mere command from the moon worship leader would suffice for his followers to apprehend him without any resistance. "Leader, the wings have been installed," reported one of the moon worship followers to the leader. "Very well, Left Guardian, you shall take the first trial." The task of the inaugural test flight was entrusted to the Left Guardian, the most skilled among them. In truth, he was the only one present capable of surviving the potential failures of the test. "I accept the command." The Left Guardian, with an expression brimming with excitement, boarded the helicopter. In his heart, being chosen by the master, even if it meant sacrificing himself during this trial, was a mark of honor. As he swiftly pressed the foot pedals, the rotors began to whirl ever faster, and soon the powerful wind pressure lifted the helicopter from the ground. "Did you see that? The master has succeeded," an excited citizen of South Shao exclaimed. The other onlookers, common folk of South Shao, erupted in cheers. What did the Master's success signify? It meant that their children, once they learned the knowledge imparted by the Master, could also soar through the skies. Previously, they could only watch as cultivators rode their flying swords in the heavens. Now, even they, mere mortals, could ascend. How could they contain their exhilaration? However, while the populace rejoiced, the emperor and elder sure seethed with murderous intent. Recently, the Master had inexplicably begun to gather disciples, teaching the commoners peculiar knowledge. This stirred alarm among the elite who had long basked in their scholarly superiority. For should these commoners acquire too much understanding, deceiving them would become increasingly difficult. Thus, a peculiar scene unfolded in South Shao. An opposition arose between the learned families and the emperor against the dissemination of the Master's scientific teachings, denouncing them as heretical and blasphemous. Chapter 30. The Sage of Science. By a year later, the Master had initiated compulsory education, offering free instruction, albeit refraining from imparting any ideologies that might threaten the imperial authority. Over the course of this year, due to the Master's technological advancements, South Shao witnessed the emergence of inventions that would typically only appear in the 1990s. As a result of these innovations, numerous nations sent envoys to South Shao to consult with the Master. Meanwhile, the emperor had become nothing more than a figurehead. A year prior, after the Master piloted the first helicopter powered by spiritual stones on a tour around neighboring countries, the kings of those lands, upon witnessing the helicopter for the first time, initially mistook it for some magical artifact. After all, the illustrious name of the Master was well known among these rulers, and countless cultivators populated this world. Even the revered Mount Shu maintained its dominance solely due to the presence of the Sword Saint. When word reached these monarchs that the helicopter was not an artifact of the immortals, but rather an object that required no magical power to operate, they promptly sent envoys to visit the Master, especially after the Master expressed his desire to accept many disciples. These nations began selecting esteemed scholars from their realms to learn from him, particularly the Emperor of the Central Plains. Upon hearing of the marvelous inventions emerging from the southern Shao Kingdom, personally led a grand army to visit. After witnessing the various processing machines, steam automobiles, and steamships created by the Moon Worship Master, the Emperor of the Tang Dynasty established a collaborative agreement with the southern Shao Kingdom. He was well aware of the Moon Worship Master's intention to accept disciples and impart knowledge. Given the formidable strength of the Moon Worship Master, the Emperor chose not to resort to violent appropriation, but rather to engage in cooperation. Consequently, since the mightiest Tang Dynasty refrained from any aggression against the Moon Worship Master, other smaller nations dared not act recklessly against him. Thus, throughout the year, the Moon Worship Master's academies proliferated, and to provide quality education to more individuals, he selected over 1,000 outstanding students from his initial cohort for a year of specialized tutoring, preparing them to establish schools in other countries after this period. Unbeknownst to them, as the years slipped by, numerous talented students arrived in southern Shao, inventing a plethora of peculiar creations. These included massive ships powered by spirit stones instead of gasoline, hover cars that combine formations with technology, fantastical communication devices capable of long-distance interaction, and various agricultural tools. On this day, all students gathered, acutely aware that their year had come to an end, and it was time to fulfill their teacher's aspirations. At the high platform, the Moon Worship Master appeared before them. "Salutations to our esteemed teacher," the students reverently proclaimed, their voices imbued with deep respect, even privately bestowing upon him the title of Sage of Science. Excellent. All present here are indeed wise individuals. Throughout this year, you have acquired substantial knowledge. It is now time for you to contribute to your respective nations, the Moon Worship Master declared before vanishing from sight. After his departure, the students began to form small groups to return to their countries. Some flew in automobiles, others glided on hovering boards, while some even created an enormous cruise ship inscribed with a hovering formation powered by spirit stones. Though it did not soar high, it was a magnificent sight. Among the emperors, Emperor Taizong Li Shimin, due to the familiarity surrounding the tales of Journey to the West, became the backdrop for the era of the Celestial Sword. Meanwhile, Li Xiaoyao and his companions, unimpeded by the Moon Worship Master, traveled leisurely. The Sword Saint of Mount Shu did not emerge to assert his presence, allowing Lin Yueru to remain unharmed. Along their journey, they encountered Anu and Shigonghu, who were searching for Zhaolinger. However, as young individuals, they engaged in playful antics. And without riding horses or wielding swords, they progressed at a leisurely pace. Most notably, they had frequently heard recently of the moon worship master being referred to as the sage of science, leaving them bewildered. Dear brother, we keep hearing people refer to the moon worship master as the sage of science. What is the story behind this? Li Xiaoyao inquired of a scholarly-looking individual seated at the neighboring table, piquing the curiosity of Lu Jinyuan and Anu, who leaned in attentively. The scholar, noticing Li Xiaoyao's Na'vi demeanor, exhibited no disdain. Instead, he patiently recounted, "To speak of this, I might as well consider myself a half-disciple of the moon-worshipping sect's leader. This tale originates from an incident involving a helicopter piloted by the sect leader a year ago." As the scholar elaborated, Li Xiaoyao and his companions gradually grasped the situation. Li Xiaoyao, with a hint of scorn, remarked, "You too seem to be a well-read individual, yet you were deceived by the moon worship. The concept around Earth has been a long-standing belief. By what authority does the moon worship assert that the Earth is spherical?" Strangely enough, we were initially skeptical as well. However, after numerous esteemed cultivators circumnavigated the Earth and returned to their starting point, this theory was validated. Thus, it follows that the teachings of our predecessors may not always hold true. Upon concluding his explanation, the scholar, under the astonished gazes of Li Xiaoyao and his companions, retrieved a jetpack from beside the dining table, loaded it with spirit stones, and prepared to depart. "What is that contraption?" Li Xiaoyao inquired with curiosity. "This is an invention of my cousin, developed under the guidance of the sect leader. By inserting spirit stones, one can soar through the skies, covering 100 miles in a day." After speaking, the scholar activated the jetpack, and amidst Li Xiaoyao's wide-eyed wonder, powerful jets of air erupted from the device, propelling him skyward. With the press of another button, intricate protective formations illuminated above him, enveloping him in a shield as he soared into the distance. "When will I be able to create such marvels?" The innkeeper's assistant mused, watching the scholar's ascent. The innkeeper approached and remarked, "It is rumored that the moon worship leader will soon allow his disciples to establish an academy upon their return. If you do not strive to earn money, how will you afford to send your child to study there?" Motivated by the innkeeper's words, the assistant returned to his duties with renewed vigor. As the scholar vanished from sight, Li Xiaoyao turned to Lu Jinyuan and asked, what kind of stone was he using? How could it power that jetpack? As far as I know, that stone is a product of accumulated spiritual energy over the years. The energy within is quite chaotic, and extracting it is cumbersome. It is far simpler for cultivators to absorb the natural spiritual energy directly. Hence, these stones hold little value for them, Lu Jinyuan explained. Chapter 31. The World's Gift. The Silver Superman, what shall we do now? With so many disciples of the moon worship, to eradicate him, we must first deal with those who have been deceived. Li Xiaoyao pondered. The disciples of the moon worship are not our greatest challenge. The real dilemma lies in the consequences of eliminating the sect leader. Those nations allied with him would undoubtedly pursue us relentlessly. Even if we managed to escape, we would bear the ignominy of eternal infamy. Sure, Gonghu's words cast an even heavier pall over the group's already burdened hearts. The malevolent sorcerer, Baiwei, who deceives the world, must be eliminated. In pursuit of vengeance for Ling and to liberate the world from the enchanting allure of Baiwei's influence, I, Li Xiaoyao, am prepared to bear the weight of eternal infamy. Li Xiaoyao declared resolutely. Meanwhile, let us momentarily divert our attention from Li Xiaoyao. In the vicinity of the sun, Jiang Fan, after a year of diligent practice in the 5 spirits immortal arts, found his soul significantly strengthened, several times more potent than before. He was on the brink of ascending to the rank of silver superhuman, yet he was unable to take that crucial step, regardless of his relentless efforts. It appears you have encountered a bottleneck. A voice unexpectedly resonated in Jiang Fan's ear. The only beings capable of speaking in the void of space, aside from the angel Yin, were the heavenly emperor. This voice, distinctly masculine, bore slight differences from the telepathic communication of a year prior. Jiang Fan paused his cultivation and inquired of the heavenly emperor, "Why have you left Earth to seek me here?" I cannot precisely articulate it. However, ever since this peculiar entity inexplicably manifested in my possession, I have felt an overwhelming sense of duty to deliver it to you. As he spoke, The Heavenly Emperor handed Jiang Fan a sphere emanating a milky glow. Jiang Fan examined it thoroughly, confirming its safety before accepting it. As soon as the orb touched his hands, it seamlessly integrated into Jiang Fan's being, and he instantly comprehended its essence. This sphere was, in fact, the primordial force of the worlds described in novels. The myriad realms were conceived by the denizens of the real world. Thus, these realms were bound to follow the fate orchestrated by their creators. Once the primary narrative of these worlds concluded, they would commence a new cycle, an infinite loop beginning anew. Yet, due to Jiang Fan's arrival, a butterfly effect transpired, causing the original antagonist, the Biosec Master, to diverge entirely from the storyline, even altering the entire world single-handedly, liberating the Xianjian world from its predetermined cycle. Consequently, the world's consciousness bestowed Jiang Fan a fragment of the world's origin as recompense. In essence, Jiang Fan's impulsive intervention had freed this world from its ceaseless cycles, unveiling an unknown path of development, allowing the Xianjian world to transcend repetitive reincarnation and the constraints of its narrative. This meant that if Jiang Fan could assist these worlds, crafted by the inhabitants of the real world, in breaking free from their fated destinies, he would be rewarded with the world's origin. Upon grasping the full significance of this revelation, Jiang Fan absorbed the primordial essence. This essence bore resemblance to the concept of merit in the realm of cultivation, but exceeded it in magnitude. Following the absorption of this primal force, Jiang Fan, who had been on the cusp of becoming a silver superhuman, effortlessly crossed that threshold. Upon achieving the rank of silver superhuman, he felt an overwhelming sense of empowerment, as if he had become omnipotent. In this newfound state, Jiang Fan whimsically began to experiment with the creation of various abilities. In Jiang Fan's recollections, the Silver Superman possesses the ability to escape the grasp of a force potent enough to encompass the entirety of the universe, nearly vanquishing the cosmic anti-monitor. He can endure the weight of thousands of planets and exert influence over the entire galaxy teeming with life. His velocity transcends the very notion of infinity, almost allowing him to soar beyond the multiverse into the celestial realm, where even the specters must emerge to impede his progress. The Silver Age Superman, complete version, is impervious to magic, kryptonite, and the red sun, even extinguishing the red sun in a single breath. He is a cosmic-level entity, not to mention that Superman himself claims he can conjure any new ability to vanquish foes at will. Thus, should an adversary arise, such as the Grim Reaper, a non-material entity, even Superman's immense strength would be futile against it. However, the Silver Superman could generate a new force capable of inflicting harm upon non-material beings, the underlying principle of which remains elusive, yet is firmly established within this narrative. Despite the formidable prowess of the Silver Superman, he is not truly invincible. The comics depict instances where Superman traverses time to rewrite fate, resulting in the emergence of a parallel universe. In this alternate reality, Superman siphons away the original Silver Superman's powers. To reclaim his strength, there are but two options. One is to merge the parallel universe's Superman with the primary world Superman, and the other is to eliminate the parallel universe's Superman, albeit with the risk of being vanquished in return. This is the established premise, and Jiang Fan finds himself at an impasse. However, he has devised a means to circumvent this predicament through the practice of cultivation. By mastering the convergence of past and future selves, he can attain a singular state among the myriad heavens, thus liberating himself from such concerns. Additionally, Jiang Fan has another avenue to explore, assisting various worlds and utilizing the fundamental essence they bestow to safeguard his own existence, thereby mitigating the risk of his powers being replicated in a parallel universe. Nonetheless, this is not a sustainable solution. Furthermore, Jiang Fan's theory of information unification holds potential, yet this technology remains underdeveloped. Achieving its fruition is beyond Jiang Fan's solitary capabilities. He must venture into realms populated by scientific prodigies to recruit talent. After all, a super intellect is distinct from a mere high IQ, and technological genius cannot be generalized. One need only observe how Luthor, as a mere mortal, adeptly outmaneuvers Clark Kent. To conquer the deity of the universe, Jiang Fan must evade the replication of another version of himself by the deity and refrain from employing Superman's original abilities. The deity stands as the supreme entity of the cosmos, akin to a world consciousness endowed with independent awareness. In the quest to subdue the deity, one must harness powers from other realms. Among the myriad worlds, aside from marvels, only the cultivation system of Huaxia can reach a level capable of contending with the deity. After experimenting with his newly acquired abilities, Jiang Fan's initial exhilaration began to settle. With the current strength of the Silver Superman, he can effortlessly conjure various superpowers, provided that the abilities he creates adhere to a certain logical framework. For instance, Jiang Fan can now conjure a superpower akin to the celestial manifestation previously employed by the Heavenly Emperor. However, this ability does not enhance the user's strength as the celestial manifestation does. Furthermore, Jiang Fan possesses the capability to create a superpower reminiscent of the Heavenly Emperor's annihilation finger. Yet the version crafted by Jiang Fan lacks the accompanying principle of destruction inherent in the Heavenly Emperor's technique. In Chapter 32, The Moonlit Deception, we find ourselves in a somewhat familiar yet unacknowledged relationship. Although our previous encounter was far from pleasant, your assistance, albeit unintentional, was nonetheless appreciated. With that, Jiang Fan transported the Heavenly Emperor to a desolate planet on the periphery of the solar system. What brings me to this forsaken world? The Heavenly Emperor was utterly perplexed by Jiang Fan's choice of location. Were it not for the absence of any threat emanating from Jiang Fan, he might have suspected that Jiang Fan intended to engage him in combat once more. Nothing of great consequence. I simply wish to repay a debt of gratitude with a gift. An immense surge of power erupted as Jiang Fan manipulated the forces at his command, causing the planet to begin disintegrating. The power of a Silver Superman is no trifling matter. A celestial body, 1/3 the size of the moon, was reduced to atomic form in mere moments under Jiang Fan's influence. With a mere clench of his fist, the scattered atoms were instantaneously reassembled into a magnificent palace. I have left a temporal coordinate within the palace. Should you ever find yourself in a predicament beyond your capacity to resolve, feel free to use this coordinate to reach me. I shall assist you to the best of my abilities. After diminishing the palace in size and handing it to the Heavenly Emperor, Jiang Fan promptly returned to his spacecraft. With this act of goodwill, the Heavenly Emperor finally concluded that Jiang Fan harbored no malevolence toward his realm for the time being. Aboard the spacecraft, Jiang Fan observed the large screen, where Angel Yin had already set up an array of peculiar mechanical devices around the Himalayan region. It appeared that full arrangements would take a day or two to complete. Shall we initiate a dimensional strike? Inquired the spacecraft's intelligence system. Jiang Fan halted the system, stating, "Let her prance about for a couple of days. Once she establishes the temporal passage, we shall deliver a decisive blow to Kirin, that reclusive old wretch. The angelic race's greatest reliance lies in the temporal overseer, Kirin. Jiang Fan's intention is to intimidate him when he makes his appearance, instilling a profound psychological fear and indelible trauma, ensuring that Kirin will not dare to show his face in the super god realm again. Once the angels lose Kirin's support, Jiang Fan will find it considerably easier to deal with them. The situation with Angel Yin continues to be monitored from the spacecraft. Jiang Fan redirected the surveillance to Li Xiaoyao, observing as he and his companions encountered the Moonlit cult leader. However, the Moonlit cult leader displayed no intention of engaging them in combat. "Long time no see, my dear brother Xiaoyao," greeted the Moonlit cult leader with a congenial demeanor towards Li Xiaoyao and his companions. "Do not presume familiarity with me. I do not know you at all," Li Xiaoyao asserted, indicating that this was his first encounter with Baiyu. In response, Baiyu countered, "If brother Xiaoyao claims not to know me, then what compels you to seek my demise?" The group exchanged glances, as Lin Yuru and Lu Jinyuan were equally perplexed about their intent to confront Baiyu. Their understanding of the so-called demon lord Baiyu was primarily derived from Li Xiaoyao's words, and as friends, they had taken them at face value. However, in recent times, they had heard nothing but praise for Baiyu from commoners and scholars alike. Coupled with Li Xiaoyao's immediate denial of any previous acquaintance with Baiyu, a palpable awkwardness enveloped Lu Jinyuan and the others. Zhao Linger, sensing the tension, promptly interrogated Baiyu, stating, "Even if brother Xiaoyao does not recognize you, is it not true that you have slain my mother and my grandmother?" Lu Jinyuan and the others turned their gaze towards Baiyu, eager to discern whether he would acknowledge these accusations. "Baiyu, gazing at Linger with exasperation, began to understand this. One must delve into my childhood. I was once labeled a demon lord by my adoptive father, Sure Gong-hu, after I killed several ruffians who had abducted innocent women and a few rogue soldiers. Did I err in my actions? When I explained my reasons to my adoptive father, rather than understanding, he sought to end my life. Li Xiaoyao and Zhao Linger exchanged glances, bewildered. Baiyu continued, Yet, it seems fate was on my side. For despite being struck down by my adoptive father and thrown off a cliff, I survived. A decade later, I returned to Nanshao, driven by the desire to uncover two truths. 1. To seek the ends of the earth, and 2. To ascertain whether love truly exists in this world. However, unbeknownst to me, the Witch Empress had heard tales of my supposed villainy and journeyed from Shushan to confront me. I assure you, I have never taken a life. Yet many self-proclaimed champions of justice seek my end without understanding my plight. Your mother was among them. She believed I was corrupting her subjects and sought to bring about our mutual destruction. As for your grandmother, I merely invited them to persuade you to return to Nanshao. I am perplexed as to why they would engage in conflict with you. Faced with Baiyu's inquiry, Zhao Linger found herself at a loss for words. The three Baiyu cultists had, after Li Xiaoyao dismantled the formation, approached Zhao Linger on the island, speaking brazenly, yet expressing a desire to invite her back to Nanshao, without resorting to violence. However, due to her grandmother's distrust, believing they intended to capture Zhao Linger, she had taken action. With the complexities of the situation laid bare, Li Xiaoyao and the others exchanged glances, each seeking understanding from the others. Meanwhile, aboard the airship, Jiang Fan observed Baiyu deftly transform his villainous persona into that of a victim, nearly succumbing to laughter. Being ensnared by the beguiling tricks of the moon worship cult has indeed led to a decline in intelligence. Jiang Fan sighed and rubbed his forehead in exasperation. As the atmosphere became increasingly awkward, he could no longer bear to observe and decided to step in. Just as Li Xiaoyao was about to say something further, a surge of golden lotuses erupted, shimmering with radiant hues. Jiang Fan as figure materialized in this spectacular scene before the gathered crowd. Young Master Zhang's mentor, Lu Jinyuan, was the first to react. The remaining individuals greeted him in unison. Jiang Fan nodded slightly at them, then cast a glance at the moon worship leader, signaling that he would handle the remainder. The moon worship leader, filled with deep respect for Jiang Fan, stood silently beside him. Jiang Fan addressed Li Xiaoyao and the others. You have seen that the moon worship leader has turned over a new leaf. Please refrain from troubling him further. However, Li Xiaoyao retorted, yet he is ultimately the one responsible for the deaths of Linger's mother and grandmother. Jiang Fan replied, that is easily remedied. With my current abilities, I can resurrect them, provided you all promise not to trouble the moon worship leader again. With Jiang Fan's formidable powers akin to that of a silver superhuman, reviving a few individuals was a trivial matter, albeit requiring a word with the Heavenly Emperor. After all, the three realms are under the Emperor's dominion. Although Jiang Fan was no longer intimidated by him, it would be improper to retrieve souls from the underworld without prior notice, especially since the Emperor had recently aided him. Linger readily agreed, and Zhao Linger immediately accepted Jiang Fan's proposal. After all, who would choose vengeance over the chance to resurrect loved ones? Particularly in light of the moon worship leader as clarifications? Very well, please wait a moment. I shall return shortly. With that, Jiang Fan once again summoned a dazzling display of effects and departed under the watchful eyes of the assembled crowd. Chapter 33. Instantaneous Victory. Jiang Fan, armed with the Heavenly Emperor's decree, brought back those who had perished due to the moon worship leader's actions from the underworld to the realm of the living. However, his entrance this time was somewhat awkward, since Li Xiaoyao and his companions were no longer adversaries of the moon worship leader. He treated them equally and began to introduce the inventions he had developed over the past year. It was not until Zhao Linger and Anu spotted a pair of sunglasses that excitement erupted. Tangy, look what I found! Anu exclaimed. Her exuberant voice drew everyone's attention. Upon seeing Anu donning the sunglasses, smiles of realization spread across the faces of the crowd. Then came Jiang Fan's grand return. Once again, he maximized the special effects, but upon his emergence, he found that everyone present was wearing sunglasses. Clearly, the crowd had been dazzled by the brilliance of his entrance. All right, I have brought the individuals back for you. One must admit that the Heavenly Emperor's authority is truly remarkable. While in the underworld, the Witch Queen and others remained in a spiritual state. Yet upon arriving in the mortal realm, the decree activated, and they instantly regained their corporeal forms. Mother Zhao Linger directly threw herself into the embrace of the Witch Queen, utterly disregarding the presence of others in the vicinity. Upon seeing Bai Yu, the grandmother was ready to strike, but Jiang Fan interjected, urging, "Do not be hasty. Did I not inform you in the underworld that Bai Yu has reformed her ways?" Apologetically, the grandmother withdrew her hand. "Since your grievances have been resolved, I must take my leave." Jiang Fan bid farewell to Lu Jinyuan and the others before returning to the spacecraft. On the surveillance monitor, Angel Yan's equipment was fully installed and currently charging up. Prepare to activate the space-time transmission portal. Angel Yin commanded the Dao system within her. Confirm docking personnel. Angel Yin. Initiating spatial barrier slicing. Establishing transmission portal 106-0100 complete. At last, Jiang Fan observed the monitor intently. Activate the main cannon of the spacecraft. Main cannon activation complete. Target locked. Spatial portal. The moment the portal took shape, Jiang Fan immediately executed a dimensional strike. An invisible wave surged forth from the spacecraft, swiftly entering the space portal established by Yin. A furious roar from Jiang Fan echoed from within the portal, causing it to begin twisting and contracting violently. When the distortion reached its zenith, it suddenly reverted to normal. "I have scanned the entirety of Earth. You cannot be on this planet." Angel Yin dismissed the portal's affairs, instead regarding the suddenly materialized Jiang Fan with a perplexed inquiry. A year prior, when Jiang Fan departed from Earth, she had meticulously scanned every inch of the planet, and she was not easily swayed by Jiang Fan's implausible claims of venturing to Mount Shu. Only upon confirming that Jiang Fan had genuinely left Earth did she commence the construction of a connection to the super-divine world. However, she was taken aback by Jiang Fan's ability to execute a long-range attack, utilizing an unknown weapon to obliterate the portal. Their angelic race had relied on close combat for 30,000 years. Even when employing distant attacks, they would only do so within visible range. They had never encountered someone like Jiang Fan, who would strike without even sighting his target. Do you believe everyone is as foolish as your kind? Despite the capability for long-range attacks, insists on engaging in close combat? Well, I've asked a foolish question. Today, let me witness just how formidable this so-called superhuman truly is. A Kryptonian long sword materialized in Angel Yan's hand, and with a swift stroke, she aimed it at Jiang Fan. Clearly, this weapon was tailored specifically for him. It seems you have yet to familiarize yourself with Earth's comics. Are you unaware that kryptonite is ineffective against one who has ascended to the rank of Silver Superman like myself? In disbelief at Yan's astonishment, Jiang Fan raised his hand to grasp the Kryptonian longsword, and in an instant, a standard Kryptonian longsword appeared in his right hand, piercing through Yan's heart. The weapon from Krypton was beyond the defense of Yan's fourth-generation divine body. As he gazed upon the waning life of Yan, Jiang Fan summoned the realm of humanity, allowing it to delve into Yan's soul memories. It remained uncertain whether Yan was on the brink of death or if the super-god world lacked any concept of the soul. But the realm of humanity effortlessly extracted the core technology of the cosmic computer from Yan's spiritual recollections. Observing Yan's vitality gradually ebbing away, Jiang Fan transported Yan's lifeless body back to the Meiluo celestial court. This act effectively served as Jiang Fan's formal declaration of war against the angelic clan. In the Super God Academy world, within the Meiluo celestial court, a few female angels discovered Yan's sudden appearance. "It's Yan," one exclaimed. However, she has already sacrificed herself, reported the angel who had found Yan to He-She. "A great calamity is imminent for our angelic clan. Summon all angels, for we are about to engage in a fierce battle." He-She's voice resonated throughout the angelic channel. In the super god world, Kieran found himself oscillating between reality and illusion due to Jiang Fan's dimensional strike, despite not being directly hit. In his current state, Kieran would require several million years to completely escape this predicament. Opening a portal, Jiang Fan returned to the super god world. "I, Hu Hongxi, have returned." His spacecraft emerged in the outer space of Earth, where he noted that the demon Tathagata continued to wreak havoc. Is the heroic battalion truly so inept? Even with the assistance of Han Li and the others, they have failed to repel Tathagata after more than a year. As Jiang Fan's consciousness entered a chat group, he examined the events that transpired during his year of seclusion. Upon reviewing the information, Jiang Fan finally comprehended the situation. It turned out that over a year ago, after Jiang Fan departed from the super god world, Duko had instructed Lu Chuang to deceive the other group members in an attempt to acquire various wondrous items and cultivation methods from their realms. After witnessing Saitama's formidable prowess, it was only natural for anyone to desire such power. However, aside from Saitama, every member in the group was astute enough to see through Duko's schemes. Upon realizing Duko's intentions, Han Li, Emperor Shirtian, and the Nationals quickly fabricated excuses to retreat to their respective worlds. Only Saitama, lacking any guile, unwittingly divulged his cultivation methods to Lu Chuang amidst his various deceptions. Once Lu Chuang relayed Saitama's training regimen to the higher-ups in Huaxia, Duko and the other leaders were left nearly speechless. 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, 10-kilometer run, no air conditioning in winter, no fans in summer, and a diet rich in bananas? They scoffed, feeling as though their intelligence had been rubbed into the ground. Due to the departure of Han Li and the others, Tathagata and Morgana became aware of their absence, prompting Tathagata to return to Earth, where he had previously withdrawn. Due to Han Li's previous development of a missile capable of attacking souls, and the absence of any means to defend against such a weapon, the monstrous entity, Tao Tai, was compelled to endure relentless assaults from the Earth Alliance and the Heroic Legion. However, following Han Li's departure, the deterrence of the soul weapon vanished, allowing Tao Tai to launch a counteroffensive. Chapter 34. Jiang Fan Speculation. Jiang Fan did not linger on Earth for long. Instead, he piloted his spacecraft towards the Angel Nebula. The rapid advancement of Earth necessitated the ongoing conflict with Tao Tai and the Heroic Legion. Only through war could Earth be urged to accelerate its technological evolution. Upon returning to the vicinity of the wormhole that previously connected to the Angel Nebula, Jiang Fan discovered that it had been sealed. He had initially intended to employ the teleportation gate to directly reach the Angel Nebula, but alas, following the transfer of Angel Yan's remains, he had severed that segment of space where the teleportation gate had once manifested, casting it into the uncharted realms of the cosmos. It seemed the angels had entered a state of readiness. Regrettably, the traversal of this world had not integrated with the teleportation gate. Otherwise, he could have simply instantaneously transported himself to the Angel Nebula. With the curvature engine disengaged, he activated the spatial synchronization device and initiated a space jump. Jiang Fan was unwilling to spend decades traversing at light speed. Engine shut down. Collecting spatial data. Data collection complete. Analyzing and initiating spatial synchronization. Commencing space jump. The spacecraft unleashed a surge of energy forward, cleaving a vast breach in the boundless void of space. Just as the vessel passed through this aperture, it swiftly vanished from sight. After 2 more jumps, they would reach the Angel Nebula. However, energy consumption posed a significant concern. Jiang Fan observed the extensive energy expenditure required for the space jumps, feeling overwhelmed. This world seemed to be saturated with dark energy, which imparted to Jiang Fan a profound sense of dissonance, as if this dark energy did not belong to this realm. The stark contrast became even more apparent during his recent use of spatial jumps. The spatial technology of Krypton was far superior to the half-baked concepts portrayed in films. Kryptonian space jumps involved the direct analysis of cosmic space, enveloping the spacecraft in a protective layer that mirrored the fabric of space itself, thereby preventing spatial repulsion. This allowed for the folding of points in space, enabling the spacecraft to traverse directly from one point to another. To illustrate, consider 2 points on the same plane, that is, the same two-dimensional surface. Aside from the straight line segment connecting the 2 points, all other line lengths exceed that of the direct line. Hence, the shortest distance between 2 points is indeed the line segment itself. However, when one steps beyond the two-dimensional plane into three-dimensional space, a shorter distance can actually be traversed by folding the paper, causing the 2 points to coincide, thus bringing their distance infinitely closer to zero. Given that Kryptonian technology is designed to synchronize with cosmic space, it stands to reason that the energy consumption of the spacecraft should be minimal. Yet, the current state of the vessel was, paradoxically, quite the opposite. During the recent spatial leap, Jiang Fan discerned that the surrounding dark energy was incessantly eroding the space he had cleaved. while the universe itself was fervently repelling this dark energy. This presented an intriguing conundrum. Presently, two hypotheses burgeoned in Jiang Fan's mind. The first postulated that this superdivine universe originally harbored no dark energy, suggesting that such energy was artificially fabricated, or perhaps an invasion from beyond the cosmos. The second conjectured that this universe was initially akin to a celestial realm, akin to a fantasy world. Yet it succumbed to the encroachment of dark energy for some unknown reason. This would elucidate why the cosmic space vehemently rejected dark energy and account for the fact that, despite the superdivine universe having existed for 13.7 billion years, the angelic race only emerged a mere 100,000 years ago. Where then had the civilizations existed prior to the reign of the angels? Moreover, this world predominantly reflects Eastern Chinese culture, and it seems implausible for a realm centered on such heritage to be governed by a faction of winged Western beings. Just as it is improbable for the deity of the world to be of Asian descent or for the Marvel Universe to be dominated by Chinese figures. How could the supreme deity of a world rooted in Eastern Chinese culture be comprised of an assemblage of Westerners? Thus, only one possibility remains. Morgana, Carl, Kieran, and their cohort of angels are not the original inhabitants of the superdivine universe, but rather invaders. The more Jiang Fan pondered, the more he was convinced that his conjecture was indeed correct, for aside from the Chinese civilization on Earth, all other civilizations beyond its bounds were imbued with Western elements. To validate his hypothesis, Jiang Fan sought out a nearby, celestial body rife with dark energy. After meticulously scanning the area with his spacecraft several times, he discovered that the source of dark energy emanated from a relatively small planet. Upon identifying the target, Jiang Fan activated his Silver Superman powers and proceeded to dismantle the entire planet. However, to his astonishment, he found a diamond-shaped crystal lodge within a rift in the fabric of space-time at the planet's core, preventing the rift from closing and allowing dark energy to seep in. Approaching the rift, Jiang Fan grasped the crystal with both hands and exerted force. Yet the crystal remained impervious to his efforts. It is noteworthy that Jiang Fan, now endowed with the powers of Silver Superman, was capable of dragging planets with ease, yet he was unable to budge a mere crystal. Undeterred, he enveloped the crystal with his biofield and summoned all his strength to pull it outward. With a resounding pop, the crystal finally relinquished its hold. The instant the crystal was extracted, the rift in space-time promptly sealed, and the surrounding dark energy began to gradually subside. Indeed, it became evident that this dark energy was not indigenous to this world. As Jiang Fan gazed at the crystal in his hand, he suddenly noticed inscriptions adorning its surface. The characters appeared strikingly familiar, as though he had encountered them before. The more he scrutinized, the more he felt an uncanny recognition, prompting him to instruct the spacecraft's intelligence system to ascertain the nature of these inscriptions. Relevant text matched. The system projected 4 translated characters before Jiang Fan's eyes. The words God's key escaped Jiang Fan's lips. God? He pondered whether this deity was akin to the one known in the world. Regardless, for this realm, it was an invader, observing the extent to which this world rejected dark energy. It was likely that vanquishing the invader would yield a reward of primordial essence from this world. Although there was no direct evidence to affirm that the angels of the superdivine realm were indeed the invaders. The mere mention of angels and God suggested a sinister alliance. Moreover, having entrenched himself as a mortal enemy of the angels, Jiang Fan resolved that regardless of their affiliations, he would annihilate them. Not even Jesus could save them, or so he claimed. Target: Angel Nebula. Proceed at full speed, Jiang Fan commanded the intelligence system. Due to the substantial energy expended during the previous spatial leap, the spacecraft could only traverse while replenishing energy from the stars along its route. Time slipped away. In the span of 3 fleeting days, Jiang Fan had made no progress in deciphering the God's key. Just as frustration mounted, the spacecraft system abruptly notified him of a life-bearing planet resembling Earth, located 60 light-years ahead. Chapter 35, An Ambush? Hours later, Jiang Fan's vessel reached a solar system akin to our own, where a planet strikingly similar to Earth awaited. Surrounding this planet were a dozen male angels, seemingly engaged in observation. As the spacecraft approached, the angels finally took note of its presence. "Look, another fool has stumbled into our territory," One angel remarked with a rather effeminate tone. Another, brimming with excitement, brandished a great sword and charged towards Jiang Fan's ship, exclaiming, "Why waste words?" Finally, a target to sharpen our skills. Let's attack first. Observing the angel rushing towards the vessel, Jiang Fan couldn't help but scoff internally. Are these beings devoid of common sense? Do they truly believe that sword can contend with a spacecraft? What fools! In an instant, the male angels were obliterated by a single blast from a ship. With the avian adversaries dispatched, Jiang Fan turned his attention to the planet. Scanning the data retrieved by the spacecraft, he discovered a battered spear emanating a faint glow. Could it be that the angels had congregated here for this relic? Curiosity piqued. He felt compelled to investigate the significance of this luminous weapon. In his recollections, encounters with similar dilapidated yet radiant objects often hinted at extraordinary power. There was a 50% chance they were formidable artifacts. Approaching the spear, he reached out to touch its surface. Suddenly, an overwhelming force erupted from the spear, catapulting Jiang Fan off the planet. Good heavens! Such power! Even my silver superhero strength cannot withstand this. Jiang Fan was left utterly astonished. Once again, I cast my gaze upon the spear, which stood there unassumingly on this planet, its body occasionally emanating a faint glow. If I am not mistaken, the force I sensed earlier must be the power of the laws, reinforced by the world itself. I had encountered a similar force during my confrontation with the Celestial Emperor, when I felt its presence through the Emperor's Haotian mirror. I am utterly convinced that this weapon cannot be a product of technology. No matter how advanced or sophisticated technology may be, it can only harness the world's rules, but cannot receive the world's endorsement. Even if technology were capable of annihilating this world in an instant, it could never achieve the blessing of the world. This distinction delineates the realms of fantasy and science fiction. One embodies the comprehension of the celestial principles, while the other employs technology to manipulate the world's rules. What truly transpired back then? It is difficult to fathom the magnitude of the strength possessed by the spear's master, yet such a formidable figure has mysteriously vanished, leaving only this spear as evidence of their existence. I did not return to that planet. It was evident that the spear possessed a certain sentience. Considering the power it had just unleashed, forcibly taking it would be out of the question, so I abandoned that notion. Upon returning to the spacecraft, I found that its energy had been fully replenished. I commanded the ship's systems to continue our leap towards the Angel Nebula. The most pressing matter at hand was to eliminate those avian beings. The weapon I encountered today led me to suspect that the super-divine world must have once been a powerful fantasy realm rooted in an Eastern background. However, I could not comprehend how such a formidable presence could guard this universe while those avian beings still managed to dominate it. Where had those powerful entities gone? The more I pondered, the more perplexed I became, so I resolved to set my thoughts aside for the moment. As the spacecraft leaped once more, I sensed an ambush. The moment my ship emerged, it was surrounded by a throng of female angels. "Is this how she has sent you to your demise?" I remarked, observing the dense cluster of angels outside my ship. "You are not worthy of the heavenly mechanism King's intervention," one of the angels retorted. I opened the hatch and stepped outside, gazing at the multitude of female angels. "What a pity," I sighed. "So many beautiful ladies are destined to meet their end today. I wonder what she is thinking, not even providing you with proper weapons. Enough talk, sisters. Slay this demon." Amidst the clamorous cries for blood, the angels charged towards me in unison. "Why can't you learn from your mistakes? Even a change in combat style would suffice," I chided. My eyes glowed with a crimson hue as I unleashed scorching rays, meticulously targeting and eliminating wave after wave of angels. Yet, these angels seemed utterly devoid of fear, relentlessly advancing towards me. In the midst of my unbridled slaughter, the angels finally breached my scorching rays. A dozen or so angels managed to pin down my limbs with their long swords, and I could sense the presence of kryptonite emanating from their blades. Before Jiang Fan could mount a resistance, a luminous beam shot forth from the heart of the galaxy, immediately enveloping him and the nearby angels. Everything in the path of this beam was instantaneously vaporized, reduced to nothingness. The beam persisted for over 10 minutes before finally dissipating. Was it successful? Angel Aswi inquired through the channel. The surviving angels surrounding Jiang Fan awaited the disappearance of the beam with bated breath. This time, He deployed an army of 40,000 angels as bait to facilitate Aswi's utilization of the energy from the red sun of this galaxy to annihilate Jiang Fan. The assault drained the entire energy of the red sun, leaving it utterly depleted. It is evident that in the pursuit of Jiang Fan's demise, he was willing to obliterate the suns that sustained numerous life-bearing planets within this galaxy. The consequences for those planets, should they lose their suns, were all too apparent. In their quest to eliminate Jiang Fan, the angels chose to sacrifice countless lives, all while professing their commitment to justice. How can they call themselves just when they have destroyed the very suns that the life-bearing planets depend upon? Jiang Fan's voice echoed through the vacuum, resonating throughout the galaxy. At that moment, the inhabitants of the life-bearing planets realized that it was the angels who had long suppressed their technological advancement and plundered their resources, that had obliterated their sun. Gazing at the unharmed Jiang Fan before them, Aswi proclaimed, "Their sacrifices are worthwhile to eliminate you, this demon." Jiang Fan retorted with sarcasm, "Is this akin to the judgment of Morgana on Earth?" He recalled that in the original narrative, Keisha and Yin had nearly executed a grand judgment in Giant Canyon City to confront Morgana, had it not been for the intervention of the Hero Brigade and the intimidation of Sun Wukong. The lives of hundreds of thousands would have been at stake under Yan's uncertain judgment that might not have even slain Morgana. Now, she chose to sacrifice the lives of numerous planets in exchange for an attack whose efficacy against Jiang Fan remained uncertain. Chapter 36. Mad Iron Blood. Haha. You call me a demon. What then are you? Jiang Fan exclaimed. During your reign over the universe, you have taken countless lives, seized resources from other planets by force, and stifled the advancement of other civilizations. Whenever a civilization defies your commands, you label them as demons, claiming their ideals are incompatible with your so-called justice, and thus extinguish entire civilizations. Jiang Fan's laughter rang out. Silence. No matter how you twist your words, you cannot disguise your demonic identity, Aswi retorted, soaring before the assembly of angels and targeting Jiang Fan with a flurry of maneuvers. Activating secondary biological engine. Target, Jiang Fan. Analyzing target's genetic code. Another genetic engine? Jiang Fan mused. However, this contraption is of no consequence to me now. As Jiang Fan contemplated, his mind swiftly calculated the vulnerabilities in Aswi's engine, ingeniously turning her own secondary engine against her, thereby ensnaring her. The other angels, still bewildered by the situation, were suddenly besieged by a fleet of warships launching an assault upon them. These vessels were birthed from the life-bearing planets within this star system. They emerged en masse, driven by a resolute determination to perish alongside the angels. With the sun obliterated, the civilizations on these dozen or so planets had merely reached a level of spacefaring technology. Bound to this star system, their survival was now jeopardized. Without the sun, their demise loomed imminent. Since death was inevitable, they resolved to drag a few angels down with them, seeking vengeance for their own worlds. With a flurry of energy beams crisscrossing through the cosmos, it became evident that the warship's attacks could not vanquish the second-generation divine army of angels. The angels gracefully navigated through the fleet, rendering the warships ineffective with mere strikes. However, Aswi and her comrades were oblivious to the sheer ferocity of their desperate foes. Just as the angels reveled in their dominance, an explosion erupted, followed by a cascade of warships initiating self-destructive detonations. While the warship's armaments were insufficient to slay the angels, the detonation of their kinetic cores proved lethal. From a distance, Jiang Fan observed, not out of reluctance to intervene, but rather recognizing that the crew aboard those vessels were consumed by a thirst for vengeance. Only by personally avenging the destruction of the sun could they quell their animosity. These natives have gone mad. We must retreat, Aswi communicated to her fellow angels. We cannot escape. The spatial wormholes are destabilized by the explosions, another angel replied. Unbeknownst to them, the expanse of space had become crowded with a multitude of warships, numbering in the hundreds of thousands. Within these vessels, the occupants were listening intently to their leader's final address. My people, these angels have enslaved us for 5 millennia and have now annihilated our sun. Since they desire our lives, let us meet our fate together. Together, together. The inhabitants of the warships shouted in unison, steering their crafts towards the encircled angels. Explosions erupted repeatedly, and the surviving angels fell one by one. Realizing the futility of their situation, Aswi forcibly activated a spatial wormhole to escape. Half an hour later, apart from the fleeing Aswi, all the angels lay slain, their bodies adrift in the void, a hauntingly beautiful sight. Yet, Jiang Fan felt no stirrings of emotion within. After the angels' annihilation, one of the largest vessels from the fleet approached Jiang Fan. A hatch opened, and he instantly understood that he was beckoned to enter. As Jiang Fan stepped inside, he beheld a creature that was nearly humanoid yet bore distinct animalistic traits. Sharp fangs, formidable claws, a towering and robust physique, skin predominantly of a beige hue. Enveloped in a web of lines, with coarse hair, eyes resembling those of a human, a mouth filled with menacing teeth, and 4 appendages extending from its exterior. Could this be the predator? Jiang Fan was taken aback. He had never anticipated encountering a predator in the realm of the super god. Nor did he foresee that a creature driven to desperation would exhibit such madness. In Jiang Fan's recollection, the predator seemed to belong to a series of films, seemingly unrelated to the Super God Academy. This predator escorted Jiang Fan into a spacious conference room, where a predator approximately 3 meters in height was seated. "Greetings. I wish to converse with you," the predator leader commenced. Jiang Fan was momentarily stunned. Had he misheard? Was the predator speaking in the language of Huaxia? The leader, observing Jiang Fan's bewilderment, clarified, "Do not be astonished. The angels govern the entire universe and have long mandated that all civilizations communicate in their tongue. Thus, it is not surprising that we share a common language." "Oh, I see. And what race do you belong to?" Jiang Fan inquired. "You may refer to us as the Iron Blood Civilization, though for the past decade, the angels have taken to calling us the Predators," the leader replied. "Are you familiar with the xenomorphs?" Jiang Fan's curiosity intensified. The leader nodded. "Indeed, the xenomorphs are an extraterrestrial civilization that arrived in our star system 2 millennia ago. They were pursued by the angels and crashed on one of our planets. In our quest to eradicate these creatures and reclaim the planet, we have been battling them for generations. Consequently, our entire race has become a lineage of exceptional warriors. Just 2 years ago, we developed a serum specifically targeting the xenomorphs, finally eradicating them completely." Jiang Fan turned to the leader and asked, "Since you are so patiently answering my queries, surely this is not merely a social visit?" Suddenly, the leader bowed deeply and proclaimed, "We have witnessed your formidable strength. As our numerous planets are now devoid of sunlight and cannot sustain our existence, our entire Iron Blood clan convened and resolved to follow you, to assist you in your struggle against the angels. One must commend the intellect of the Iron Blood clan. After vanquishing the angels, they astutely recognized that without the sun, returning to their planets was no longer an option, and their first thought was of Jiang Fan. Given the angels' intent to eliminate Jiang Fan and the evident superiority he displayed in their previous confrontations, they chose to pledge their allegiance to him. Should Jiang Fan consent, the Iron Blood clan would be spared from annihilation. Jiang Fan pondered for a moment. Currently, his only subordinates were the members of the Akatsuki organization. Although each member possessed formidable strength, they were ill-suited for interstellar warfare. Therefore, accepting this group of indomitable Iron Blood clan warriors was indeed a commendable choice. After all, these valiant fighters possessed both intellect and combat prowess that far surpassed the current inhabitants of Earth in the super god world. "Very well, I shall accept you. But once you become my subordinates, you must adhere to my rules," Jiang Fan asserted with gravity. "At your command, master," replied the Iron Blood leader and the warrior who had escorted Jiang Fan, both kneeling on one knee in unison. Chapter 37. The condition of the members excellent. Since you have chosen to follow me, I shall first elevate your technological capabilities. With that, Jiang Fan imparted some discarded Kryptonian technology to the Iron Blood clan. Their current level of technology was woefully outdated. While they could traverse space, they were confined to their own star system and utterly incapable of interstellar travel. Esteemed members, our master not only consents to accept us, but has also bestowed upon us advanced technological knowledge, liberating us from the confines of our star system. Now, let us return and upgrade our ships, taking along any resources we can carry," the Iron Blood leader declared in a video, rallying his entire race. The Iron Blood clan exhibited exceptional execution. Upon the leader's command, they commenced modifications on their spacecraft using the technology provided by Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan had calculated that, disregarding resource expenditure, it would take the Iron Blood clan over a month to complete the transformation of all their vessels. With this, Jiang Fan found himself with some leisure time, as the Iron Blood leader would likely be preoccupied with assimilating the technologies for at least a month, resulting in no further disturbances. In his boredom, he opened the chat group. Upon entering the chat, Jiang Fan saw Han, Li, and Emperor Shirtian sharing videos. He casually clicked on one and was met with a breathtaking scene. In the world of mortal cultivator, Han Li stood resolutely aboard a Tiamat-class battleship, surrounded by a dozen smaller vessels, confronting a group of human cultivators. One could not deny the overwhelming aura emanating from Han Li. Each of the smaller ships was as large as half a football field. While Han Li's flagship was more than 3 times their size, its defensive energy shields flickering ominously. Friend Han, you are merely at the early stage of the Golden Core. If you contribute some magical artifacts to my Reverse Star Alliance, we shall overlook the matter of you injuring our disciples. A young man clad in white and standing on a flying sword proclaimed arrogantly, his tone dripping with disdain. Han Li retorted disdainfully, if it is battle you desire, then let us engage. Your Reverse Star Alliance has unjustly sought to take my life. Do you truly believe I would surrender without a fight? A mere cultivator at the initial stage of the Golden Core dares to defy the orders of the Reversal Star Alliance. All disciples, heed my command. Eliminate that lad, surnamed Han, and seize his magical treasures, ordered the young man in white to the hundreds of cultivators behind him. These ships of mine may not even be matched by those of the nascent soul stage. How dare you, mere Golden Core and Foundation establishment cultivators, covet my vessels? With that, Han Li entered the main ship and retreated to the rear of the fleet. Just as the opposing cultivators prepared to unleash their spells, the main cannon of Han Li's fleet emitted a blinding radiance. What was he planning? Wondered a Foundation establishment cultivator. Suddenly, energy beams shot toward them with astonishing speed. Before many cultivators could even process this thought, their bodies were pierced by the beams, meeting a swift demise. Flee! His treasures are too formidable. Our defensive artifacts are utterly inadequate, cried the young man in white to the remaining cultivators. After watching Han Li's video, Jiang Fan felt that Han Li was no longer the person he remembered. The Han Li of his recollection was a cunning strategist, embodying caution and meticulousness in every endeavor. In stark contrast, the current Han Li, having acquired the Taodai warship and modern technological knowledge in the super divine world, acted with a boldness previously unseen. Jiang Fan was, in fact, trapped in a misjudgment. Han Li's former caution stemmed from his lack of innate talent and low strength, fearing the ire of formidable opponents. Now, however, the most powerful beings in the chaotic star sea were the nascent soul cultivators, and with the Taodai warship at his command, Han Li could contend even with those at the transformation stage without hesitation. Moreover, he had recently repaired his flawed genes and improved his spiritual root quality to an exceptional level. With a little effort, and the enhancement from the river god S celestial vessel, Han Li's cultivation speed was nothing short of miraculous. This newfound confidence led him to recklessly assault the headquarters of the Reversal Star Alliance, nearly obliterating them. This audacity drew the attention of a nascent soul cultivator who, after a fierce battle, managed to breach the energy shield capable of withstanding nuclear attacks, successfully destroying 6 of Han Li's warships. However, the nascent soul cultivator was also struck by an ultra-ion railgun blast, sustaining severe injuries as he fled. Following this incident, Han Li reverted to his cautious nature, retreating to a mountain harboring a small spiritual vein to cultivate in secrecy. When Jiang Fan clicked on the video of Emperor Shirtian, he found the latter to be exceedingly arrogant. The video showcased Emperor Shirtian bombarding a divine dragon with a plethora of missiles and lasers. Before long, the divine dragon succumbed under the relentless assault and was captured by Emperor Shirtian. Jiang Fan also noted the presence of Nie Feng, Bu Jingyun, Jian Shun, and others in the video. At this moment, those individuals lay sprawled on the ground, their faces battered and bruised, resembling grotesque caricatures. It was evident that the one responsible for their disheveled state was Emperor Shirtian. Having ascended to the status of a second-generation divine body, he no longer required the essence of dragons. Hence, he resolved to capture a divine dragon for future utility. However, the source of the leak regarding Emperor Shirtian's whereabouts remained a mystery, prompting the protagonist group to intervene in an attempt to thwart his dragon-slaying intentions. Unbeknownst to them, Emperor Shirtian's newfound power rendered him formidable and inscrutable. Throughout the ensuing battle, he refrained from employing the Sacred Heart technique, relying solely on his formidable physique and the application of his formidable martial arts to reduce the protagonist to a state of disarray. Alas, ever since their entry into the chat group, these individuals had deviated from the narrative's natural progression, each exuding an air of unwarranted bravado, seemingly oblivious to how their actions might alter the trajectory of their own world. Jiang Fan pondered whether he would be rewarded with the essence of the world from the group members. He continued to peruse the chat records, and upon reaching the entries from a few days prior, he encountered a video uploaded by Time Chicken. Jiang Fan noticed that Time Chicken and Little Golden Giant had ventured into the world of One Piece, claiming that a time traveler had infiltrated that realm to pilfer its essence. This was discovered by the returning Little Golden Giant, leading both Time Chicken and Little Golden Giant to embark on a quest within the One Piece world to locate the transgressor. During this time, Time Chicken had also shared several devil fruits acquired in that universe within a chat group. Upon observing the devil fruits shared by Time Chicken, a thought suddenly occurred to Jiang Fan. Chapitre 38, Artificial Fruit. From the dialogues between Time Chicken and the other group members, he learned that these devil fruits were obtained from the aforementioned time traveler. When Time Chicken and Little Golden Giant finally confronted the traveler, they discovered he possessed a system capable of replicating the devil fruits of the One Piece world. Consequently, after Little Golden Giant had incapacitated the traveler, he erased his memories of the journey and returned him to his original world. The system, however, was dismantled by Little Golden Giant, who found the replicated devil fruits unappealing, leading them to share these fruits in the chat group. Yet, the members of the chat group, being astute individuals, recognized the inherent flaws of the devil fruits. Despite their extraordinary nature, their capabilities were singular, and even with optimal development, could they truly rival the diverse spells and abilities of the world of Hanli? Thus, the devil fruits shared by Time Chicken had yet to attract any interest from the group members. Jiang Fan recalled that, in the world of One Piece, there was fundamentally only one type of devil fruit, collectively referred to as the human fruit. Take the protagonist Luffy, for instance. Many believed he possessed the rubber fruit of the Paramecia type, but in reality, he wielded the mythical Zoan-type human fruit, embodying the form of the sun god Nika. Similarly, while many assumed that Kizaru's light fruit belonged to the Logia category, it was, in fact, an alien variant of the Zoan-type human fruit, manifesting as the form of a light giant. When a yellow ape develops the devil fruit to its ultimate awakened form, he can transform into the colossal being of light, shining like Digga. Similarly, other devil fruits possess unique awakenings. Blackbeard embodies the form of the underworld king Hades, Enel manifests as Zeus, and the Empress Hancock awakens into Medusa. It is this knowledge that spurred Jiang Fan's desire to delve into the mysteries of the devil fruits. Understanding how these fruits bestow powers upon individuals would enable him to create them at will in the future. Extracting a single devil fruit from the group, Jiang Fan placed it in the experimental chamber of his spaceship for analysis. After a week, the results were finally revealed. The devil fruit is composed of a vast singular elemental energy, which can alter and assimilate the cells of those who consume it, allowing their cells to transition between their original form and elemental state. Thus, the so-called sun god form of Monkey D. Luffy is merely a simulation. At his core, he remains human, not divine, Jiang Fan mused. Indeed, considering the combat prowess in the world of pirates, it is exceedingly feeble. Let us not forget that true gods are capable of soaring through the skies, traversing the cosmos, moving between past and future, holding the sun and moon in their hands, reshaping mountains and seas with but a thought. In contrast, Jiang Fan estimated that Luffy would struggle to withstand even a single strike from the pseudo-sun god, Delena. With a grasp of the principles behind the devil fruits, Jiang Fan began the process of creating one. For someone like him, already a silver Superman, crafting a devil fruit was not a daunting task once the principles were understood. In an instant, the surrounding spatial energy began to converge in Jiang Fan's hands. And a few minutes later, a semi-transparent fruit materialized. "Baron, come here," Jiang Fan communicated through the ship's intercom. Shortly after, the iron-blooded chief stood before him. "Master." He knelt respectfully. Jiang Fan gestured for him to rise and spoke. "Baron, I have developed a fruit that may bestow you with extraordinary abilities upon consumption. However, failure could result in temporary physical weakness. To ensure that the iron-blooded chief cells would not collapse during the process of spatial elemental transformation, Jiang Fan remained vigilant, ready to repair any cells that showed signs of distress. As long as Jiang Fan was present, the iron-blooded chief was assuredly safe. Without hesitation, the iron-blooded chief took the fruit and swallowed it whole. Immediately, he felt as if every cell in his body were ablaze, fracturing under the strain. Simultaneously, a sharp pain surged through his mind. Yet, as the leader of the iron-blooded clan, his willpower was formidable. Despite the excruciating ordeal, he remained silent. Jiang Fan observed with great satisfaction. As time ticked by, after half an hour, the iron-blooded chief's trembling form began to stabilize. "My master, I feel as though I can manipulate space now." As he spoke, the iron blood leader's form vanished from before Jiang Fan in an instant, only to reappear at Jiang Fan's right side the next moment. Indeed, this spatial energy is something you should cultivate diligently. Mastering it could allow you to challenge the second-generation angels single-handedly. "Understood, my master. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave, as I need to attend to the modifications on the spacecraft," the Iron Blood leader respectfully announced. "You may depart," Jiang Fan replied. And once the Iron Blood leader had withdrawn, he resumed his study of the devil fruit. In truth, the devil fruit Jiang Fan had created had already failed. The Iron Blood leader succeeded only because his cellular structure was significantly more resilient than that of a human, coupled with an unwavering will that allowed him to endure the transformation. Had a human being consumed the fruit, even one whose determination matched that of the Iron Blood leader, their body would not withstand the overwhelming elemental power and would inevitably collapse. To enable ordinary individuals to consume the devil fruit he had crafted, Jiang Fan dedicated himself wholeheartedly to the experimental development of the fruit. On the other side of the cosmos, within the Angel Nebula, He was convening a meeting with Pan Zhen from the Sunstar, along with Carl and Morgana. Their discussion centered on strategies to eliminate Jiang Fan, the superhuman. "Speak, He, why have you summoned me?" Morgana began, her sharp tongue evident upon seeing He. "Morgana, this is not the time for our quarrels," He retorted. Meanwhile, Pan Zhen observed the exchange between Morgana and He with an air of detachment, showing no inclination to intervene. "Enough, Liang Bing, please hold your tongue. This is not the moment for bickering. Our foremost concern is how to counter that superhuman," Carl interjected, redirecting the focus of their meeting. "What can we do? That fellow was extraordinarily powerful upon his arrival, and now he can withstand the force of a star without a scratch. What options do we have besides keeping our distance?" Morgana lamented openly. "I concur with Morgana. In the past, our Sunstar suffered greatly from a confrontation with a monkey on Earth. This Jiang Fan is evidently far stronger than Sun Wukong, and we of the Sunstar lack the means to contend with him," Pan Zhen bluntly stated, expressing their inability to assist. Chapter 39. The Eve of War. Do you truly believe that once Jiang Fan has annihilated my angel clan, he will spare you? Do not be naive. Do you not understand the principle of mutual destruction? She expressed her frustration towards Pan Zhen and Morgana, who seemed resigned to their fate. "Morgana, do not forget, you are also an angel. If Jiang Fan seeks to obliterate us, you will not escape unscathed." She endeavored to draw Morgana into her cause. Morgana, unfazed, replied, "Oh, so now you do not wish to eliminate me, the demon?" "Pan Zhen, Carl, what are your thoughts?" She had completely relinquished hope of swaying Morgana. Pan Zhen pondered for a moment before responding. "This matter concerns the survival of the Sunstar. I must return to report to my deity. Jiang Fan, an outsider, must be eradicated. Carl has already made his position clear." Thus, the meeting concludes, and the angels finally reveal their grotesque visages, beginning their unabashed pillaging of the resources of the civilizations under their dominion. She has ceased her pretense. She aims to amass all possible resources before Jiang Fan arrives, in order to forge a formidable angelic army. Time swiftly passes, and in the blink of an eye, a month has elapsed. "Ha ha! I have finally succeeded." Jiang Fan's voice resonates within the spaceship's laboratory. He exclaims with excitement, holding 2 devil fruits he crafted himself, his heart brimming with joy. "I need to find someone to experiment on." Jiang Fan casts his gaze toward the world of One Punch Man Saitama. "Are you there?" "Leader is online," replies the group. "Hello, Leader," says Han Li. "Greetings, Leader. adds Empress. Time chicken. Oh, you're online. Lu Chuang. Leader, I heard from GXIN that you're at odds with the angels. What's going on? Saitama, did you summon me for something? Is there a formidable enemy on the horizon? You needn't concern yourself with my affairs with the angels, Lu Chuang. Just ensure Zhao Xin keeps a close watch on his wife. As long as she remains obedient on Earth, all will be well. Understood. I will make sure Xin keeps an eye on GXIN. Saitama, I have created 2 devil fruits and wish to come over to test them on someone. Sure, just in time. Genos and Fubuki are here. It will be even livelier with you around. I'll head over now. Jiang Fan promptly opens a portal, locking onto Saitama's coordinates, and is instantly transported. In the world of One Punch Man, Saitama is engrossed in a video game. Genos is in the kitchen preparing a meal, and Fubuki is gazing at Saitama in a daze. Who goes there? Fubuki exclaims, preparing to strike at the suddenly appearing Jiang Fan. Leader, why did you arrive so quickly? Genos hasn't even finished cooking. Saitama tosses aside his game controller and greets Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan glances at the health bar of the game character on the screen. Saitama is clearly on the verge of losing, and his arrival has conveniently allowed Saitama to avoid defeat. Genos also greets Jiang Fan. Hello. I have heard from Saitama-sensei that you are quite powerful. Saitama's statement is not without merit. Jiang Fan graciously accepts the compliment without a hint of modesty. After exchanging pleasantries with Saitama, Jiang Fan turns to the strongest man on Earth and proclaims, I know you. Do you wish to truly become the strongest on the surface? I don't understand what you're talking about. Saitama feigns ignorance. You know precisely what I mean. This is called a devil fruit. It is a superhuman wave fruit. Once you take a bite, you will gain the ability to control energy waves. Jiang Fan presents a devil fruit he crafted based on the powers of super science, enticing Saitama. Of course, this devil fruit will not transform him into a true super scion. It merely allows him to utilize the energy from the Dragon Ball universe to engage in combat, with his strength reaching a maximum of Super Saiyan Grade 1. Observing the lingering hesitation, Saitama promptly interjected, You can trust the group leader. His strength is indeed formidable. Trusting Saitama implicitly, the individual decided to partake of the fruit. The devil fruit crafted by Jiang Fan differed significantly from those in the world of One Piece. His creations were far more exquisite, possessing a delightful sweetness, unlike the notoriously unpalatable fruits found in that universe. Moreover, Jiang Fan's devil fruits had ingeniously eliminated the inherent weakness of being vulnerable to seawater. Instead of debilitating effects, contact with seawater merely restricted one's abilities, leaving other aspects unaffected. Noticing the enjoyment on the individual's face, Saitama curiously inquired, Do you feel any changes within your body? After a moment of introspection, the individual replied, I sense a surge of energy within me, continuously enhancing my physique. You may wish to step outside and test your newfound abilities, Jiang Fan suggested, eager to ascertain the destructive potential of this internal force. The individual ventured into an open space, assuming a stance reminiscent of a Kamehameha wave. Instantly, a sphere of energy materialized at the center of their hands. With a resounding shout, Kamehameha, the gathered energy transformed into a column of force, obliterating several dilapidated buildings in the distance, akin to the impact of a missile. Jiang Fan marveled at how effortlessly the newly acquired power was wielded. Playing numerous games certainly has its advantages, he mused. For someone well-versed in gaming, mastering the abilities of the fruit was a trivial endeavor, as the experience cultivated a vivid imagination. Much like now, mimicking the techniques of game characters, the individual concentrated energy into basketball-sized orbs, launching them outward. Each orb possessed the explosive power of a high-grade grenade, and this was merely in the initial stages of wielding their abilities. Given time to adapt, the potency would undoubtedly escalate several magnitudes. Suddenly, Fubuki knelt before Jiang Fan, beseeching, I implore you to grant me a devil fruit. I am willing to become your disciple. Originally endowed with psychic abilities, her powers paled in comparison to her sister Tornado S, and upon witnessing an opportunity to gain strength, she unhesitatingly sought mentorship. There is no need for formalities. I happen to have another fruit. You may have it, Jiang Fan responded, presenting her with a second devil fruit. This particular fruit granted gravitational manipulation abilities, perfectly complementing her psychic powers. Mastery of this ability could potentially allow one to stretch time, distort space, and even create black holes. Ultimately, the potential of this power hinged upon one's knowledge. Jiang Fan's words left Fubuki momentarily speechless. It was her first encounter with the notion that knowledge dictated the limits of one's abilities. "Well, my task here is complete, and I have matters to attend to," he announced, bidding farewell to Saitama and the others before returning to the location from whence he came. Jiang Fan's portal remained perpetually open, cleverly concealed by his abilities. Due to the fact that the portal had not merged with the Super God Realm, once Jiang Fan closed the portal and reopened it, it would re-establish its location near Luchuan. Stepping through the portal, Jiang Fan returned to his spaceship, observing the Iron Blood clan, whose modifications were nearing completion. He contemplated, the war is about to commence. Chapter 40. The arrival of Pan Zhun a few days later, behind Jiang Fan's spaceship. 100,000 vessels were lined up in perfect order. These ships were capable of traversing star systems. In order to modify them, the Iron Blood clan had nearly exhausted the resources of their home planets. "Master, our ships have been modified according to the requirements for interstellar navigation and are ready to depart at your command," reported the leader of the Iron Blood clan. As Jiang Fan gazed at the neatly arranged Iron Blood ships, a surge of ambition arose within him as he commanded, "Relay my orders. Destination: Angel Nebula. Full speed ahead." With a single utterance from Jiang Fan, the 100,000 ships followed the Kryptonian vessel, advancing towards the Angel Nebula at superluminal speed. Reflecting on his time at Krypton, he had envied General Zwida for commanding a fleet. Now, he too possessed his own fleet. System: scan for nearby wormholes and prepare for consecutive wormhole jumps. System calculation in progress. Calculation complete. Wormhole activated. A beam of energy shot from Jiang Fan's ship, forming a colossal wormhole tunnel before the fleet. "Baron, relay the message. Prepare for consecutive wormhole crossings," Jiang Fan instructed the virtual projection of the Iron Blood leader. "At your command," came the reply as the projection vanished to notify the other ship captains. Moments later, a magnificent scene unfolded in space. Leading the way, Jiang Fan's ship, followed by enormous warships, soared into the wormhole like shooting stars. After traversing a series of wormholes, the fleet finally emerged in an unfamiliar star system. As soon as Jiang Fan's ship appeared, a figure clad in ancient-style battle armor obstructed their path. Jiang Fan instantly recognized the individual who had intercepted them. "Pan Zhun of Liangstar, why have you left your goddess to block my way here?" His voice resonated through the vacuum, reaching Pan Zhun's ears without distortion. "Mr. Jiang Fan, do not misunderstand. I have come here to discuss matters with you," replied Pan Zhun, maintaining a respectful demeanor. "General Pan, please come in to talk," Jiang Fan invited. Noticing that Pan Zhun approached alone, Jiang Fan surmised he was not there to cause trouble. Pan Zhun did not hesitate and entered Jiang Fan's ship. The intelligence system guided Pan Zhun to the reception room. As he stepped in, Jiang Fan remarked, "General Pan, you truly possess remarkable courage to come here alone. Are you not afraid I might choose to keep you here?" Pan Zhun chuckled in response. "With your strength, if you wish to kill me, it would be inevitable. Since that is the case, I might as well take a chance. Clearly, my gamble has paid off." "Speak, General Pan Zhun. What brings you to me from such a great distance?" Jiang Fan inquired, getting straight to the point. "Since you are so forthright, I shall not beat around the bush." Pan Zhun replied, "I have heard from Reina that you possess the ability to traverse worlds. I wish to exchange our stellar propulsion technology from the Sunfire planet for an opportunity for our people to survive." Jiang Fan was taken aback by Pan Zhun's proposition. "Do you believe I would take action against your Sunfire planet?" he asked. Pan Zhun shook his head. "It is we who are on the brink of collapse." Jiang Fan's curiosity deepened regarding the plight of the Sunfire planet. Pan Zhun continued, "Years ago, the instigation of the war in the Denher star system by Decao led to our entanglement in the conflict. As the war escalated, it culminated in the war god of the North Star personally cleaving half of our planet, while we detonated the star of the Denher system. Upon realizing our mistakes, the Denher system relocated to Earth, leaving us to rely solely on our technology to protect the core of the Sunfire planet. Recently, the core has begun to react violently. In no more than 5 years, it will completely collapse and be destroyed. With your advanced technology, why not simply relocate to another planet?" Jiang Fan suggested. Pan Zhun again shook his head. That is not feasible. While our super warriors can traverse star systems and adapt to other planetary environments, our citizens are mere mortals. Like the inhabitants of Earth, they can only survive on a planet with conditions similar to their own. Otherwise, we would not be so determined to hold onto the Sunfire planet. Very well, in these next 5 years, I shall see if I can encounter a suitable world or planet. If not, I shall be powerless to assist, Jiang Fan stated, resigning himself to chance. Should he come across an unclaimed planet, he would lend aid. If not, there was little that could be done. If he were to encounter the world of a Chinese ghost story, he could transport Pan Zhen and his people there, as that realm was devoid of deities, rife with demons. And the court was preoccupied with its own troubles. Sending Pan Zhen and his people there would allow them to manage the mortal realm and cleanse it of evil, restoring order. However, Jiang Fan was aware that the likelihood of encountering such a world was slim, so he made no guarantees. Then I express my gratitude, Mr. Jiang Fan. Should you truly come across a planet akin to Earth, please do inform us, Pan Zhen concluded, firmly establishing the arrangement. Jiang Fan's realization dawned upon him, and he inwardly chastised Pan Zhen for being so cunning. He had merely suggested assistance if it were convenient, but Pan Zhen's gratitude had solidified the agreement. Indeed, these ancient beings, having lived for so long, were not to be underestimated. Engaging with them could easily lead one into a trap. If there is nothing else, General Pan, I bid you farewell, Jiang Fan said, directly ushering him out. Then I shall take my leave, Pan Zhen responded, departing with an understanding demeanor. I have perhaps experienced too little in life. Now that I possess formidable power, I find myself less inclined to engage in deep contemplation. I must learn from Han Li and Emperor Shirtian in the future, Jiang Fan mused. He commanded the fleet to halt their advance and regroup. The next star system is the Angel Nebula. Traversing wormholes with this vast armada has already depleted more than half of the ship's energy reserves. It is imperative that our vessels maintain ample energy when confronting the angels. At present, Jiang Fan is utilizing the traversal gate to connect with the stars of the divine eagle world to replenish the ship's energy. This strategy occurred to him just days prior. If the gate can open anywhere in a merged world, why not near a star to directly supply energy to the ships? As he observed the energy levels gradually restoring, Jiang Fan suddenly found the stellar propulsion technology of the Sunfire star quite appealing. If I were to acquire stellar propulsion technology, I could locate a star and transform it into a vessel, wandering the cosmos aboard an entire celestial body, he fantasized. Chapter 41. The Ambush on the Angel Outpost. Meanwhile, the Meluo Celestial Court was also preparing for the impending confrontation. This time, she truly spared no expense. Star Destroyer battleships, Sky Blade vessels, and various space-based weapons were deployed around the Meluo Celestial Court. Even the original second-generation divine bodies of the angel subordinates had all been upgraded to third-generation divine bodies. To facilitate this complete upgrade, she commandeered all resources from the star systems under angelic dominion. As for the civilizations that lost their resources, who cares? As we Lingxi, I am now connecting your data to Kaisha's sacred armory. You will upgrade to fourth-generation divine bodies, she declared, directly linking the two to the sacred armory. We vow to protect our queen with our lives, as we and Lingxi pledged in unison. Very well, go. She waved them off, contemplating the empty palace as memories of the past, when the three kings shared the throne, surfaced in her mind. We had always refrained from exploring the unknown universe, believing that by avoiding the ancient legends of this cosmos, we could remain untouched. It is only today that I realize we were mistaken. Those forces that vanished in antiquity have persisted, and now they are poised to awaken. She caressed her throne, as if conversing with an old friend. With her hand pressing a concealed button on the throne, a circular magical array materialized in the center of the vast hall. The creator of the angels, truthfully, had the circumstances not dictated the impending overthrow of angelic rule, I would not wish to summon you. She hesitated, contemplating whether to invoke the legendary angel Gabriel. Due to the presence of dark energy, the magic lingering on the array could only be used for a single summoning. This summoning array had been left behind since ancient times, which is precisely why the Meluo Celestial Court was established here, transforming this site into a coveted stronghold for rulers. Otherwise, why would the timid and deathly afraid Huaya dare to single-handedly enter the Meluo Celestial Realm to compete with she for supremacy risking the possibility of being killed. It is for the symbol of the throne and the summoning magic circle inscribed within the Meluo celestial realm. He is well aware of this from the archives of the angelic lineage. According to the records, the exact inception of this universe remains a mystery. 3 billion years ago, an unforeseen cataclysm caused by an extrinsic being's self-detonation merged this universe with another, igniting a protracted conflict lasting over 8,000 years. This war pitted the angelic army, led by the 12-winged Gabriel, against the three major forces of this world, the immortals, demons, and spirits. Throughout the 8 millennia of warfare, an array of prodigious cultivators emerged, each generation more formidable than the last. Eventually, Gabriel himself intervened directly. The battle between Gabriel and a monstrous entity known as the Demon Blade Emperor shattered the very fabric of reality, unleashing a torrent of spells that tore the cosmic barriers apart. This rift allowed a deluge of dark energy to infiltrate the universe. Such dark energy proved wholly incompatible with both angelic magic and the innate spiritual essence of this world, leading to a markedly sluggish restoration of power in the energy-infused space. As the dark energy intensified, the regeneration of spiritual essence became utterly impossible. Consequently, various ancient beings in this realm were compelled to vacate the areas shrouded in dark energy, and Gabriel too had to abandon this world. However, before his departure, he left behind a summoning magic circle and a contingent of lesser 2-winged angels. This is the extent of what he gleaned from the archives. It was this knowledge that spurred Kirin and Lulang to seek out another world. Gazing upon the summoning magic circle, she found herself in a state of profound hesitation. After all these years of wielding power with ease in this world, it was inconceivable for them to become subservient to anyone again, not even to the legendary Gabriel who had created them. Nevertheless, given the current predicament of the angelic race, summoning Gabriel appeared to be the sole strategy to triumph over Jiang Fan. After much deliberation, she refrained from activating the magic circle immediately. Instead, she contemplated taking a gamble with her yet-to-be fully developed 5th-generation divine body. Should the upgrade fail, she would then resort to summoning Gabriel. Meanwhile, on Jiang Fan's side, his fleet had fully replenished its energy, and several assault warships were approaching the angelic outpost. With a mere command from Jiang Fan, the war would commence in earnest. The main cannon of the first warship was fully charged. The second warship was ready. The third and 8th warships had completed their charging as well. With all assault warships prepared, Jiang Fan promptly issued the order to attack. Activate the plasma cannon. The target is 1 light-year away. Launch. As the captain's command resonated, the main cannons of 8 warships discharged simultaneously in 8 different directions. 1 light-year away, at the angel outpost, one angel remarked, "Isn't the celestial king overestimating that person named Jiang Fan?" Another angel concurred, saying, "Indeed, I heard from Sister Jue that Jiang Fan is nearing the Angel Nebula. Yet we have been stationed here for a month without sighting that fellow." While these angels were engaged in conversation, an attack surpassing the speed of light struck their outpost in an instant. A thunderous explosion ensued, accompanied by a powerful shockwave that sent several angels flying. Outpost 1, we are under attack. The previously speaking angel steadied herself and reported to another outpost over the communication channel. "This is Outpost 1. We are also under assault." Reports of attacks on Outpost 1 and others flooded the angel's designated channel. Angel Jue inquired over the channel, "Has Jiang Fan arrived?" "I don't know. We can't see anyone around us." The surviving angels at the outpost strained to observe their surroundings while updating Angel Jue. "Damn it, this long-range combat tactic again." Angel Jue cursed vehemently. Angel Lingxi interjected, "Isn't this long-range combat method supposed to be obsolete?" Meanwhile, Jiang Fan observed the bewildered angels, nearly bursting into laughter. He had initially assumed that after employing long-range strikes once, she would be prepared. Little did he know, these angels were still fixated on close-quarters combat. Proceed with the next wave of attacks. Jiang Fan offered no respite to the angels and launched another offensive immediately. A barrage of plasma projectiles surged from the Ironblood fleet behind Jiang Fan, blanketing the area with overwhelming firepower. He was confident that under this relentless assault, a significant portion of the angels' outposts on the outskirts of the galaxy would be obliterated. All angels at the outposts used the wormhole to retreat to Milo Ocean Court. Angel Jue commanded over the channel. Wormhole technology, adept at evasion. Is it? Deploy spatial interference devices. Spatial interference devices launched. Activating spatial disruption mode. As thousands of nano-devices were dispatched, some angels attempting to utilize the wormhole found themselves ejected from it. Chapter 42. The collapse plan of the dark dimensional space. Activate the space-based system. Initiate the spatial stabilization protocol. Seeing that the wormhole was no longer an option, Angel Jue decisively sealed off the space entirely, preventing Jiang Fan from engaging them in a protracted battle using spatial technology. These angels are quite clever, Master. Should we deploy the neutron matrix? Proposed the Iron Blood leader. Jiang Fan shook his head, replying, no need. The neutron matrix technology is still unstable. My year has not been in vain. As he spoke, Jiang Fan commanded the spacecraft to launch several paper-like objects, each roughly the size of a renminbi banknote, toward the Angel Nebula. These paper fragments served no other purpose than to enable the angels and Kirin to harness dark energy to establish a collapse within the dark dimension. After delving into the memories of Angel Yin, Jiang Fan had studied the dark dimension of this world. He discovered that the reason the dark alloy armor of the Xiangbing Lian could evade detection from the dark dimension was due to the peculiar combination of the material waves of the dark alloy, which could influence the mirroring of the dark dimension that shared its origin. If particles related to parity violation were intermingled within the dark alloy employed by Xiangbing Lian, and then subjected to resonance, subsequently preserving them within the dark alloy, it could exploit the relationship of origin between the dark alloy and the dark dimension to transport the parity-violating particles into the dark dimension. This would disrupt the self-consistency of the dark dimension's rules, ultimately inducing a self-collapse. Merely 10 minutes after Jiang Fan launched the paper fragments, they silently traversed into the dark dimension of the Angel Nebula. In the unseen realm of the dark dimension, from the locations occupied by these paper fragments, the rules governing the dark dimension began to unravel, descending into chaos and disorder. This turmoil led to a rejection of the spiritual energy connecting to the dark dimension, causing the entire spatial structure of the dark dimension to become increasingly distorted and, ultimately, to collapse. As the dark dimension commenced its collapse, various celestial computers utilized by the angelic race began to exhibit connectivity issues and stutter. Angel Jue even discovered that the communication channels within the dark dimension, which could previously connect to every corner of the known universe, had severed their links. Now, they could only communicate with angels located within the confines of the Angel Nebula, and this range was continuously diminishing. What is happening? Why has the dark dimension at the periphery of the Angel Nebula suddenly vanished? Angel Lingxi exclaimed in astonishment. With a grim expression, Angel Jue replied, this must be the work of that Jiang Fan. It's all the fault of those humans on Earth. Why did they have to create a superhero and endow him with such advanced technology? Lingxi retorted that Jiang Fan was not even created by them. Destroying Earth would be futile. The most crucial task now is to buy enough time for the Tianji King to upgrade to the 5th generation divine body. With that, Angel Jie led thousands of angels toward the front lines of battle. Baron, you and your team will remain here, using long-range attacks to incessantly bombard the Maloshan Heavenly Court. I will handle the rest. With a command to the Iron Blood leader, Jiang Fan departed from the spacecraft, soaring alone into the depths of the Angel Nebula. The decision to leave the fleet outside the Angel Nebula stemmed from the fact that the weaponry of the Iron Blood ships was nearly ineffective against the angels. Even if they managed to strike, it would merely inflict injuries. However, should these warships be approached by the angels, the Iron Blood warriors would face certain slaughter. Birdman I, Jiang Fan, have arrived. 2 scorching rays swept across, severing over 100 angels in half. Due to the extreme temperature of my rays, their wounds were sealed before a single drop of blood could escape. Jiang Fan, do not be too arrogant. We have amassed an army of 1 million to confront you. Do not claim we are bullying you. After all, you are a superhuman, the pursuing angel declared. Jiang Fan regarded the angel with a slight smirk and replied, you wish to engage in a group assault? Very well. Do not complain of my numerical advantage afterward. With that, Jiang Fan clapped his hands and commanded. Technique of multiple shadow clones. Boom, boom, boom. Clouds of white smoke erupted, and one after another, clones of Jiang Fan emerged from a mist. Densely populated, almost as numerous as the 1 million-strong angel army. Not to mention, the peculiar jutsu from the world of Naruto proved quite effective at times. Jiang Fan mused as he surveyed the multitude of shadow clones around him. Annihilate them. Jiang Fan pointed towards the angelic forces, issuing commands to his surrounding clones. Kill. In an instant, a chaotic melee erupted between the countless Jiang Fans and the angels. Though his clones possessed less than a tenth of his original strength, it was sufficient to contend with the newly upgraded third-generation divine body angels. A myriad of attacks, scorching rays, sword energy, freezing breath, and beams of judgment blanketed the vast expanse of space. From a distance, the battlefield resembled a dazzling fireworks display, vibrant colors flickering in a breathtaking spectacle. As Jiang Fan raised his hand to deflect an angel's attack, he retaliated with a powerful punch, unleashing tremendous force that distorted the very fabric of space. In an instant, a fan-shaped wave of destruction emanated from him, akin to Saitama's assault, creating a gap within the encircling angelic army. Those angels caught within the blast were instantly reduced to ash, leaving nothing behind. This fellow is too formidable. I can only resort to the blade of heaven number 7. The pursuing angel thought, witnessing Jiang Fan's invincible stance. She swiftly ascended to the nearby blade of heaven number 7. Initiate the blade of heaven's judgment, she commanded, drawing the sword of kings. Blade of heaven's judgment has been activated. The intelligent system's voice chimed, projecting a virtual image of the battlefield before her eyes. The angel swung her massive sword downwards towards Jiang Fan's form with ferocity. Simultaneously, Jiang Fan noticed a colossal sword materializing out of thin air aimed directly at him. Today, let you birdmen witness the might of my steel body. Jiang Fan boldly surged towards the descending giant sword, determined to shatter the cosmic myth of her blade of heaven's grand judgment with his indomitable physique. Upon witnessing this scene, both Jiang Fan's shadow clones and the angelic army momentarily halted their actions, awaiting the ultimate outcome of the clash between Jiang Fan and the Judgment Blade. Victory was imperative, and Angel Lingxi fervently prayed in her heart. Is the main body really this formidable? One shadow clone mused. Such an attack cannot be sustained by the angels for long. Why engage in direct confrontation when evasion is possible? It's akin to learning to withstand an opponent's strike in one piece, another shadow clone remarked. At that moment, as these clones voiced their thoughts, Jiang Fan collided with the colossal Judgment Blade. In an instant, a radiant red light emanated from the point of impact, engulfing the entire battlefield. Chapter 43. The Iron Body. The sacred body. A tremendous surge of energy swept across the battlefield, causing spatial rifts to appear and vanish. Regardless of whether they were Jiang Fan's shadow clones or the angels, any contact with these rifts could lead to severe injury or even death. As the light dissipated, Jiang Fan stared at the white imprint left on his fist from the clash with the Judgment Blade, astonished. This is impossible. I distinctly remember that in the original storyline, Gu Xiaoluan did not wield such formidable power with the Great Judgment. Within the Judgment Blade number 7, Angel Jue brandished her massive sword, preparing for second assault on Jiang Fan. Super, Earth Exploding Star. Jiang Fan clasped his palms together, summoning an immense gravitational force directed at Judgment Blade number 7, drawing countless floating fragments towards it. What is happening? A multitude of stones collided with the protective shield of Judgment Blade number 7, interrupting Angel Jue's attack. The stones continued to multiply, and within minutes, Judgment Blade number 7 had been enveloped, resembling a small asteroid. Quickly go assist Jue. Angel Lingxi was the first to react. It's too late. True, Golden Wheel Rebirth Blast. This time, Jiang Fan's use of the Golden Wheel Rebirth Blast differed from before. His inability to vanquish Angel Yin previously stemmed from his status as a regular Superman. Now, having ascended to Silver Superman, the power he wielded had undergone a qualitative transformation. With this technique, Jiang Fan could not only cleave a planet, but even a fourth-generation divine body would meet its demise. The slender beam of light swiftly sliced through Judgment Blade number 7, now encased as a small asteroid, as effortlessly as cutting through tofu. There were no sparks nor surges of energy. Judgment Blade number 7 simply parted in silence. Angel Jie emerged from the remnants of Judgment Blade number 7, and Jiang Fan sensed her demise, struck down by the backlash of the blade's energy. Now, it is your turn. Jiang Fan turned his focus to the only remaining angel with a fourth-generation divine body, Lingxi. You shall not succeed. Justice will triumph over evil, Lingxi declared sharply. Her gaze fixed on Jiang Fan. Ha ha! What is righteousness? What constitutes justice? It is not for you, mere winged beings, to define. Amidst the echoes of laughter, Jiang Fan's form rapidly expanded, growing several times larger than the sun within mere breaths. Lingxi and the other angels, upon witnessing such an immense figure, found their resolve to fight dissipating. Faced with such an adversary, the dark dimensions of this star domain were rendered futile. How could they possibly contend with him? Was the disparity truly this vast? Lingxi murmured as she gazed at Jiang Fan's colossal silhouette. Rest in peace, Jiang Fan. He exhaled a breath of icy frost. A wave of extreme cold swept across the entire star system, encasing the angelic nebula in ice within moments, leaving only the Meluo heavenly court untouched. As he dispelled his shadow clone, Jiang Fan surveyed the frozen angels around him, a surge of violent emotion swelling within him. He understood what it was. They often say that taking many lives breeds a heart demon. It appears that slaying extraterrestrials can also alter one's character. It seems that after dealing with these avian beings, I must find a place to recuperate, Jiang Fan mused. Just as he contemplated how to take a respite, a cold, emotionless voice pulled him back to reality. You are indeed formidable. Even with the sacrifice of Azu and the others, they could only delay you for a brief moment. With that, He emerged from the Meluo heavenly court. You feel significantly stronger than before. Indeed, I have upgraded to the 5th generation divine body, the sacred form, she declared confidently, fixing her gaze upon Jiang Fan. A smile crept across Jiang Fan's face. Then let us see whether your sacred form surpasses my iron body. In an instant, his immense figure shrank back to its normal size as he charged towards He. With a sharp clap, Jiang Fan's fist was intercepted by He's delicate palm. There was no mistaking it. This was the power of magic. Jiang Fan had encountered magical foes in his world, and He's strength was unmistakably derived from sorcery. Noting the astonishment on Jiang Fan's face, He sneered. I was initially concerned that even the 5th generation divine body would be unable to overcome you. I had contemplated summoning the 12-winged Archangel Gabriel. However, with the collapse of the dark dimension, I can now draw magic from the summoning magic circle. You cannot defeat me now. As she spoke, He and Jiang Fan simultaneously unleashed their punches, their fists colliding and sending ripples through space. Jiang Fan recoiled, stating, Your spirit has been affected. Do you not realize? Your provocation is all too apparent. He retorted sharply, unfurling her wings and launching herself at Jiang Fan. Unbeknownst to her, as she continuously drew power from the magic circle, her appearance began to subtly transform. In another fierce clash, Jiang Fan struck He across the face with his cloud-pushing palm technique, sending her hurtling away. Has she truly abandoned her techniques? Is her will slowly fading as she channels the power of magic? Jiang Fan reflected as he observed He's gradual relinquishment of combat skills. You cannot surpass me. My strength will only grow with the passage of time. Behold the holy light sphere. He raised her left hand, and a radiant orb of white light materialized instantaneously. With a swift motion, she hurled the sphere towards Jiang Fan. Are we all employing magic now? Then I shall not hold back either. Lightning art. Instant thunder strike. Seeing that He was freely wielding her magic, Jiang Fan formed a seal, transforming the power within him into spiritual energy. Through the cultivation of his magical techniques, he converted this energy into mana and engaged He in a fierce battle utilizing the 5-spirit immortal technique. As the mana surged within him, bolts of lightning surged through the air, aiming directly at He. Holy light shield. He was not to be underestimated. She conjured a holy light spell to deflect Jiang Fan's electrical onslaught entirely. I shall make you block. Jiang Fan suddenly appeared behind He, brandishing a Kryptonian longsword, which he thrust directly towards her heart. The sound of metal piercing flesh echoed as the blade emerged from He's chest. It turned out that Jiang Fan's earlier lightning attack was merely a feint, designed to draw her attention while he employed the Sharingan technique of Uchiha Sasuke, heavenly hand power, to swap places with the lightning behind He for a decisive strike. Withdrawing his sword, Jiang Fan gazed at the lifeless He and remarked, An incomplete 5th generation divine body is hardly impressive. Is that so? Just as Jiang Fan turned to depart, a sudden, unfamiliar voice halted him in his tracks. Following the sound, He beheld the seemingly deceased He-She rising slowly, her divine form and appearance having undergone a complete transformation, her wings now expanded into 3 pairs. Chapter 44, Crisis Averted. Six-winged angel. Jiang Fan was struck with astonishment. A Kryptonian? It was evident that this angel, now inhabiting He-She's body, hailed from Jiang Fan's world. Though I am uncertain how you arrived in this world, I must express my gratitude. Had you not extinguished the consciousness of this angel, I would have had to exert considerable effort to erase her awareness. Gabriel addressed Jiang Fan. Then it seems you ought to thank me. Activating heavenly hand power, Jiang Fan as form instantaneously exchanged places with the debris floating behind Gabriel. He executed the same maneuver once more, yet this time the outcome diverged starkly from his previous ambush on He-She. As the Kryptonian longsword struck Gabriel's lower back, a resounding clash of metal ensued, failing to breach Gabriel's defenses. Impressive ability, but do not forget that you too were birthed from the universe created by your father. Your abilities and weapons cannot harm me. With a swift counter, Gabriel delivered a punch that sent Jiang Fan flying. Unbeknownst to Gabriel, as he was propelled backward, a glint of cunning shone in Jiang Fan's eyes. Observers would notice a minuscule flying thunder god mark at the site where the sword had struck Gabriel's lower back. Child, we both originate from the same world. Why engage in a struggle to the death? Join me, and together we shall rule this universe. Gabriel no longer harbored intentions of attacking Jiang Fan. Instead, he began to court him. Observing this sudden shift, Jiang Fan refrained from immediate hostility and initiated a dialogue regarding terms with Gabriel. Not one to be easily deceived, Jiang Fan discerned that Gabriel was merely a spiritual entity occupying He-She's body through the magical array of the Moloshan heaven, while the true essence remained elsewhere in the world, with the array being the crux of his existence. Based on Gabriel's earlier display of power, Jiang Fan surmised that their strengths were comparable. Should a confrontation ensue, the barriers of the universe would inevitably shatter, allowing a greater influx of dark energy into this realm. While the intrusion of dark energy might compel Gabriel to retreat, Jiang Fan had no desire to grant him that escape. Gabriel was the architect of the invasion upon the super-god world, and even the elimination of a mere fragment of her consciousness would surely yield rewards from the world's consciousness. At the moment Gabriel manifested, Jiang Fan sensed a piercing intent to kill locking on a Gabriel. It was uncertain whether the world's consciousness had intervened, but Gabriel seemed utterly oblivious to such lethal focus. Meanwhile, Gabriel was intent on buying time, as summoning her true form through the magical array required patience. Once she brought her true self into the fray, even the return of those cultivators would be rendered inconsequential. Having failed to conquer this world with her previous avatar, she resolved to personally oversee its subjugation, intending to present it as a gift to her father. As Jiang Fan and Gabriel engaged in their verbal sparring, the collapse of the dark dimension spread to an unknown star system. At the very moment the dark energy dissipated within this system, a spear suddenly shot forth from a distant planet, soaring into the depths of the cosmos. On an unnamed celestial body far beyond, a young man seated in meditation sensed an anomaly, turning his gaze skyward as the spear traversed layers of space to appear before him. "Old friend, it has been a long while," he murmured, stroking the spear fondly. Grasping it with one hand, he addressed the heavens. "Changes are afoot, my friends. Come with me to lend our aid to that comrade." Though his voice was soft, it reverberated through time and space, resonating throughout the universe. In an instant, bizarre phenomena erupted across the cosmos, phenomena that defied scientific explanation, leaving many civilizations in a state of bewilderment. What on earth is happening? First, the dark dimension collapses. Then the dark energy vanishes, and now a multitude of demons and monsters appears. What has that fellow Jiang Fan done? Morgana watched in astonishment as the elderly man who had just been grilling skewers for her and the troops suddenly radiated a golden light, transforming into a sage-like figure, causing the skewers to tumble to the ground. "Children, we shall close early today," he proclaimed, waving his hand to untie the black donkey tethered to the barbecue cart before mounting it and soaring into the void, leaving a group of bewildered onlookers exchanging glances of confusion. This was not an isolated incident. Similar scenes unfolded in various locations across the realm. For instance, in the Northern Star Scenic area, A versatile ancient tree suddenly transformed into a tree spirit and soared into the sky. In a nearby residential community, a Siberian husky inexplicably grew to an enormous size, glanced at its young master, howled like a wolf, and also took flight, leaving behind paralyzed residents who frantically dialed the police. The angel Nebula, Gabriel, also realized that Jiang Fan was stalling, engaging her in a futile debate, clearly showing no intention of joining her. Upon carefully sensing his surroundings, Gabriel detected an anomaly in the space around them. At that moment, the young man had already isolated the entire Angel Nebula with a formation. Suddenly, a colossal husky materialized in the Angel Nebula, and upon seeing the young man wielding a spear, it inquired, "Demon Blade Emperor, is the variable you mentioned that little brat from the edge?" "Indeed, it is he," Demon Blade affirmed with a nod. Observing that Gabriel had noticed the spatial irregularity, Jiang Fan ceased to feign ignorance and summoned the spear into his hand. While Jiang Fan and Gabriel engaged in a battle of wits, Demon Blade had already transmitted a mental message to Jiang Fan, urging him to delay Gabriel, allowing them to set up a formation to completely isolate the Angel Nebula. Having learned from his previous battle against Gabriel, Demon Blade was no longer reckless. It wasn't out of fear of Gabriel, but rather an understanding that engaging in combat at their level could potentially shatter the barriers of this world once more, leading to irreversible damage from the relentless erosion of dark energy. By the time they realized this, it was already too late. As he spoke, Jiang Fan's gaze fell upon a small fragment of stone beside Gabriel. "Purification light," he murmured. Gabriel, aware of Jiang Fan's intentions the moment his eyes landed on the fragment, coldly replied, "I have seen through your abilities. As long as there are no objects nearby for you to convert, you cannot utilize your powers." Now, Demon Blade had to maintain the formation and could not intervene, while Jiang Fan's strength was comparable to her consciousness avatar. Thus, if he could stall for a few more minutes, her true self would arrive in this world, and eliminating these troublesome beings would be a matter of moments. As for the husky, Gabriel paid it no mind. "Is that so? But my target is not you," Jiang Fan retorted, converting an object to appear directly at the entrance of the Merlot Heavenly Court, thrusting the spear towards the magic array within. Gabriel's avatar had previously been wounded by this spear and knew its formidable nature. Seeing it hurtling towards the array, she decisively activated the Holy Light Shield. Just as the spear was about to pierce the magic array, the Holy Light Shield flared to life at the last moment. However, before Gabriel could breathe a sigh of relief, Jiang Fan, who had been attacking the magic array, suddenly vanished. A voice resounded behind Gabriel. "Without the holy light to shield you, I wonder if you can withstand the spear empowered by the world's rules." Using the Flying Thunder God technique, Jiang Fan appeared behind Gabriel and plunged the spear through her heart, inflicting the same wound in the same spot once again. At the very moment when Gabriel was pierced through the heart, his entire being transformed into a radiant essence, swiftly diffusing in all directions. Where the light reached, signs of spatial rupture were faintly visible, yet ultimately, they were precariously suppressed by the formation of the Demon Blade. Indeed, whether in this world or the Marvel Universe, the formidable beings were merely a group of individuals who relied solely on brute strength, devoid of any cunning. As the brilliance faded, Jiang Fan emerged from the portal, internally lamenting. Just moments ago, Gabriel's conscious avatar had unleashed an attack, which Jiang Fan had successfully blocked using the portal, and now he stood resolutely before it. Jiang Fan had no intention of departing from the portal. Who could predict whether the entity, known as the Demon Blade, might entertain murderous thoughts in pursuit of treasures? After all, treasures capable of traversing worlds seldom elude the grasp of greed. Chapter 45, World Rewards. Return to the Divine Eagle. The successful eradication of the coordinates left by the angel in this realm was largely due to the intervention of Jiang Fan. The Demon Blade expressed gratitude with a respectful gesture. "You need not thank me. My grievances with the angel are of a personal nature." Jiang Fan remained steadfast, his feet planted near the portal. At that moment, several ethereal elders descended from the void, and upon meeting the Demon Blade, they invited Jiang Fan, saying, "Young friend, you have rid our world of a great menace. We are immensely grateful. I am known as Qing Xuanzi. Why not visit my humble abode, so we may properly host you?" Before Jiang Fan could respond, a fragment of primal essence materialized in his hand, with the Demon Blade receiving a minuscule portion as well. At the instant the essence appeared, a myriad of cultivators emerge from the previously desolate cosmos. Humans, demons, and various creatures, some familiar to Jiang Fan, others entirely unknown. Brother Jiang, this primal force is no ordinary treasure. It would be wise for you to leave this place immediately. The demon blade conveyed telepathically before vanishing from sight alongside a husky companion. The cultivators converging around them, whether out of fear of the demon blade's might or a lack of desire to contend with him for a mere fragment of essence, redirected their focus toward Jiang Fan. Young brother, I am willing to exchange the heavenly dragon umbrella for what you possess, an elder proposed to Jiang Fan. Ignoring them entirely, Jiang Fan resolutely pressed the primal essence into his own being right before their eyes. Let's act swiftly. While the primal power has yet to be fully absorbed by him, we must eliminate him and extract the remaining essence. The elder who had spoken previously shouted to the other cultivators. However, they needed no encouragement, as they had already initiated their assault. A pack of cowards, who had cowered in fear during the confrontation with the angel Gabriel, now sprang forth to seize the reward. You shall reap what you sow. Jiang Fan defiantly raised his middle finger at the swarm of cultivators attacking the portal before turning with grace and disappearing into it. Where is he? This space has been sealed by our formation. He cannot escape. Everyone, disperse and search for that brat. The cultivators swiftly scattered, commencing their search for the celestial figure amidst the angelic nebula. On the periphery of the angel nebula, the iron-blooded leader was swiftly guiding his kin through the portal to the world of the Condor heroes, opened by Jiang Fan. As Jiang Fan watched the iron-blooded fleet retreat from the super god world, he suddenly received a call from General Pan Zhen. Upon connecting the video call, Jiang Fan was met with Pan Zhen's anxious expression. General Pan, what urgent matter brings you to seek me? Jiang Fan inquired, puzzled, for not long ago. They had discussed a collaboration, and it seemed rather sudden for Pan Zhen to reach out again. Mr. Jiang, we must expedite our previous discussions. A few hours ago, for reasons unknown, the entire dark dimension collapsed, and a multitude of bizarre and powerful beings emerged in the universe. Without the support of the dark dimension's technology, we are utterly powerless against these creatures. Hence, I am in desperate need of your assistance to help us escape this world, Pan Zhen explained, his urgency apparent. Realizing that the technological super warriors of the Super God Academy were indeed anomalies to the cultivators, Jiang Fan understood that, with the absence of dark energy in the Super God world, Pan Zhen and his people had been significantly weakened. Given the temperament of the returning cultivators, they would undoubtedly not permit the existence of such technological anomalies. With this understanding, Jiang Fan addressed Pan Zhen. Very well, you may bring your people here, and I shall guide you to another world. However, once you arrive there, you must not cause any disturbances. Otherwise, I will promptly send you back. Pan Zhen nodded in agreement, assuring Jiang Fan that as long as he could ensure the safety of their Luyang, he would comply with whatever Jiang Fan required. Several hours later, the iron-blooded fleet had entirely entered the vicinity of the moon in the world of the Condor heroes, leaving Jiang Fan alone in the Super God world, awaiting Pan Zhen's arrival. 2 days passed, and finally, Pan Zhen appeared before Jiang Fan, a planet, half the size of Earth, emerging from the wormhole. The core of the planet exuded such intense heat that it invigorated Jiang Fan's very cells. I thought you might abandon this half-planet. Jiang Fan jested with Pan Zhen. Impossible. As long as the planet has not reached its point of destruction, our Luyang shall never forsake our home. Pan Zhen replied with a serious demeanor. All right, you should hurry through, Jiang Fan urged, opening the portal to facilitate Pan Zhen's swift departure from this world. Just as Pan Zhen and Jiang Fan were about to step through the portal, a voice called out to Jiang Fan. Wait for me. Morgana's demon ship appeared not far off. What brings you here instead of staying in your region? Jiang Fan asked Morgana. Morgana descended from the demon ship and flew to Jiang Fan, stating, a formidable individual named Yao Run has arrived on Earth. He claimed I do not belong to Earth and subsequently cast me out. Following that, a horde of self-proclaimed cultivators sought to attack me. When we first met, you laid hands on me. Why should I assist you now? As she spoke, Jiang Fan prepared to enter the portal. Morgana hurriedly interjected, if you take me away, I shall gladly assist you. As Jiang Fan pondered his next move, the pursuing cultivators after Morgana had already arrived at the back of the demon ship. Observing the oncoming assailants, Jiang Fan felt an overwhelming desire to eradicate them all. Yet, an instinctual warning cautioned him against striking at the native beings of this world before fully absorbing the essence of the world itself. Jiang Fan then spoke to Morgana. Despite her reprehensible nature, he found Morgana to be a preferable ally compared to the ruthless cultivators. At least she possessed a sense of loyalty and affection, unlike she and her companions, who were devoid of emotions. With Jiang Fan's consent, Morgana swiftly guided the demon ship through the portal, vanishing from this realm. Unless absolutely necessary, Jiang Fan resolved not to return to the super god world, fearing he might succumb to the urge to annihilate its inhabitants. In the world of Divine Eagle, on the moon, Jiang Fan gazed at the multitude of spaceships and the sunlit half of the planet, contemplating how to manage his subordinates. You shall temporarily settle here, while I seek a more suitable realm for you, he instructed Morgana and Panjun, having made temporary arrangements for them. Jiang Fan proceeded to Earth. The recent battles in the super god world had led him to slay numerous angels, igniting a burgeoning bloodthirst within him. Thus, it was an opportune moment to unwind in the Divine Eagle world and dispel this unsettling agitation. Chapter 46. A reunion with Yang Guo and Xiao Longnu in the Huaxia region of Earth. Jiang Fan casually descended into a valley. Who goes there? A massive sword, reminiscent of a door plank, soared towards Jiang Fan. Indifferent, he merely waved his hand, sending the sword plummeting over 100 meters into the ground. You certainly possess bravery, Jiang Fan remarked, gesturing for Yang Guo to approach. Yang was soared into the air. Spare me, immortal. I thought it was those who sought to seize the sword that had come after me. Had I known it was you, I would not have dared to make a move. Yang Guo hastily explained. How many swords have you collected? Jiang Fan inquired. His curiosity piqued upon learning that Yang Guo was also amassing the swords he had conjured to deceive others. I have gathered 6 swords. And there is one with my uncle Guo. I was just planning to sneak over and ask him for it, Yang Guo replied, his face alight with excitement. Are you certain Guo Jing will part with the sword? And what about Huang Rong? Do you truly believe she would relinquish such a precious item to you? Jiang Fan expressed skepticism, pondering whether Yang Guo was being foolish. In today's world, it was common knowledge that gathering 7 swords would summon an immortal. While Guo Jing might be accommodating, Huang Rong was unlikely to hand over such a valuable possession without a second thought. Moreover, considering Huang Rong's father, Huang Yaoshi, was quite elderly, it was plausible that he might pass away at any moment. Therefore, Jiang Fan harbored doubts that when Yang Guo approached Guo Jing for the sword, Huang Rong would not seize the opportunity to snatch it away from him. In the realm of the Rose Novel Network, it appeared that Yang Guo had discerned Jiang Fan's thoughts, and with a beaming smile, he remarked, the immortal must believe that Aunt Guo would not consent to Uncle Guo bestowing the sword upon me. Jiang Fan turned his gaze toward Yang Guo, encouraging him to continue. This matter I cannot divulge at present. I assure you, it will be a delightful surprise, Yang Guo teased. Very well, I eagerly anticipate it. Jiang Fan, unfazed, had ventured into the world of the Return of the Condor heroes merely to unwind and rejuvenate his spirit, akin to a vacation, and thus found no reason to be perturbed by trivial matters. As the principal character of this world, Yang Guo had a penchant for stirring up events, and Jiang Fan regarded it as if watching a live broadcast of a television drama, finding amusement in it. Guo, who are you conversing with? A woman clad in white descended from the sky, draped in an ethereal veil, appearing as if she were enveloped in mist. Apart from her raven locks, she was resplendently clad in white, her skin as fair as snow, and her exquisite visage radiated extraordinary beauty. Yang Guo lifted his gaze to meet hers. Smiling as he spoke, Longer, I am engaged in conversation with the legendary immortal. Only then did the little dragon girl shift her attention from Yang Guo. It's you, she exclaimed in surprise. While she had encountered Jiang Fan before, she had never associated him with the fabled immortal of the martial world. Now, upon Yang Guo's revelation, her astonishment was palpable. Long, do you know the immortal? Yang Guo inquired, noticing her astonished demeanor upon seeing Jiang Fan. The little dragon girl nodded, saying, indeed. When a meteor struck Mount Zhongnan, he appeared at the ancient tomb to seek me out, posed a question, and then flew away. It was also for this reason that Granny Sun encouraged me to venture out and explore the world beyond. Jiang Fan was curious about how the little dragon girl and Yang Guo had become acquainted. It was known that Jiang Fan's arrival had utterly disrupted the original plot of the Return of the Condor heroes, altering the trajectory of the entire world. How had Yang Guo and the little dragon girl come together? Young man, enlighten me about your relationship, Jiang Fan urged, waving his hand to conjure a sofa and a tea table from thin air, along with a set of tea-ware, gesturing for Yang Guo and the little dragon girl to sit and share their story at leisure. Yang Guo, intrigued by Jiang Fan's magical creations, recognized that this was not the moment for such musings. His primary task was to address the immortal's inquiry. After taking a sip of tea, Yang Guo began to recount the tale of how he encountered the little dragon girl. It turned out that shortly after Jiang Fan's departure, Granny Sun believed that the world beyond the ancient tomb had transformed significantly, prompting her to encourage the little dragon girl to explore. Meanwhile, due to Jiang Fan's influence, Yang Guo had not joined the Chuanjin sect, but was instead led down the mountain by Guijing. Not long thereafter, Yang Guo heard the legend that gathering 7 treasured swords could summon the immortal and grant a wish, an idea he was particularly intrigued by, having witnessed Jiang Fan's appearance and the bestowal of the sword firsthand. In a remarkable turn of events, a person successfully gathered 7 swords to summon the divine dragon, thereby realizing their heart's desire. Following this, Yang Guo discreetly embarked on a quest to locate the swords. Serendipitously, during his search, he discovered that 2 of the swords had come into the possession of the petite dragon girl. In a bid to acquire the swords from her, Yang Guo resorted to various shameless tactics to create opportunities to approach her, employing a myriad of flirtatious strategies to charm the swords away. Although the dragon girl had little exposure to the outside world and remained oblivious to the treachery that lurked within human hearts, she was nonetheless well-educated and possessed an intellect that surpassed that of the average person. Consequently, Yang Guo's initial attempts to win her over gradually ensnared him in his own web of affection. With the absence of experiences in the valley of no feelings, the two had now confirmed their romantic relationship. I must say, you are truly a match made in heaven. When will you tie the knot? Jiang Fan jested. Upon hearing Jiang Fan mention marriage, the dragon girl turned to Yang Guo, her eyes brimming with love. Yang Guo reciprocated her gaze, stating, I have promised dragon girl that we shall wed once our wishes are fulfilled. Very well, I shall await the day to celebrate your union, Jiang Fan replied, raising his cup in a toast to the couple. Look at you. Your dragon girl possesses such formidable skills, while you remain at a rather mediocre level. You must strive harder, Jiang Fan playfully teased before departing. Jiang Fan had come to the world of the divine eagle to unwind, not to be fed romantic tales by Yang Guo. He sought a lofty mountain, where he utilized his abilities to construct a grand villa. Henceforth, this would serve as Jiang Fan's temporary abode. However, he felt that something was amiss. After pondering for a while, he realized the absence of help was his oversight. With the villa in place, how could he possibly manage without staff? Therefore, he sent a message to his numerous subordinates stationed near the moon, requesting that a few individuals descend to assist him. Jiang Fan held little regard for the inhabitants of this world. Despite their martial prowess, they were mere mortals, incapable of comparing to those from the super-god realm. The women from the super-god realm were unparalleled beauties, each one surpassing the dragon girl. In terms of physicality, the women from the super-god realm would undoubtedly outshine all the women of the divine eagle world. Panjun, summon a few maidens for me. I shall personally escort them down, commanded Goddess Reyna to Panjun. Aware of Reyna's spirited nature, Panjun understood that the goddess from their blazing sun star was not one to remain idle. Now that she had arrived in an unfamiliar world, it was even less likely for her to stay put on their sun star. With a sigh, Panjun reluctantly set off to gather the requested maidens. Chapter 47. The Marvel Zombie Universe. Before long, Panjun returned, accompanied by several maidens to meet Reyna. Reyna gazed at the group of maidens, her eyes lingering for a moment before she spoke. Which 2 of you will accompany me? The rest may return. Yes, several maidens acknowledged, retreating, leaving only the 2 whom Reyna had singled out. What are your names? Reyna and Wayir Gachuli. I am Xianglan. I am Xinjing, the 2 maidens replied. Very well. You 2 shall accompany me to Earth. Without awaiting the maidens' preparations, Reyna activated a wormhole and transported them directly to Jiang Fan's villa. Inside the villa, Jiang Fan was deep in thought, troubled by the presence of Reyna's neurotic voice that suddenly pierced the air. Jiang Fan, the goddess has arrived. Jiang Fan glanced at Reyna, but offered no response, continuing to ponder whether to venture into the newly merged world. Just 2 minutes prior, the portal had integrated yet another new realm. Initially, Jiang Fan had contemplated stepping through to explore this new world. However, upon opening the portal, he was met with the sight of a bald figure standing atop a snow-capped mountain. To his astonishment, Jiang Fan instantly recognized the individual. It was not Saitama, but rather the supreme sorcerer, Gu Yi. Upon realizing he had entered the Marvel Universe, Jiang Fan attempted to open the portal in other locations within that universe. Yet, no matter where he opened it, the first figure he encountered was always Gu Yi, with his head gleaming like a reflective surface. After several attempts, Jiang Fan discovered that Gu Yi seemed to have fixated on him, prompting his growing unease. The Marvel Universe comprises several versions, which is why Jiang Fan proceeded with such caution. If it were the cinematic version, he would be at ease, as his Silver Superman abilities would allow him to navigate without fear. However, should it be the comic version, the situation would be far more precarious. In the multiverse of Marvel Comics, each character could potentially become the most formidable force in their respective universe. For instance, Jiang Fan recalled a version in which a scientist named Tony Stark had created a set of anti-deity armor. When donned, this armor enabled Stark to contend with beings capable of nearly shattering the cosmos. In another version, Thor acquired the power of runes. While his strength was comparable to Jiang Fan's, that world also housed one of the 5 Marvel deities, Eternity. Furthermore, there existed a version where a quantum zombie virus plagued the Marvel Universe. Although Jiang Fan's technology could devise an antidote without one, he could not guarantee he would remain uninfected. Thus, until he could ascertain which iteration of the Marvel Universe he faced, he resolutely refused to act recklessly. "What's troubling you?" Reina inquired, noticing Jiang Fan's furrowed brow. "Alas, I have discovered a new world. It has numerous versions. Some are extraordinarily powerful, while others are merely a shade stronger than your original world," he lamented. "A bald man is currently guarding me, and I find myself at a loss as to which version of this world I inhabit." Jiang Fan expressed his inner turmoil aloud. After a moment of contemplation, Reina replied, "With so many subordinates at your disposal, why not send a few to scout the area? According to your reasoning, if that bald individual were indeed stronger than you or harbored malicious intent, she would have acted upon encountering you. The fact that she has refrained from attacking indicates that a dialogue is possible." "Goodness, I'm overthinking this. Baron, send someone to me." Jiang Fan communicated over the Iron Blood Clan S-channel. "Understood, Master," came the prompt response. The leader of the Iron Blood Clan demonstrated remarkable efficiency. As soon as Jiang Fan severed the connection, a messenger arrived. A towering warrior, standing at 2.5 meters, appeared before Jiang Fan. "Lone Wolf greets the Master." The Lone Wolf knelt on one knee. "I shall transport you to a new world. Ensure you carry all the equipment you can." Jiang Fan opened a portal, and without hesitation, the Lone Wolf stepped through. Once again, the familiar visage of Gu Yi appeared at the portal's threshold. "I harbor no ill will toward your master. I merely wish to deliver this to the owner of your establishment," Gu Yi addressed the Lone Wolf. The Lone Wolf, poised for confrontation, recalled the strange object Gu Yi had given him earlier that morning before vanishing. Upon returning to the Divine Eagle world, the Lone Wolf presented the item to Jiang Fan, who immediately recognized it as a miniature computer. As he powered it on, Jiang Fan and his companions were met with a brief video recording. The footage revealed a horrifying scene: infected superheroes and transformed zombies gruesomely devouring humans. Individuals were being eviscerated by these monstrous entities, their flesh consumed alive. The grotesque imagery was enough to make even Reina retch. Jiang Fan felt a wave of nausea as he watched a person reduced to half their body awaken and crawl desperately toward the remaining humans with only their hands. The video continued, showcasing the Marvel Universe's Stark Tower in New York, where Magneto and Tony Stark stood before a window, gazing down at the desolate ruins littered with corpses, filled with regret. At that moment, the lower half of Tony's body had vanished, replaced by a mechanical counterpart, while his upper body began to decay. The Iron Man mask substituted with a transparent glass dome filled with an unknown liquid. Meanwhile, Spider-Man injected himself with a suppressant he had developed in a desperate attempt to quell the maddening hunger. The remaining superheroes were scattered across the universe, unreachable, and if this continued, humanity would not endure for long. Magneto surveyed the once thriving landscape, now a haven for monsters, and voiced his concerns. "Pepper has been devoured before my very eyes. Were it not for the need to atone for my sins, I would prefer to end my own life." As he spoke, Tony lifted his gaze to the reflection of himself in the glass. The figure staring back was no longer human, but rather an embodiment of malevolence, a twisted monster. In his heart, Tony had resolved that once he developed a remedy to address this crisis, he would descend into the depths of hell to accompany Pepper. Just as he wallowed in his sorrow, a voice resonated from behind them. "Hey, old friend, although you may be dead, there is no need for despair. Look at what I brought you, a person who can aid us." It was Magneto, and both Tony and Spider-Man Parker turned to see Deadpool. Upon encountering the zombified Tony and Spider-Man, Deadpool realized the gravity of the situation. Hence, he proposed that they enlist the help of the now ethereal Ancient One from another universe. The three exchanged glances and ultimately decided to take a gamble with Deadpool. Perhaps assistance from another realm could indeed be secured. Upon watching the video, Jiang Fan discovered that Ancient One had also perished. The only thing safeguarding Jiang Fan's traversal gate was the spirit of Ancient One. Jiang Fan pondered. Ancient One must have perceived him as a visitor from a different universe, which explained the vigilant guarding of the gate. However, one question nagged at Jiang Fan. Why, if Ancient One could traverse universes, had she fixated on him? Chapter 48. Zombie heroes open the portal to that world immediately. "Goddess, I wish to incinerate these abhorrent creatures." Raina's eyes sparkled with fervor as she gazed at Jiang Fan. "Are you not afraid of being infected?" Jiang Fan inquired, intrigued by Raina's audacity. Upon hearing Jiang Fan's words, Raina assumed he was unaware of her prowess and arrogantly retorted, "Those things couldn't even breach this goddess's skin." Jiang Fan, observing Raina's erratic behavior, cautioned, "The ordinary zombies are not the real threat. It is the zombified superheroes and supervillains we must fear. Could they possibly compare to Gashallowan?" Raina scoffed. Jiang Fan, uninterested in her antics, resumed his contemplation. Noticing that Jiang Fan was disregarding her, Raina smartly decided to withdraw. After all, if she provoked Jiang Fan, she might find herself unceremoniously sent back to the Sunlit Star. This visit to Earth was a rare opportunity. Free from Panjin's oversight, she was determined to enjoy herself before considering a return. As Raina departed, Jiang Fan activated the traversal gate and entered the Marvel Zombie universe. He then created a clone, employing advanced technology to conceal his true self. Caution is the mother of safety. After all, if Thor were to become infected, even a minor scrape from his rune-imbued power could be detrimental. Once hidden, Jiang Fan merged his consciousness with the clone, preparing to seek out Spider-Man and his companions. For in the comics, they had concocted a remedy to eradicate the quantum virus. With his enhanced vision scanning the city, Jiang Fan spotted the group hiding within Stark Tower. In an instant, Jiang Fan's figure materialized within Stark Tower. Who is it? Spider-Man. Alerted by the commotion Jiang Fan caused, assumed a defensive stance. "Do not be afraid. I am not a zombie," Jiang Fan reassured them, signaling that he posed no threat. "Child, you should leave quickly while the zombies outside remain unaware of our presence." The words came from Magneto, whose tone, though not particularly amiable, indicated that he still retained a semblance of hope in this dire situation. "Do you truly wish for me to depart? Do you not desire to restore them to normalcy?" Jiang Fan's inquiry momentarily stunned Magneto and his companions. "Young man, the entire world is on the brink of extinction. Do not jest about such matters." Tony Stark warned Jiang Fan with utmost seriousness. "Do you believe I would trivialize this situation?" Jiang Fan was not jesting. Upon their initial meeting, he had utilized his X-ray vision to examine the cellular structure of Iron Man and Spider-Man. For reasons unknown to them, their cells were gradually suppressing the quantum virus, which explained their ability to retain some semblance of sanity. "Is it truly possible for you to return us to our former selves?" Spider-Man expressed skepticism. Magneto and Tony shared his doubt. For thus far, the military had assembled numerous brilliant biologists, yet the virus appeared completely immune to all remedies, rendering these scientists powerless. Jiang Fan chose not to engage in further discourse. Action spoke louder than words. He directed 2 beams of green light towards Spider-Man and Tony. Taken by surprise, they were enveloped by the green radiance, and the decaying cells within them began to rapidly regain vitality. Moreover, any harmful substances within their bodies were obliterated. As Spider-Man felt the resurgence of former pains, he experienced a mix of excitement and sorrow. He was elated to be human once more, yet heartbroken over having taken the lives of his own kin. In contrast, Tony, though his broken body was mended, could not forgive himself for the death of his beloved, which had occurred at his own hands. It was only through the extreme agony and despair following Pepper's demise that he managed to reclaim his humanity. The means by which Jiang Fan had purged the virus from Spider-Man and Iron Man was none other than the world's most profound ability, the biotic field. However, it was with a sense of helplessness that Jiang Fan acknowledged he had maximized the biotic field, only managing to tenuously extract the quantum virus from their beings. More critically, the process of removing the virus had drained a significant amount of his energy. Jiang Fan mused to himself. The terror of this quantum virus exceeded his imagination, rivaling the world's anti-life equation. He could no longer forcibly assist others in purging the virus. Suddenly, the communication device of Magneto emitted a busy signal, followed by an urgent distress call, calling Mr. Fantastic, please return to Manhattan Base number 13 immediately. The base is under siege by a horde of zombies led by Zombie Medusa and Zombie Black Bat King. This is Tony Stark, I'm on my way. Iron Man exclaimed just as he was about to take flight. He abruptly halted and turned to Jiang Fan, inquiring, by the way, what is your name? Jiang Fan briefly introduced himself, and after a moment of mutual introductions, Tony activated a virtual projection and addressed the group. Having heard your introduction, I have gained a general understanding of your capabilities. Therefore, Mr. Jiang Fan, I would like you to make a trip to Asgard, as the infected Thor and Hulk have gone there. Although Captain Marvel has rushed over, they have already consumed part of the planet Devourer's body and gained some of its power. I fear Captain Marvel may not be able to handle them alone. With that, Tony handed a box to Jiang Fan and then turned to Spider-Man, declaring, let us proceed to rescue the Manhattan base. After assigning their respective tasks, Tony Stark donned his Iron Man's suit once more. At the Manhattan military base, why haven't we contacted the Fantastic Four yet? Nick Fury anxiously pressed the communications officer, who was desperately attempting various methods to establish contact, yet there was still no response. Jean Grey can barely hold on. I cannot remain here any longer, Quicksilver remarked, aware of how terrifying an infected speedster could be, prompting Nick Fury to prevent him from venturing out on a dangerous mission. Previously, the Fantastic Four had pursued Robert Reynolds, who had been bitten by Banner. Now, with no means to reach the Fantastic Four, Nick Fury had to brace himself for the possibility of facing 4 additional super zombies. Despite the formidable strength of the Fantastic Four, they were still outmatched against the zombie sentinels infused with the power of 1,000,000 stars. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the base, Sandman transformed into a swirling cloud of sand, weaving through the mass of zombies, leaving behind a trail of headless corpses in his wake. Not far away, Medusa was engaged in a fierce struggle with Colossus. Since Colossus had transcended flesh, Medusa's petrifying gaze was nearly ineffective against him. With a thunderous crash, Medusa was once again sent flying by Colossus. However, each time he attempted to eliminate her, the Black Bat King unleashed a powerful sonic attack from the sky. Though Colossus boasted exceptional physical defenses, his resistance in other areas was lacking, leaving him disoriented after each of the Black Bat King's assaults. Since you are already dead, rest in peace, a melodic voice rang out. Phoenix, Jean Grey, materialized a bow from her thoughts, igniting it with flames that coalesced into an arrow imbued with all the Phoenix power she could command. With a swift release, the fiery arrow soared through the air, aiming directly at the Black Bat King. The Black Bat King felt an inexplicable force locking onto him, realizing there was no evading this arrow. Gathering all his strength within, he prepared to unleash a lethal strike against Phoenix. To know he was once the most formidable being of the... Even Thor found himself disoriented in the face of his sonic abilities. Now, having acquired a portion of the planet Devourer's power, he could hardly believe that the woman before him could triumph over him. In Chapter 49, the clash between the Black Falcon King's ultrasonic waves and the Phoenix force wielded by Jean Grey erupted. The sonic waves were utterly obliterated and disintegrated by the might of Jean's Phoenix force. Although Jean could only harness a fraction of the Phoenix's power, it was more than sufficient to overpower the likes of the Black Falcon King. With great effort, Jean suppressed the emergence of another persona triggered by her use of power, channeling the Phoenix force into a colossal phoenix that soared towards the horde of zombies. Wherever the phoenix flew, all infected beings were reduced to ashes in an instant. Only a few, including Colossus and Sandman, were spared from the annihilation due to Jean's control. "Jean, please stop," Wolverine exclaimed. Witnessing Jean Grey teetering on the brink of losing control, his heart filled with urgency. Hearing the calls from Wolverine and the others, Jean gritted her teeth and, with immense willpower, severed the output of the Phoenix Force. The moment the Phoenix Force ceased, her body plummeted from the sky, bereft of the Phoenix's enhancement. Jean was merely a significantly stronger ordinary human, her telekinetic abilities insufficient to shield her from the fall. In this dire moment, while Sandman could indeed fly, he was too far away to reach her in time. Just when it seemed all hope was lost, Jean Grey's descent abruptly halted 2 meters above the ground. He has returned. Mystique smiled knowingly upon witnessing this scene at the base. 4 figures approached the base entrance at remarkable speed. Iron Man, Spider-Man, Magneto, and Deadpool. It was Magneto who intervened to save Jean Grey, dissolving the magnetic field surrounding her. Turning to the recently rescued Jean, he inquired, "Where's Charles? Take me to him at once." Jean, struggling against her weakened state, replied, "Charles was attacked by a mutant who can reflect attacks. He is currently unconscious in the base." At such a critical juncture, Charles still refuses to act. Magneto expressed his frustration. Everyone present understood his sentiments, for they knew well that Charles possessed a level 5 telepathic ability. Had he chosen to intervene, the virus could not have spread so severely. "Stark, weren't you infected? How have you reverted to human form? Have you discovered a cure?" Nick Fury's keen observation was undeniable. As the discourse turned to Charles, Fury's attention shifted to Iron Man. Under the expectant gazes of the crowd, Tony Stark regretfully stated, "Unfortunately, I have not developed a cure. My restoration was facilitated by a superhuman named Jiang Fan. Moreover, the removal of the virus from both myself and Peter Parker would require vast resources. Thus, we ought to diligently seek a remedy." The disappointment among the crowd was palpable. "Fury, who is this Sentinel you mentioned? Are you implying that even the Fantastic Four are no match for him?" Since Bob Reynolds had only recently become the Sentinel, Stark had merely encountered references to this superhuman in SHIELD archives. However, detailed information about the Sentinel was conspicuously absent from SHIELD's database. Originally named Bob Reynolds, he was a substance abuser who inadvertently ingested the Sentinel serum, thereby acquiring formidable powers. As for the extent of his strength, we have yet to ascertain his limits. Nick Fury's words instilled a sense of concern in Tony regarding Jiang Fan. Do not misconstrue this. While Tony Stark harbored a concern for Jiang Fan, who had been granted a second chance at life, his primary worry was whether Jiang Fan could prevail against the Sentinel. After all, if Jiang Fan were to become infected, the world would indeed face dire straits. At that moment, Spider-Man suddenly addressed Nick Fury. "Though I am unaware of the Sentinel's capabilities, Superman has already journeyed to Asgard. Surely the Sentinel cannot surpass Superman. Can he? Superman?" The group looked at Spider-Man in collective bewilderment. "Indeed, the Superman from the comics," Spider-Man clarified. Noticing their continued confusion, he elaborated. "He is the one who is impervious to harm and can emit heat rays from his eyes. Are you suggesting that the individual named Jiang Fan, who could assist you in eliminating the virus, possesses Superman-like abilities?" Nick Fury inquired. "One could say that," Stark responded. "After all, the Superman from the comics is of Western descent, whereas Jiang Fan bears an Eastern visage. If he truly possessed powers akin to Superman, it might indeed be a positive development. At least humanity would retain a glimmer of hope." The group, upon hearing Fury's reflection, found a flicker of hope in this suddenly materialized Superman. As Stark and the others pondered, Deadpool was behind them rifling through comics, muttering to himself, "This isn't right. There is no record of Jiang Fan in the adjacent universe. Could there be a new comic series emerging?" Indeed, Deadpool was perusing comics, and within the Marvel Universe, numerous films and comics from the real world did exist, comics being one of them, albeit not particularly popular. "Deadpool, what are you doing?" Nick Fury inquired, having grown accustomed to the sight of Deadpool muttering over a comic book. Upon hearing Fury call his name, Deadpool seemed to recall something troubling and exclaimed, "Oh no, we must find a way to expel them from the galaxy." "Are you referring to Jiang Fan and the Sentinel?" Quicksilver asked. Deadpool nodded. "One possesses Superman-like abilities, and the other wields the power of 1,000,000 stars. If they were to clash within the galaxy, the consequences would be unimaginable. Do you not have a mage capable of opening portals? Summon him forth at once, and instruct Jiang Fan to refrain from engaging with the Sentinels within the galaxy. stated Iron Man. "What shall we do now?" inquired Spider-Man. "We can only leave it to fate," replied Quicksilver. In the vast cosmic expanse, Jiang Fan could already perceive Asgard. Through Jiang Fan's extraordinary vision, he observed Asgard under siege by the zombie Hulk and zombie Thor. Had Thor not lost his hammer upon infection and given Asgard's advanced technology, the protective shield would have long since succumbed to destruction. "My child, I shall find a way to restore you to normal," Odin declared, gripping the eternal spear, his gaze upon the infected Thor brimming with paternal affection. Witnessing Odin's loving eyes directed at Thor, Jiang Fan thought to himself, "I am fortunate to have arrived in time. Otherwise, we will be facing yet another zombie Odin. In a direct confrontation, zombie Thor would undoubtedly falter against Odin's might. It was apparent that Odin could not bear to strike down his own son. This precarious situation meant that Odin's encounter with Thor could lead to unintended infection. However, Jiang Fan would not permit such an occurrence. The prospect of an infected Odin would mean contending with a godlike zombie. It was far preferable to save Odin and transform him into a formidable ally against the zombie Sentinels. Chapter 50. The Sentinels, just as the Hulk and Thor were fervently assaulting the protective shield, Jiang Fan instantaneously materialized behind them. With both hands firmly pressing down on the crowns of their heads, before the two could react, he forcefully pressed down, driving their heads into the ground. Subsequently, he began to rub their faces against the shield's surface, pinning them down with one hand each. Odin, witnessing his son being subjected to this treatment by a stranger, felt a spark of electricity in his eyes. Although he was displeased with Jiang Fan's actions, he refrained from lowering Asgard's shield. Despite his advancing age, Odin's wisdom remained intact. From the moment Jiang Fan appeared, he sensed no murderous intent emanating from him, allowing him to remain composed while observing his son's predicament. Outside the shield, Jiang Fan had already circled around the two zombies twice. One must commend the resilience of Hulk and Thor. Their faces had carved deep grooves into the ground, yet not a scratch marred their skin. Coming to a halt, Jiang Fan extracted their heads from the earth. At this point, both Hulk and Thor were thoroughly incapacitated. Radiance enveloped Jiang Fan as he summoned a biotic field around himself. Thor emitted a thunderous roar, his body crackling with arcs of electricity. The flickering lightning is as slender as a pinky finger, yet its might is beyond compare. According to the Marvel lore, the Asgardians grow stronger with age. Currently, Thor is but a child of over 1,000 years. Even though he has awakened his divine powers, he is still far from breaching Jiang Fan's defenses. It is well known that Thor's characterization in the Marvel Universe is rather unique, with his forms categorized into 3 distinct levels. The first form is the ordinary Thor. This is the quintessential Thor that most are familiar with, a heavenly father-level superhero. The ordinary Thor can only unleash formidable combat prowess through Mjolnir, his hammer. And while his strength is commendable, he is capable of defeating most members of the Avengers. The second form is the Elder Thor. Similar to the ordinary Thor, the Elder Thor is distinguished by his advanced age. At this stage, Thor has ascended to the rank of a monarch within the celestial realm. The Asgardians possess a unique ability. Their physical energy intensifies with age. The Elder Thor represents the pinnacle of his combat prowess, matching the strength of his father, Odin, whose peak power was also attained in his later years. The third form is the Rune Thor. In this state, Thor is truly formidable, having reached astonishing heights of power that enable him to challenge ancient deities, achieving a cosmic level of strength. Thor also possesses a formidable state known as the Rune King Thor. At this point, he has mastered rune magic, surpassing the combat abilities of the pantheon of gods, Odin, and all other heavenly father-level deities, reaching the level of a singular universe or even that of the multiverse. Thor is a unique entity within the Marvel Comics, impervious to the influences of the Time Stone. When Thanos wielded the Time Stone, he eradicated all superheroes, yet Thor remained alive. The Elder Thor, wielding only Mjolnir, defeated Thanos, who, under the influence of the Time Stone, was compelled to resurrect all the fallen superheroes. Thus, while Jiang Fan has achieved the status of a Silver Superman, he must tread cautiously within this Marvel universe. The unpredictable nature of superheroes means that one can never be certain when they might suddenly grasp some extraordinary skill. For instance, the current state of the zombie Hulk is noteworthy. His form is undergoing an unknown transformation. In a fit of rage, The Hulk has morphed into the Green Scar and returned to Earth, effortlessly overpowering all superheroes until the emergence of the strongest Marvel hero, Sentry, who managed to halt the Hulk's path of destruction. The Hulk's berserk forms are twofold. The first is the World-Breaker Hulk, whose innate strength can contend with Thanos devoid of the Infinity Gauntlet. Yet it is reported that his power is evenly matched with Thanos when the Gauntlet is employed. The second form is the Captain Universe Hulk, recognized as the Hulk's ultimate manifestation. This form can no longer be attained merely through the accumulation of rage. It necessitates the augmentation of external forces. At this juncture, the Hulk ascends to become the most formidable entity within the Marvel Universe. And before the Hulk in his most potent state, Thanos would likely falter under a single blow. Transformed by his fury, the Green Giant returns to Earth as the Green Scar Hulk, effortlessly overpowering all superheroes until the emergence of the mightiest hero, the Sentinel, which ultimately halts the Green Scar from obliterating the world. In the original narrative, after being exiled by the Illuminati during the Civil War, the Hulk found himself on the planet Sakaar, where he conquered the entire world through sheer brute force. A new persona gradually took over, becoming the Green Scar Hulk. This incarnation of Hulk, fueled by intense betrayal, is exceedingly wrathful yet retains his intellect and possesses complete mastery over his fury. Initially weaker, he ultimately evolves into his most powerful version. Typically, strength combined with wisdom prevails against all Illuminati members except for Namor, the Submariner. As for the four-armed Hulk, Jiang Fan noted that the Green Giant had evolved into this four-armed state. There are numerous versions of the Hulk, among which the classic battle against the incomplete Sentinel stands out, as well as the four-armed Hulk from a parallel universe, acclaimed as the mightiest Hulk. Jiang Fan recalls the four-armed Hulk as effortlessly annihilating 7 gods from other parallel universes, achieving a level of strength that transcends the rules within the multiverse. To some extent, the four-armed Hulk is akin to a creator god, with power that belongs to the multiversal tier. According to Jiang Fan's assessment of the current zombified Hulk, despite having grown 4 arms, his strength has not yet reached the single-universe level. Instead of witnessing the Hulk's transformation in its entirety, Jiang Fan intervened midway, disrupting the metamorphosis. A searing heat ray struck the Green Giant, sending him flying. My heat ray failed to penetrate the Hulk's body? Jiang Fan pondered in astonishment. It is worth noting that with Jiang Fan's current Silver Superman prowess, he could pierce through planets. The fact that he could not penetrate the Green Giant's form illustrates just how formidable the Hulk truly is. Chapter 49. Zombie Thor. The supersonic waves of Black Bolt collided with the Phoenix power of Jean Grey. The sound waves were effortlessly shattered and disintegrated by Jean's Phoenix force. Although Jean could only wield a fraction of the Phoenix's power, it was far beyond what Black Bolt could contend with. Struggling to suppress the alternate persona that emerged due to her use of power, Jean guided the Phoenix force to manifest as a colossal phoenix, soaring toward the horde of zombies. Wherever the Phoenix passed, all infected beings were reduced to ash in an instant. Only a few humans, including Steel and Sandman, remained unscathed due to Jean's control over the Phoenix force. "Jean, please stop," Wolverine exclaimed, his concern mounting as he observed Jean Grey teetering on the brink of losing control. Jean Grey heard the shouts of Wolverine and others, and with a determined grit, she forcefully severed the output of the Phoenix force through sheer willpower. Once the Phoenix force was cut off, Jean's body plummeted from the heights, losing the enhancements that had elevated her beyond the ordinary. Without the Phoenix's protection, she was merely a powerful yet still vulnerable human, her mental prowess insufficient to shield her from the fall. In this critical moment, Sandman could indeed fly, but he was too far away to reach her in time. Just as disaster seemed imminent, Jean's descent abruptly halted 2 meters from the ground. He had returned. Observing this scene from within the base, Mystique smiled faintly. 4 figures rushed to the entrance of the base at remarkable speed. Iron Man, Spider-Man, Magneto, and Deadpool. It was Magneto who had intervened to save Jean. He released the magnetic field surrounding her and, addressing Jean, who had narrowly escaped disaster, asked, "Where is Charles? Take me to him at once." Jean, struggling in her weakened state, replied, "Charles was attacked by a mutant who can rebound attacks. He is currently unconscious in the base." Even at this critical juncture, Charles remained unwilling to act, which incensed Magneto. Everyone present was aware that Charles' telepathic abilities had reached level 5. Had he chosen to intervene, the virus could not have spread so severely. Thus, They understood Magneto's frustration. "Stark, weren't you infected? How have you reverted back to human? Have you discovered an antidote?" Nick Fury's keen observation was unparalleled. While discussions about Charles ensued, Fury's gaze fell upon Iron Man. His words drew the attention of the crowd towards Stark. Under the weight of their expectant stares, Tony Stark apologetically responded, "Regrettably, I have not developed an antidote. My restoration is due to a superhuman named Jiang Fan. However, his method of removing the virus from both me and Peter Parker is exceedingly taxing. Therefore, we should focus on finding an antidote ourselves." Disappointment was palpable among the gathered individuals. "Fury, who is the Sentinel you mentioned earlier? From your words, it seems even the Fantastic Four cannot contend with him?" Since Bob Reynolds had only recently become a Sentinel, Stark had merely encountered this superhuman in SHIELDS records. The database lacked detailed information about the Sentinel. Originally named Bob Reynolds, he was an addict who, by chance, ingested the Sentinel serum, granting him immense power. As for the extent of his strength, it remains untested. Fury's statement caused Tony to worry about Jiang Fan. Do not misunderstand. While Stark was concerned for Jiang, who had granted him a second chance at life, his greater concern lay in whether Jiang could defeat the Sentinel. After all, if Jiang were to be infected, there would be no hope left for the world. At this moment, the young Spider suddenly addressed Nick Fury, saying, "Although I am uncertain about the Sentinel's strength, Superman has already gone to Asgard. Surely, the Sentinel cannot surpass Superman. Can it?" "Superman?" The group turned their puzzled gazes toward Spider-Man. "Indeed, the very Superman from the comics." The young Spider clarified. Noticing their continued confusion, he elaborated, the invulnerable one whose eyes emit heat rays. "Are you suggesting that the individual named Jiang Fan, who assists you in eradicating viruses, possesses powers akin to Superman's?" Nick Fury inquired. "One could say that, considering the comic book Superman is of Western descent, while Jiang Fan bears an Eastern visage," Tony Stark interjected to elucidate for Nick Fury. "If he truly possesses abilities comparable to Superman's, it may indeed be a fortuitous development. At least humanity retains a glimmer of hope." Upon hearing Nick Fury's lamentation, the others found themselves harboring a flicker of hope in this suddenly emerging Superman. As Tony Stark and the others expressed their contemplations, Deadpool rummaged through comics behind them, muttering incessantly, "This doesn't make sense. There is no record of Jiang Fan in the adjacent universe. Could there be a new comic out?" Indeed, Deadpool was perusing comic books within the Marvel Universe. There exist numerous films and comics from the real world, and these comics, albeit not particularly popular, are among them. "Deadpool, what are you doing?" Nick Fury inquired, noticing Deadpool's incessant chatter with a comic book. Upon hearing his name called, Deadpool suddenly appeared to recall something troubling, exclaiming, "This is bad. We must find a way to get them out of the galaxy." "Are you referring to Jiang Fan and the Sentinel?" Quicksilver asked. Deadpool nodded, stating, "One is Jiang Fan with Superman-like abilities, and the other is the Sentinel wielding the power of 1,000,000 stars. If they were to engage in combat within the galaxy, the consequences would be unimaginable. Do you not have a sorcerer capable of opening portals? Summon him at once, and have him inform Jiang Fan to refrain from confronting the Sentinel in the galaxy." Iron Man urged. "Stephen Strange mysteriously vanished last week," he added. "What shall we do then?" The young Spider queried. "We can only leave it to fate," Quicksilver replied. In the vastness of the cosmos, Jiang Fan could already perceive Asgard. With his superhuman vision, he witnessed Asgard under siege by a zombie Hulk and a zombie Thor. Were it not for Thor's loss of his hammer after infection and the advanced technology of Asgard, the protective barrier would have long since been breached. "My child, I shall find a way to restore you to normalcy," Odin declared, wielding the eternal spear, his eyes filled with paternal love as he gazed upon the infected Thor. Observing Odin's tender gaze upon Thor, Jiang Fan thought, "Fortunately, I arrived in time. Otherwise, we would have yet another zombie Odin to contend with." To speak of combat, the zombie Thor would undoubtedly falter against a mere strike from Odin. However, observing Odin's demeanor, it is evident that he is reluctant to unleash his full might upon his own progeny. Consequently, should Odin face Thor, a moment's carelessness could lead to infection. Yet, Jiang Fan would ensure that such an eventuality does not transpire. The thought of Odin succumbing to infection is no jest. It would mean Jiang Fan must contend with a godlike zombie. Thus, it would be far wiser to rescue Odin, transforming him into a formidable ally against the zombie Sentinels. Chapter 50. Sentinel at the moment when the Hulk and Thor were fervently battering the protective shield, Jiang Fan instantaneously materialized behind them. With both hands firmly placed upon the crowns of these two creatures, before they could react, he forcefully pressed down, thrusting the zombie Hulk and zombie Thor's heads into the ground. Subsequently, Jiang Fan proceeded to rub their faces against the ground surrounding the protective barrier. Odin, witnessing his children being subdued by a stranger, emitted sparks of fury in his gaze. Clearly, he was displeased by Jiang Fan's actions against Thor. However, despite his discontent, Odin refrained from lowering the defenses of Asgard. Though he may have aged, as a being of celestial might, Odin's wisdom remained intact. From the moment Jiang Fan appeared, Odin sensed the absence of malice emanating from him, allowing him to remain composed within the protective barrier as he observed his children being handled. Outside the barrier, Jiang Fan had already circled around with the two zombies twice. It must be noted that the Hulk and Thor possessed remarkably thick skin. They had plowed 2 furrows into the ground with their faces, yet not a scratch marred their features. Coming to a halt, Jiang Fan extricated their heads from the earth. By now, both the Hulk and Thor had been rendered incapable of resistance. With a glow emanating from his hands, Jiang Fan enveloped himself in a biological force field. Thor let out a thunderous roar, his body erupting with arcs of electricity. The dancing lightning, as thick as a pinky finger, was undeniably powerful. According to Marvel's lore, Asgardians grow stronger with age. Currently, Thor is but a youthful child of over 1,000 years. Even though he had awakened his divine powers, he remained far from breaching Jiang Fan's defenses. It is well known that Thor's characterization in the Marvel Universe is rather unique, with his forms categorized into 3 distinct levels. The first form, Ordinary Thor. This is the initial incarnation of Thor, the one most commonly recognized, classified as a celestial-level superhero. This version can only unleash formidable combat prowess through his hammer, the Mjolnir, and while he is capable of defeating most members of the Avengers, his strength is merely adequate. The second form, Elder Thor. This incarnation resembles the ordinary Thor, with the distinction that the ordinary Thor has aged. At this stage, Thor has ascended to the pinnacle of celestial realms. The Asgardians possess a unique ability that sets them apart. Their physical energy intensifies with age. It is indeed remarkable. The elder Thor reaches the pinnacle of his strength in his twilight years, matching the formidable power of his father, Odin, whose peak strength also manifests in his later years. The third form is the Rune Thor, a state where Thor exhibits terrifying prowess, attaining astonishing heights of power, capable of toppling ancient deities. His might elevated to a cosmic level. Additionally, Thor embodies another formidable state known as Rune King Thor. At this juncture, he has mastered rune magic, surpassing the might of the Celestials, Odin, and all father-level deities, his combat capability reaching the tier of a singular universe or even the multiverse. In the Marvel Comics, Thor stands as a unique entity, impervious to the influence of the Time Stone. When Thanos wielded the Time Stone, he eliminated all superheroes, yet Thor remained unscathed, ultimately vanquishing Thanos with his mighty hammer. Consequently, Thanos, under the compulsion of the Time Stone, resurrected all the superheroes. Thus, although Jiang Fan has ascended to the status of a Silver Superman, he must tread cautiously within this Marvel universe. For one can never predict when these superheroes might suddenly acquire extraordinary skills. Take, for instance, the current state of the zombie Hulk. At this moment, the Hulk is undergoing an unknown transformation. Transformed by rage into the Green Scar Hulk, he returned to Earth, effortlessly overpowering all superheroes until the emergence of the mightiest Marvel hero, Sentry, who ultimately curtailed the Green Scar's path of destruction. The Hulk's berserk forms include the Breaker of Worlds Hulk, whose strength can contend with Thanos devoid of the Infinity Gauntlet. Though it is said that against Thanos with the Gauntlet, their powers are evenly matched. The first berserk form, Captain Universe Hulk, represents the Hulk's most potent state. This form transcends mere anger, necessitating external power enhancement. In this state, the Hulk ascends to become the preeminent force within the Marvel Universe, and Thanos, faced with the Hulk at his zenith, would likely falter under a single blow. In the original storyline, after being exiled by the Illuminati during the Hulk Civil War, he arrived on the planet Sakaar, conquering it through sheer brute force. A new persona gradually took hold, evolving into the Green Scar Hulk. This version of the Hulk, driven by betrayal, is filled with rage yet retains his intellect, fully mastering his anger. Initially formidable, he ultimately transforms into the most powerful iteration, where strength combined with wisdom enables him to vanquish all Illuminati members, save for Namor, the Submariner. Regarding the four-armed Hulk, Jiang Fan remarked that the Green Giant had evolved into a state with 4 arms. There are numerous versions of the Hulk, among which the classic ones include the Green Scar, who battled against an incomplete version of the Sentinel, and the four-armed Hulk, reputed to be the mightiest in the parallel universe. In Jiang Fan's memory, the four-armed Hulk effortlessly annihilated 7 deities from other parallel universes. Its power had reached a level where it could disregard the rules of existence. In a certain sense, the four-armed Hulk is akin to a deity, its strength residing at the multiversal tier. Based on Jiang Fan's assessment of the current zombified Hulk, although it had sprouted 4 arms, its power had not ascended to that of a singular universe. Jiang Fan refrained from observing the Hulk's transformation further and intervened midway through the metamorphosis. A searing heat ray instantaneously struck the Green Giant, sending it hurtling away. My heat ray did not penetrate Hulk's body? Jiang Fan pondered in astonishment. It is worth noting that even with Jiang Fan as a current silver superhero strength, he could pierce through planets. The fact that he could not penetrate the Green Giant's body showcased its formidable resilience. Chapter 51. Reality Rewrite. Time reset acting on impulse. As the Sentinel lunged towards Jiang Fan at the speed of light, he swiftly opened a portal before him. However, the Sentinel was no ordinary superhuman. The moment the Sentinel beheld the portal, it executed a perfect 90-degree turn, deftly evading the doorway. Despite its zombified state, it was still a Marvel version of Superman. At the instant the portal manifested, the Sentinel experienced an instinctive urge to avoid the looming door. Good maneuvering, but I anticipated your anticipation, Jiang Fan mused, observing the Sentinel's perilous evasion of the portal. Although the zombified Sentinel retained human memories, it was no longer a living being. To the current zombified Sentinel, Jiang Fan was merely a delectable morsel. Driven by ravenous hunger, it would soon succumb to madness if it failed to consume anything, becoming like the ordinary zombies on Earth, devoured by its own hunger for sustenance. In pursuit of live prey, the Sentinel abandoned Jiang Fan, pivoting towards Asgard. Just as the Sentinel turned, Jiang Fan reopened the portal right before it. The Sentinel executed another sharp turn to evade it, but this time, the circumstances differed. As the Sentinel altered its flight trajectory, the Eternal Spear surged from the side, delivering a chilling strike. The Eternal Spear propelled the Sentinel swiftly toward the portal, appearing on the verge of entering. At that critical moment, the surrounding scenery abruptly transformed. Objects and beings before Jiang Fan gradually became ethereal and distorted before vanishing entirely. In an instant, Jiang Fan realized that apart from himself and the portal, everything else had vanished, leaving him seemingly alone in the vast cosmos. This state of isolation did not persist for long, as Jiang Fan soon sensed something amiss. Without hesitation, he unleashed a torrent of attacks upon his surroundings. Under the might of Jiang Fan's formidable onslaught, the scenery shattered like glass. As he surveyed his surroundings once more, he found both the Sentinel and the Scarlet Witch unharmed before him. How could the Scarlet Witch, whom he was certain he had slain, still stand there? Jiang Fan was unequivocally convinced that he had indeed extinguished her life. This could not merely be an illusion. Yet, her sudden resurgence could only imply 2 possibilities. Either the Scarlet Witch had employed some reality-altering magic in her final moments to rewrite her own demise, or time itself had been reversed. Regardless of which scenario was true, it posed a dire predicament for Jiang Fan, as his strength was continuously depleting. With each clash against the Sentinel, a portion of his energy was siphoned away. Before the Scarlet Witch could take further action, the Eternal Spear clasped in Jiang Fan's hand vanished in an instant. He understood that it was Odin's intervention. The Scarlet Witch clearly recognized the spear as the very weapon that had just claimed her life. Though Wanda attempted to evade, once the Eternal Spear was cast, it would unfailingly strike its target unless the wielder chose to cease their assault, a rule set in stone. Thus, the recently resurrected Wanda met her end once more. Although zombie Wanda had perished, Jiang Fan found no joy in this outcome. Who could say if Wanda would rise again? If she were to continue this cycle of resurrection indefinitely, what purpose would their battle serve? Ultimately, Jiang Fan resolved to employ a decisive tactic against both the Sentinel and Wanda, an ancient sealing technique from the world of Naruto. While the power levels of Naruto's universe could not compare to that of Marvel, it possessed its own merits, particularly in its diverse sealing arts. These sealing techniques were primarily designed to confine beings stronger than oneself, making them ideally suited for countering the Scarlet Witch's duplicitous tactics. Jiang Fan, in this avatar, conjured several clones, which rapidly maneuvered around the Sentinel and the Scarlet Witch, forming a hexagram that encircled them at the center. Celestial technique, six paths sealing. The six Jiang Fans exclaimed in unison, simultaneously forming the sealing hand signs. In an instant, six portals materialized around the Sentinel and Wanda. These portals spun around them incessantly, gaining speed by the moment. Observing this, the Sentinel gathered golden energy in his hands and directed it toward the whirling six portals. However, his planet-destroying attack disintegrated and vanished upon contact with the portals. The Sentinel and Wanda, both zombies, sensed the imminent danger, yet their ability to speak had been stripped away, leaving them to emit guttural roars. As the six doors spun increasingly faster, they ultimately collapsed into a radiant orb that flickered briefly before vanishing entirely. Observing this, Odin mentally categorized Jiang Fan as a being of extreme peril. With the Sentinels and Wanda sealed, Jiang Fan now possessed two mobile power sources. Should he encounter a magical adversary, he could extract Wanda's strength from a seal. As for the Sentinel, its prowess was renowned, boasting the power equivalent to 1,000,000 stars. What does 1,000,000 stars signify? Superman, residing in the sun for merely 20,000 years, could attain golden super status. Now, Jiang Fan wielded the might of 1,000,000 stars, his strength soaring correspondingly. However, before Jiang Fan could revel in his newfound power, the surroundings began to distort ominously. This transformation differed from the last. An instinctual dread gripped Jiang Fan, warning him that remaining any longer would spell grave danger. In the midst of this chaotic shift, he heeded his intuition and summoned a portal, swiftly leaping through it. Hiding within the portal, Jiang Fan witnessed a breathtaking spectacle. The entirety of this world appeared to dissolve into an ethereal haze, as if the universe were on the brink of obliteration. Yet this state was fleeting. As the universe soon returned to its former state, the once ghostly entities solidifying once more. Upon re-entering the Marvel universe, Jiang Fan noticed his doppelganger had vanished. Glancing towards Asgard, he observed its presence, albeit with a sense that something was amiss with Thor. Upon arriving at the outskirts of Asgard, he was confronted by Heimdall. Brandishing an ostentatious sword, inquired, "Who are you? Please inform your king, Odin, that I wish to see him." "He will understand," Jiang Fan replied. Heimdall, recognizing the aura of the eternal spear emanating from Jiang Fan, obliged without hesitation, conveying the message to Odin. It was not merely a matter of Heimdall's reasonableness. Rather, it was the palpable power he sensed that prompted his compliance. Had it been anyone else, he would have likely dismissed them. "You have indeed evaded the temporal reset." Odin appeared before Jiang Fan, as if teleporting. Temporal reset? Jiang Fan gazed at Odin, seeking clarity on the events that had transpired in this universe. According to his recollections, there indeed existed methods within the Marvel zombie universe to reset time. However, by the time Jiang Fan arrived, these methods had become obsolete. Prior to his arrival, the mischievous entity capable of sending consciousness back to alter the future had been consumed by the zombified Dr. Pym. Although the Time Stone possesses the ability to manipulate time, only beings of significant power, such as Odin, Mephisto, the Celestials, or the Ancient One could wield it to the extent of resetting the universe. However, the Ancient One had already perished before Jiang Fan's arrival. The Celestials were not present in this universe, and Mephisto, who governs hell, would relish the idea of turning the mortal realm into a hellscape. Thus, he had no reason to reset time. As for Odin, it seemed even less plausible. Had he possessed the Time Stone, he would not have passively witnessed Thor's infection. Odin gestured for Jiang Fan to extend his hand. Although Jiang Fan harbored doubts about Odin's divine artifacts, he was confident in his own strength as a silver Superman and felt no fear of Odin. The previous struggles against the Sentinel were primarily due to the fact that it was merely a projection of Jiang Fan, and he had expended considerable energy while healing Thor, which rendered his battle against the already zombified Sentinel rather lackluster. Upon making contact with Odin, the latter's resonant voice echoed within Jiang Fan's mind. "Beyond the realm we perceive, there exists a pair of eyes that watches us eternally. I suspect time itself is being reset by this entity." Odin's words triggered a recollection in Jiang Fan of a particular race, the Watchers. The Watchers are among the earliest civilizations in the Marvel Universe, having witnessed many significant events throughout history. They emerged alongside the formation of the cosmos, possessing technology that predated most other life forms by billions of years. The Watchers once aided various civilizations in their evolution and development. However, their technological advancements led to their own corruption, ultimately resulting in the destruction of their homeworld. Subsequently, the Watchers resolved to abstain from intervening in the affairs of other cosmic beings, pledging only to observe and witness. As for the power of the Watchers, it is worth noting that in a post-credit scene of Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2, a Watcher converses with the legendary Stan Lee, clad in an astronaut suit, casually inquiring whether he is afraid. Whether others feel fear is unknown to Jiang Fan, yet he certainly does. A terrifying entity capable of breaking the fourth wall and engaging in dialogue with reality. Even with Jiang Fan's current prowess, survival under a Watcher scrutiny would be a challenge. Suddenly, Jiang Fan conceived a reason for the Watchers to intervene and reset the universe: the death of the Chosen One. In the comics, the Watchers intervene for the Chosen One, creating a time loop in the zombie universe to prevent the spread of its virus across the multiverse. Realizing this, Jiang Fan promptly bid farewell to Odin and used spatial teleportation to return to Earth. As Jiang Fan vanished, a shadowy figure materialized beside Odin, who inquired, "Do you believe you will succeed?" Odin, with his profound gaze fixed upon Earth, replied, "We have no choice but to hope he can eradicate the quantum virus and shatter this universe's endless cycle." Meanwhile, Jiang Fan's figure reappeared in a plaza in New York. The passers-by were completely unperturbed by the sudden appearance of Jiang Fan. System, scan the current data of Earth. Jiang Fan commanded his Kryptonian vessel in his mind. However, after several seconds of silence with no response, he realized that his ship was still trapped in the world of the Divine Condor. Ascending above the skies of New York, Jiang Fan established an invisible barrier and opened a portal, not only summoning the Kryptonian ship, but also bringing along an ironclad battleship. Leading the charge was the solitary wolf from before. Jiang Fan's grand display went unnoticed, as the technology of Earth's SHIELD ensured that as long as he wished to remain undetected, they would remain oblivious. Upon entering the ship, Jiang Fan spotted Reyna and Morgana resting in the lounge of the solitary wolf's vessel. He inquired of the wolf, "What is the meaning of this?" The wolf, taken aback by the question, momentarily displayed confusion. However, he swiftly regained his composure and conducted a scan of the ship, soon realizing that Morgana and Reyna had stealthily infiltrated his vessel at some point. Kneeling, the wolf explained, "I was unaware that Morgana and Reyna had secretly boarded my ship before my arrival. Please forgive me, Master." Before he could finish, Jiang Fan interjected, "Enough about them for now. Focus on locating this individual, and once found, bring him to me immediately." The universe had been reset, and the most pressing task was to prevent Hank Pym from returning the quantum virus to this realm. For reasons unknown, despite multiple scans of Earth, Jiang Fan could not locate Hank Pym, as if he had vanished from this world entirely. Jiang Fan speculated that Pym had re-entered the quantum realm, which is why the ship could not detect him. Jiang Fan had pinpointed the moment in time post-reset. It was precisely when Tony Stark had just been abducted by terrorists, marking the inception of the Avengers saga. Dr. Pym instructed the solitary wolf and his team to search, while Jiang Fan would keep watch over the members of the Avengers. In accordance with the conventions of film and literature, all events unfold around the protagonist. Thus, merely observing this group of Avengers sufficed. Even if the wolf and his team failed to locate Hank Pym in a timely manner, it mattered not, for Pym would inevitably present himself. Having arranged all matters and directed the ship's systems to lock onto Tony Stark's position, they proceeded towards Stark's location. Strangely, despite the ability to teleport, Jiang Fan found immense pleasure in the sensation of flight. Within the cavern of the terrorist base, Tony Stark was meticulously disassembling a missile. "Ethan, once this component is complete, we can leave this place together," Tony remarked. Through their conversations over the past days, he sensed that Ethan had resigned himself to despair. As Ethan's savior, Tony was determined not to let him abandon hope. "Stark," Ethan said despondently, "my hometown has vanished in the war." Hearing Ethan's words, Tony Stark inquired, "Jericho missiles?" Ethan nodded affirmatively. "Once we return together, everything will improve," Tony expressed his deep remorse to Ethan. Chapter 53. The Green Giant Morgana, perhaps, Ethan mused. It was indeed impossible for him not to harbor resentment towards Stark. However, after spending these days together, Ethan had come to terms with the situation. Although the weapons were manufactured by Stark Industries, the hands that wielded them were not Stark's own. During their time together, Ethan developed a different perspective on Stark. He could discern from Stark's gaze and words that he was not a man who reveled in warfare. Perhaps he could indeed bring about change in the world. Ethan thought to himself. Ethan chose not to delve further in the matter with Tony, instead changing the subject. We have already delayed for several days. These terrorists must be growing suspicious. Tony Stark gazed at the hastily assembled armor and remarked, "We need one more day to install the program. We must delay for another day." Meanwhile, the terrorist leader outside the cave sensed something amiss. Though he was not well-versed in literature, he was not a fool. The discrepancies in the components and blueprints created by Tony were too vast. He summoned an underling and instructed, "Go warn Tony Stark. If there are no results by tomorrow, I will have him killed." "Understood," the subordinate replied, departing to find Stark. Outside the suburbs of New York, Morgana was connecting to the network, accessing data from across the globe. Although the Dark Dimension was no more, Morgana's technological prowess remained unparalleled on Earth. Previously, she had feared that her covert arrival might provoke Jiang Fan. Yet to her surprise, he completely ignored her and Reyna, allowing them to play while he flew off. This was undoubtedly to Morgana's delight. Morgana had ventured into this world upon Reyna's assertion that it was more powerful than their original realm, thus risking potential ire from Jiang Fan. Terms like cosmic cube, vibranium, mutants, and superheroes flowed from Morgana's lips, revealing that no clandestine information on Earth eluded her data retrieval capabilities. Producing a golden square box, Morgana gazed at it and remarked, "Fortunately, I secretly collected your data and genes. Otherwise, you would truly be finished." At that moment, a voice emanated from within the box. "I never anticipated he would be so formidable. Perhaps you should consider surrendering to Jiang Fan with him around. Resurrecting you beneath his very nose will prove exceedingly difficult." Morgana advised the box, "Our grievances with him have escalated to this point. If he discovers that you have preserved our data and bodies, he might even eliminate you." A voice emanated from within the box once more. Morgana paused for a moment, then stowed the box away and utilized wormhole transportation technology to arrive in a slum district. Upon her emergence in the impoverished area, Jiang Fan, who was positioned above a terrorist stronghold, received an alert from the Kryptonian spacecraft system. A virtual screen manifested before him, displaying a man and a woman seated in a rudimentary room. The individuals on the screen were none other than Banner and Morgana. What business does Morgana have with Dr. Banner? Jiang Fan had no intention of intervening in Morgana's affairs. At his level of strength, should Morgana dare to betray him, he could obliterate her at any moment. Thus, as long as Morgana, now under Jiang Fan's command, remained obedient and loyal, he was indifferent to her whims. Within a modest dwelling of the slum, Dr. Banner greeted Morgana with a warm smile, remarking, "You hardly seem like one who resides here. I have come specifically to seek you out, particularly the entity within you." Morgana replied directly. Upon hearing that she was searching for the Hulk, Banner's demeanor shifted to one of caution. "You are with the military," he asserted. "No. If you're not affiliated with the military, then I must ask you to leave. Otherwise, it could become troublesome if that entity were to emerge." Clearly, Banner was skeptical of Morgana's claims. With a wave of her hand, a wormhole materialized before Banner, transporting him to a vast desert. "What is this?" Banner exclaimed in disbelief as he surveyed the endless expanse of sand. Unable to fathom how he had transitioned from the slum in India to this desolate landscape in an instant, Morgana, observing Banner's astonishment, spoke. "What do you think? You were concerned that the green giant might harm civilians, but now we find ourselves in the desert, so you need not worry about collateral damage." Hearing Morgana's words, Banner looked up and asked, "Are you a superhuman, or perhaps a mutant?" "I am the Demon King," Morgana declared. As she spoke, her attire transformed from an elegant cheongsam into resplendent angelic armor, complete with a pair of pristine wings that elegantly unfurled. Banner regarded Morgana with a bemused expression, quipping, "That outfit hardly seems befitting of a demon." Realizing her attire was incongruous, Morgana swiftly changed again, the angelic armor vanishing in a flash of light, replaced by her form-fitting demonic ensemble. Witnessing this rapid transformation, Banner inwardly scoffed. "It's merely a change of clothing. How does that relate to being a demon?" "Very well. Let the green giant emerge," Morgana proclaimed. With a clenched fist, a colossal metallic claw descended from above, crashing down upon Dr. Banner. With a roar of fury emanating from beneath the massive claw, the Hulk erupted from the sandy depths, launching a powerful punch at Morgana. Faced with the Hulk's fist, which was nearly the size of her entire torso, Morgana showed no inclination to evade. Instead, she extended her delicate, pale hand, positioning it before her in a gesture of defiance. With a resounding boom, a shockwave erupted, displacing the sandy earth and creating a deep crater. The Hulk's fist was thwarted by Morgana, rendering his efforts futile. No matter how forcefully he struck, he could not advance his hand an inch. Infuriated by his inability to overpower the strikingly beautiful woman before him, the Hulk leaped high into the air, his hands clenched into a hammer-like form, harnessing the force of his descent to smash down upon Morgana. He aimed to drive her into the very ground, as one would drive a nail. Just as the Hulk roared in fury, ready to unleash his attack, an enormous steel claw, larger than the Hulk himself, swooped in to seize him. Like a chick being lifted, the Hulk was suspended in midair, while another claw extended a single finger, incessantly scratching at his belly and soles. This tactic was one Morgana had previously employed against the crocodile-like Sutton, and was perfectly suited for dealing with this simpleton akin to Sutton. As Morgana commanded the claw to continue its relentless scratching, the Hulk initially managed to suppress his rage. However, after enduring for several minutes, he could no longer contain himself. "Ha ha ha, woman, release Hulk." With little struggle, the Hulk began to shrink, and within moments transformed back into Dr. Banner. Goodness, how did that green behemoth surrender so swiftly? This deviates significantly from the records kept by S.H.I.E.L.D. Morgana had intended to subdue the Hulk first, then persuade him to ally with her. Yet, to her astonishment, he transformed back into Banner after just a few exchanges. Whatever happened to the Hulk's vow of defiance, or the idea that his fury only made him stronger? Chapter 56. Jarvis, well, since you can fly, could you possibly take me back? At this moment, Stark's primary concern was the prospect of returning home. All else was secondary. Stark was both hungry and thirsty, lamenting the indignities suffered by a world-renowned billionaire. "If you want my assistance, I have a request." "What is that request?" Stark did not acquiesce immediately, but sought clarity regarding Jiang Fan's demands. Jiang Fan had no intention of deceiving Stark. Instead, he candidly stated, "I want that machine of yours capable of traversing universes." If Jiang Fan recalled correctly, in the Marvel zombie universe, Tony Stark and Reed had constructed a device that could exit this universe. Jiang Fan was immensely intrigued by this machine. The mere ability to journey to other universes was akin to a simplified version of a time travel portal. The crucial aspect was that Stark's machine had no cooldown period. As long as there was sufficient energy and it remained within the machine's limits, it could be utilized at will. A machine for interdimensional travel? That was merely a fanciful failure conceived by Reed, and during its testing, Reed even went missing. Although Stark was uncertain how Jiang Fan had learned of the machine's existence, he firmly believed it to be a flawed creation. When Reed tested the machine, it caused everyone at the base to vanish without a trace. Upon Stark's arrival at the Reed test facility, he found the machine standing solitary in the laboratory. Following this incident, Stark chose to seal the machine away. Now, with Jiang Fan expressing a desire for the device, Stark harbors suspicions about Jiang's intentions, fearing he might employ the machine for nefarious purposes. After all, Stark had heard tales of the tensions between mutants and ordinary humans. Jiang, perceiving Stark's apprehension, clenched his fist and struck the air with a powerful punch. The sheer force of his physical prowess reverberated through the atmosphere, fracturing the very space around him, reminiscent of Whitebeard from One Piece unleashing his tremor powers. A tremendous wave of energy radiated from Jiang's fist, cascading outward in a fan-like fashion. A fierce gale roared, the earth quaked, and a sandstorm erupted, wreaking havoc. Witnessing this cataclysmic scene, Stark was rendered speechless, astonished by the display. "Tell me, if I were to harbor malevolent intentions toward the world, who could possibly impede me with my strength? Therefore, trust me and relinquish the machine," Jiang asserted, showcasing his goodwill while simultaneously cautioning Tony Stark against any foolishness. "Fine, I agree. That machine is of no use to me anyway, but you must ensure my safe return first." "I am absolutely famished," Stark replied, clearly indicating that if Jiang wanted the machine, he must guarantee his survival. Jiang had already intended to ensure Stark's safety. Even without this stipulation, he would have seen him back. With his mind set, he prepared for takeoff, placing a hand on Stark's shoulder. "You aren't planning to fly me back like this, are you? My body can't handle it," Stark exclaimed in alarm as he realized Jiang intended to lift him into the air. Being an ordinary man, and one nursing injuries at that, Stark feared that such a flight would be perilous due to the immense thrust and air resistance. "Enough chatter, let's head to New York," Jiang declared, producing a bewildering oxygen mask and placing it on Stark before launching into the sky. As they soared upward, Jiang executed a sharp turn at an altitude of 1,000 meters, heading straight for Stark Tower. Initially, Stark felt a rush of panic, but he soon adapted to the exhilarating speed of their flight. With a biological force field safeguarding him, Stark felt no discomfort at all. "This is astonishing. How is he achieving this?" He marveled as the speed defied the laws of physics, not even causing a sonic boom. Just as Stark found himself in awe of Jiang's extraordinary abilities, he caught sight of New York City looming in the distance. Jiang Fan's extraordinary vision focused on Stark Tower, and with a swift dive, he descended towards it. Stark barely had a moment to process the blinding light before he and Jiang Fan found themselves standing on the balcony of Stark Tower. Inside, Pepper Potts was engaged in a heated discussion with Obadiah about Tony Stark's mysterious disappearance. As they argued, Pepper turned around to see Stark standing there with an unfamiliar figure. "Pepper, am I seeing things? That person looks like Tony," Obadiah remarked uncertainly. At that moment, Pepper was too preoccupied to heed Obadiah's words. She rushed to Stark's side, gazing at him in disbelief, her hand outstretched, hesitating to touch him for fear that he might vanish if she dared. Yet, Stark's courage contrasted with her trepidation. He enveloped Pepper in an embrace, exclaiming, "Pepper, I'm back. You finally returned. We searched everywhere for you, and everyone thought you were gone," Pepper replied, a hint of relief lacing her voice. Releasing her, Stark turned to introduce Jiang Fan. And who might this be? It suddenly struck him that he had yet to inquire about Jiang Fan's name. "Hello, I am Jiang Fan," he greeted Pepper and Obadiah. "Indeed, this Mr. Jiang Fan is the one who brought me back," Stark interjected promptly. Pepper gestured invitingly to Jiang Fan, saying, "Thank you for saving Tony. Please come in and sit." As Jiang Fan followed Pepper into the living room, Stark addressed J.A.R.V.I.S., stating J.R.V.S. "Prepare for a press conference tomorrow." "Of course, Sir." J.A.R.V.I.S.'s voice resonated throughout the room, while others might not discern it. Jiang Fan could detect a subtle wave of joy within J.A.R.V.I.S.'s tone. Though Jiang Fan's own ship possessed an intelligent system, it lacked any semblance of emotion. Emotional nuance cannot be merely simulated by computers. They may mimic form, but not essence. Yet, despite its mechanical nature, J.A.R.V.I.S.'s voice conveyed a palpable presence of emotion. "Tony, it's truly wonderful to have you back safely. You know, during your absence, I couldn't sleep a wink. The other shareholders have been pressuring me daily to oust you from the company." Obadiah complained to Stark, his tone suggesting that without Tony Stark, he would be utterly lost. Chapter 55. Plot divergence. What is this? A terrorist gaped in astonishment at the ironclad figure emerging from a cave. Having been terrorists for over a decade, they had encountered numerous modern weapons, yet this armored entity was unlike anything they had ever seen. While they were momentarily stunned, Tony had already raised his left hand, aiming it at the group of terrorists before him. "Go down and accompany Ethan to the grave." With a resounding shout, Tony activated the flamethrower in his left hand, unleashing an inferno that incinerated the terrorists, leaving not a trace behind. The few dozen terrorists blocked at the cave's entrance could only emit their final cries before being completely charred to ashes. "Open fire, quick!" The terrorists, bereft of their leader's command, were thrown into disarray. The sound of gunfire erupted chaotically, bullets raining down upon Tony's armored suit, creating a cacophony of metallic clinks and clatters. With a swift motion, Tony Stark engaged the missile launch system on his right arm, firing 2 miniature missiles toward the concentration of terrorists. The ensuing explosions rocked the cave entrance, nearly collapsing it. As Tony maneuvered his suit out of the cave, a barrage of bullets continued to strike his armor, ringing out like a symphony of chaos. Ignoring his attackers, Stark pivoted and unleashed a torrent of flames upon the surrounding munitions. Witnessing the missiles ignite, the terrorists halted their assault, screaming and fleeing toward the base's perimeter. Stark cast a final glance at the cave that had imprisoned him, then activated his suit's propulsion system. A plume of fire erupted from the soles of his armor, propelling him skyward with tremendous force. As he ascended to a height of 100 meters, Tony caught sight of a figure clad in a black superhero costume, standing midair and smiling as they passed each other. Is that a mutant? Tony pondered, perplexed. However, before he could contemplate further, his suit began to plummet due to depleted energy reserves. Jiang Fan followed closely behind, watching Tony descend without any intention of offering assistance. With a thud, Stark's suit crashed into the sandy ground, the impact overwhelming the armor and causing it to disintegrate. Fortunately, Stark had equipped his suit with a shock absorption mechanism. Without it, such a fall, even on his sand, would have resulted in severe injury. Struggling, Tony emerged from the wreckage, orienting himself before trudging in a chosen direction. Hours later, under the relentless heat of the desert sun, he found himself on the verge of collapse. Is this how it ends? Stark lay helplessly in the sand, his gaze fixed on an approaching humanoid figure in the sky. Am I hallucinating? Stark murmured to himself. It seems the narrative is not entirely reliable, Jiang Fan reflected internally. According to the storyline, Stark should have been discovered by his close friend Rhodey shortly after fleeing the cave. Yet now, not only was Stark on the brink of death, but Jiang Fan's enhanced vision revealed no sign of rescue helicopters within a 100-mile radius. This compelled Jiang Fan to intervene and assist Tony Stark. In a hazy state of consciousness, Stark perceived the sky as if it were raining, and amidst the downpour, the ethereal figure of Pepper Potts floated down like a celestial being. Stark instinctively muttered to himself. They say that those on the brink of death see the things they long for most, and it appears to be true. The hallucinations are intensifying. Observing Stark's incoherent mumbling, Jiang Fan, with a flicker of thought, conjured a sphere of water in his hand. He then hurled the water sphere towards Tony Stark. The moment the sphere splashed against Stark's face, he jolted awake, his muddled mind suddenly clear. Upon regaining consciousness, Stark swiftly wrapped his arms around Jiang Fan's leg, babbling declarations of love for Pepper. Jiang Fan, with a scowl, gazed down at the man clinging to his leg and retaliated with a vigorous kick. My legs are reserved for beautiful women. How dare you, a grown man, take the lead? If I don't turn you into a pig's head today, I'm not Superman. Stark's anguished cries echoed through the desolate desert. After half an hour, Jiang Fan finally ceased his assault. Despite his controlled strength, Stark was merely an ordinary man, and enduring Jiang Fan's kicks for that long had already pushed his limits. Any further would surely lead to dire consequences. Who on earth are you? Stark inquired through gritted teeth, wisely omitting any mention of his earlier actions and redirecting the conversation. As a global magnate, he was aware of the existence of mutants, but for reasons unknown, they had gradually faded from public consciousness during his youth. Consequently, the topic of mutants had become increasingly rare in contemporary discourse. Once his anger subsided, Jiang Fan resumed his previously amiable demeanor and replied, I am here to take you back. Stark was keenly interested in the answer. Were you sent by the military, or did Pepper hire you? Having previously witnessed Jiang Fan soaring through the sky, Stark was convinced that he had come specifically for him. If he was sent by Pepper, that would be acceptable. However, if he were affiliated with the military, it would spell trouble. Look at my attire. Can't you discern who I am? Jiang Fan retorted, somewhat irritated. Stark lifted his gaze and replied, You've swollen my eyes to slits. How could I possibly see what you're wearing? While conversing with Jiang Fan, Stark mentally extended his greetings to the ancestors of mutants. Jiang Fan then performed a minor healing on Stark's eyes, allowing him to reassess his attire. Stark felt a gentle warmth envelop his eyes, and soon the swelling subsided. He scrutinized Jiang Fan closely, sensing an uncanny familiarity with his garments. After a considerable time, Stark finally recalled where he had encountered this figure. It was Superman, the extraterrestrial character adorned in a similar costume from a comic he had read during his childhood. Are you suggesting that you are the Superman from the comics? Stark regarded Jiang Fan with a look of incredulity. Upon noticing the expression on Stark's face, Jiang Fan realized that any explanation would be futile. If you do not believe me, you may consider me as a mutant endowed with superhuman abilities. Jiang Fan was disinclined to elaborate further. Stark could think whatever he wished. As long as he remained unharmed, that was sufficient. Chapter 56. Jarvis, very well. If you possess the ability to fly, could you perhaps transport me back? At this moment, Stark's primary concern was the possibility of returning home. All other matters paled in comparison to the urgency of this issue. He was both famished and parched, lamenting the indignity of his plight as a world-renowned billionaire. "I can assist you, but I have a request." "What is your request?" Stark did not immediately acquiesce. Instead, he sought clarification regarding Jiang Fan's demands. Jiang Fan had no intention of deceiving Stark. He simply stated, "I desire that machine of yours capable of traversing the cosmos." If memory served him correctly, in the Marvel Zombie universe, Tony Stark and Reed had constructed a device that could transport them out of this universe. Jiang Fan was exceedingly intrigued by this machine. The mere prospect of venturing into other universes rendered it a remarkably low-spec version of a gateway to alternate realities. The pivotal aspect was that Stark's machine required no cooling time, as long as there was sufficient energy and it remained within the machine's operational limits. It could be utilized at will. A cosmic travel machine? That was merely a fanciful contraption created by Reed, a failure in its conception. In fact, Reed had gone missing during the machine's testing. Although Stark was uncertain how Jiang Fan had learned of its existence, he regarded Reed's invention as a dismal failure. When Reed had tested the machine, it had inexplicably caused everyone in the facility to vanish. Upon Stark's arrival at the facility where Reed had conducted the test, he found the machine standing solitary in the laboratory. Following this incident, Stark had concealed the device. Now, with Jiang Fan expressing a desire to possess it, Stark harbored suspicions regarding Jiang Fan's intentions, particularly given the well-documented tensions between mutants and ordinary humans. Jiang Fan, observing Stark's apprehension, understood his concerns. Consequently, he clenched his fist and delivered a powerful punch into the air. The formidable force of Jiang Fan's blow reverberated through the atmosphere, causing fractures to manifest in the surrounding space, reminiscent of Whitebeard's tremors in One Piece. The immense power emanated from the point of impact, radiating outward in a fan-like pattern. The tempest howled, the earth crumbled, and countless grains of sand coalesced into a fierce sandstorm. Witnessing this apocalyptic scene, Stark stood in a state of shock, devoid of any expression. "What do you think? If I were to harbor malice towards the world, who could possibly stand in my way with my powers? So, rest assured and hand over that machine to me." Jiang Fan's words not only exhibited his goodwill, but also served as a caution to Tony Stark not to reject his offer. "Fine, I agree. After all, that machine is of no use to me, but you must first ensure my safe return. I am on the verge of starvation." Stark made his position clear. His implication was unmistakable. If Jiang Fan desired the machine, he must guarantee Stark's survival to return home. Jiang Fan had already intended to see to Stark's safety. Even without Stark's insistence, he would have ensured his return. "Prepare yourself. We're about to take flight," Jiang Fan said, placing his hand on Stark's shoulder. "You can't possibly intend to carry me back like this? My body cannot withstand it," Stark exclaimed, panic seizing him at the thought of Jiang Fan lifting him into the air. As an ordinary man, and a wounded one at that, if Jiang Fan truly attempted to fly with him, the immense force and air resistance would undoubtedly spell disaster for him mid-flight. "Enough chatter. Let us head to New York," Jiang Fan declared, producing a perplexing oxygen mask and placing it over Stark's face. In an instant, he soared into the sky, and upon reaching an altitude of 1 kilometer, he executed a sharp turn toward Stark Tower. Stark initially felt a surge of anxiety, yet soon acclimated to the rapid pace of their flight. Protected by a biological force field, Stark felt no discomfort whatsoever. How astonishing! How is he accomplishing this? It defies all physical logic. Such velocity without even producing a sonic boom. Stark marveled inwardly, while he was still astonished by Jiang Fan's remarkable abilities. The silhouette of New York City began to materialize before him. With superhuman vision, Jiang Fan locked onto Stark Tower and made a swift dive towards it. Stark felt a brief flash before he and Jiang Fan found themselves standing on the balcony of Stark Tower. Inside, Pepper Potts was engaged in a heated discussion with Obadiah Stane regarding Tony Stark's disappearance. Just as they were embroiled in their argument, Pepper turned around to find Stark standing alongside a stranger on the balcony. "Pepper, am I seeing things?" "That person looks like Tony," Obadiah remarked uncertainly. At that moment, Pepper had no inclination to heed Obadiah's words. She dashed to Stark's side, reaching out tentatively as if to touch him, fearful that this might be an illusion, and that contact would cause him to vanish. However, Stark was undeterred. He embraced Pepper tightly and declared, "Pepper, I'm back. At long last, you have returned. We searched for you endlessly, and everyone feared you had vanished," Pepper remarked with a hint of trepidation. Releasing Pepper, Stark introduced her and Obadiah, saying, "Who is this?" At that moment, Stark realized he had yet to inquire about Jiang Fan's name. "Greetings, I am Jiang Fan," he replied politely to Pepper and Obadiah. "Indeed, this gentleman, Jiang Fan, is the one who rescued me," Stark interjected promptly. Pepper gestured for Jiang Fan to enter, saying, "Thank you for saving Tony. Please come in and sit." Following Pepper into the living room, Jiang Fan took a seat as Stark addressed Jarvis, stating Jarvis. "Prepare for tomorrow's press conference." "Understood, Sir." Jarvis responded, his voice resonating throughout the room. While others may not discern it, Jiang Fan could detect a subtle wave of joy in Jarvis's tone. Although Jiang Fan's own ship was equipped with an intelligent system, it lacked any semblance of emotion. Emotions cannot merely be simulated by computers. No matter how adept the simulation, it can only replicate form without spirit. Yet, despite Jarvis's mechanical voice, Jiang Fan sensed an emotional presence within it. "Tony, it is truly wonderful that you have returned safely. You know, during your absence, I lost sleep every night, and the other shareholders pressured me daily to oust you from the company," Obadiah complained to Stark, as if his existence hinged solely on Tony Stark's presence. Chapter 57, Opening the Quantum Realm. Stark did not find anything amiss in Obadiah's display of concern. Meanwhile, Jiang Fan remained indifferent to the domestic affairs of others. "Obadiah, my friend and I have matters to discuss, so I will excuse myself from your conversation," Tony stated. Throughout, Tony Stark had never referred to Obadiah as uncle. Pepper, ever the astute assistant, recognized Stark's desire for privacy and promptly excused Obadiah under the guise of work-related matters. Though Obadiah was notably perturbed by Stark's sudden reappearance, now that Tony was safely back, he could only revert to his previous demeanor. After Obadiah and Pepper departed, Stark turned to Jiang Fan and said, "Follow me. The machine is located in the basement." Descending, Jiang Fan followed Stark to a floor entirely dedicated to his laboratory. In a corner stood a glass enclosure spanning 100 square meters, filled with an assortment of mechanical devices. "My laboratory is not accessible to just anyone. Aside from Pepper and Rhodey, you're the third person to enter," Stark remarked as they walked. As Stark led Jiang Fan before the interstellar travel machine, Jiang Fan observed it more closely, increasingly convinced that it resembled an oversized metal disc. Utilizing his X-ray vision, Jiang Fan scrutinized the machine for any distinguishing features. To Jiang Fan's astonishment, the machine that had lain dormant for several years exhibited a faint quantum energy presence. This phenomenon was undeniably perilous, prompting Stark to advise against the reckless use of the device. Stark harbored genuine concerns that Jiang Fan might activate the machine in the vicinity of New York. However, Jiang Fan paid Stark's warnings no heed. Ever since acquiring celestial computing technology from the Angel Clan, he had been pondering solutions to the problem of the machine's massive size. Inspiration struck him upon observing the cosmic traversal machine. He envisioned the creation of his own quantum space. The quantum realm is indeed extraordinary, as illustrated in the uncut version of the Ant-Man film, where life forms existed within it. If life could thrive in the quantum domain, it stood to reason that a celestial computer could also be housed there. Yet, Jiang Fan needed to carve out a quantum space uniquely his own. "Hey, what are you daydreaming about?" Stark inquired, noticing Jiang Fan's momentary distraction as he gazed at the machine, mistakenly believing that Jiang Fan was disillusioned with it. "It's nothing. Since you've entrusted me with the machine, I shan't delay you any further." With that, Jiang Fan placed his hand on the device and vanished in an instant. As Stark watched Jiang Fan's abrupt disappearance along with the cosmic traversal machine, he internally cursed, realizing that he could teleport, yet chose to follow Jiang Fan back. Within the solar system, Jiang Fan materialized on a planet comparable in size to the moon, accompanied by the traversal machine. He summoned a shadow clone to attempt to activate the device. He remembered Stark's cautionary words, although he believed his strength was formidable enough to render the machine harmless. Exercising caution was prudent. Retreating a mile away, Jiang Fan's clone initiated the machine. The moment it powered up, a fissure opened, engulfing debris from several kilometers around. The clone did not resist the powerful pull, but instead transformed into a luminous orb, joining the debris as it was drawn into the rift. "Is this the interior of the quantum realm?" Jiang Fan marveled at the scene, reminiscent of the film. Inside the quantum domain, he sensed an unfamiliar force attempting to invade his being. However, his clone was shielded by a biological force field, rendering it impervious to this invasive power. In the Avengers Endgame film, Ant-Man had emerged from the quantum realm transformed, first into a child, then a teenager, and eventually an elder, before returning to his original form. This suggested that the force attempting to penetrate Jiang Fan's clone was capable of altering cellular structures. Thus, if one could master this power, they might attain immortality. Remarkable space, Jiang Fan mused, before meticulously selecting a location to attempt to isolate or carve out this area. The quantum realm is markedly distinct from other spaces, and the endeavor to carve out a separate segment within it proves to be exceedingly challenging. In essence, quantum entities are composed of diminutive particles, and now Jiang Fan aspires to cleave a unique space for himself amidst these particles, necessitating a machine capable of stabilizing this realm. The cosmic traversal device acquired from Stark is precisely what can facilitate this endeavor. Chapter 58. The emergence of the virus, however, upon his arrival within the borders of Huaxia, Jiang Fan quickly discerned that the Huaxia of this universe diverged significantly from the Huaxia he remembered, perhaps due to the creators of Marvel's unfamiliarity with Huaxia. The portrayal of this land within the Marvel universe is heavily infused with Western elements, dominated by individuals reminiscent of those from Korea and Japan, with the true descendants of the Yin and Huang scarcely represented. In Jiang Fan's recollections, there exists a Marvel film titled Shang-Chi, which ostensibly depicts an Eastern nation. Yet, within this film, both the attire and the mythical beasts are starkly different from Jiang Fan's understanding of ancient Eastern cultures. Even the legendary Eastern dragon is depicted as a long-legged serpent, a far cry from the mythical creature of lore. Thus, it can be concluded that the authentic ancient Yin and Huang nation does not exist within the Marvel universe. To diverge for a moment, 1 week after Jiang Fan departed from New York, Stark publicly announced his intention to close the weapons depot and advance toward new energy-efficient technologies. Concurrently, the Mark III armor was completed. It appeared as though the overarching narrative of Marvel remained largely unaltered by Jiang Fan's interference. However, this perception is merely superficial. While Stark engaged in the development of his armor, he simultaneously devised strategies to counter Jiang Fan. After witnessing Jiang Fan's formidable power, Stark had already categorized him as an extreme threat. Not only Jiang Fan, but also Professor Charles, Magneto, Phoenix, Human Torch, Iceman, the Hulk, and Deadpool were included on Stark's list of dangerous individuals. As the Sentinel had yet to reveal itself to the public, its name was conspicuously absent from Stark's roster. Sir, a high-intensity energy response has been detected near the international border, Jarvis announced unexpectedly within the laboratory as Tony was testing the next-generation Mark III armor. Jarvis, do we have specific data? Stark inquired. It appears to be a nuclear energy reaction. However, no radiation has been detected at the site of the explosion, Jarvis responded. Upon receiving this information, Stark immediately donned the Mark III armor and soared towards the incident location. In a small town at the American border, the entirety of the settlement had vanished, leaving behind a circular crater with a radius of several kilometers. Beside this gaping void, a 2.5-meter-tall, humanoid figure clad in high-tech armor emerged from its cloaked state. This humanoid being was the Iron Blood warrior, Lone Wolf, dispatched by Jiang Fan to locate Dr. Pym. The obliteration of this town was executed by the Lone Wolf utilizing a miniature nuclear device. There was no choice when the Lone Wolf arrived. The equipment left behind by Dr. Pym had already been activated. Unfortunately, this opened quantum portal unleashed 2 entities infected with a quantum virus. After a fierce half-hour battle, the Lone Wolf successfully eradicated all the infected individuals who had turned into zombies, yet a few creatures, akin to rodents, managed to conceal themselves. To prevent the virus from spreading further, the Lone Wolf resorted to employing a miniature nuclear bomb to obliterate the entire town. Standing at the edge of the crater, the Lone Wolf's gear bore a significant distinction from that seen in films. He was clad in the advanced technology armor that made its appearance in the 2018 film The Predator. This armor could be deemed far superior to Tony Stark's nanotech suit from Avengers: Infinity War. Its material was not only remarkably resilient, but it also rivaled vibranium in terms of energy absorption and kinetic resistance. Unlike nanotechnology, this suit was donned via wormhole transportation technology. It was equipped with an intelligent auxiliary system. The two shoulder-mounted cannons could unleash plasma, electromagnetic, laser, and gravitational projectiles depending on the circumstances. Various melee weapons were also enhanced with wormhole spatial technology. With this technological assistance, the lone wolf could instantaneously summon any desired weapon system to his grasp. In summary, while the lone wolf's equipment was exemplary in every aspect, its sole shortcoming was the inability to fly. A crimson light net emitted from the mask of his armor, sweeping across the entire pit in an instant. Beep, beep, beep. The mask issued a warning as the lone wolf deftly evaded arcs of electricity, entering a state of invisibility and leaping in a specific direction. Shortly after his departure, a red steel figure landed precisely where the lone wolf had stood moments before. "Jarvis, can you still track that peculiar individual?" Stark inquired. "Sir, the opponent's cloaking system can obscure satellite detection. However, based on the direction he turned, he is likely heading towards Meloff Town," Jarvis responded, observing the silhouette captured by satellite. Stark concluded that the disappearance of the town was undoubtedly linked to the figure in the image. Though the lone wolf had only been visible for a minute, Jarvis had managed to document him via satellite. With a lead in hand, Stark promptly set off towards the nearest town. By now, in Meloff Town, it was past 7 in the evening, the prime hour for young adults to indulge in revelry. Within a charming courtyard at the town's edge, a group of youths swayed to the rhythm of music. Among them, two couples discreetly slipped away from the party, heading toward a nearby grove, intent on engaging in activities best left unspoken. "Elia, Betty, hurry up," called out Roar to the two girls trailing behind. "Roar, seriously, why do we always come here? Why not choose a different spot?" Chris remarked, clearly losing interest in the outdoors. "If you do not wish to come out, you may return with Betty," remarked Roll, a mischievous grin adorning his face. It was evident that these individuals were frequent visitors to this woodland. Suddenly, a loud roar echoed nearby, prompting the four of them to recklessly investigate the source of the commotion. They arrived at the riverbank, where they beheld a monstrous bird, approximately 1 meter in size, with sharp teeth viciously tearing at a child's arm. Roll and Chris were taken aback by the sheer ferocity of the creature. Just as the two girls were about to scream, Chris and Roll swiftly covered their mouths with their hands. Amidst their escalating terror, a surge of energy struck the monstrous bird, sending it flying. "Look, it's Iron Man!" Roll exclaimed, his heart racing at the sight of the descending figure. "You all take this child back to town for treatment. I will handle this creature," Stark instructed the four, who obediently rushed to carry the unconscious child back to town. The monstrous bird, having been knocked back, emitted a roar that was anything but avian and lunged towards Stark. Stark's palm cannon struck the creature, only managing to send it flying without breaking its defenses. Why does this beast hide so thick? After several attempts to repel the creature, it completely lost control. This time, it charged at Stark, undeterred by the energy attacks. Just as the monster neared Stark, he soared into the air, launching dozens of miniature missiles from his shoulder armor. The missiles struck the creature, unleashing a cacophony of explosions that resonated through the forest, audible even several kilometers away in the town. As the smoke cleared, Stark was unable to ascertain whether the creature had perished amidst the haze. "Sir, that being is still alive," Jarvis alerted Stark just as the grotesquely injured bird sprang from the smoke, its gaping maw filled with jagged teeth aimed at Stark. In a moment of peril, a spear flew forth, piercing the monster's head with tremendous force, sending it hurtling into a nearby tree. Stark turned to see arcs of electricity flickering, revealing the silhouette of the lone wolf before him. "Who are you?" Stark inquired, noting with alarm that Jarvis was unable to penetrate the lone wolf's armor. The lone wolf had no time for pleasantries. These creatures are infected with a virus and have become zombies. If all infected individuals are not swiftly eradicated, it won't be long before it spreads across the globe. Zombies? Stark thought the man before him might have watched too many movies, or perhaps he was merely mocking him. "If you hurry, you may still save them," the lone wolf said, leaving Stark with those words as he pursued Chris and the others. Stark observed the lone wolf speaking with such conviction and felt compelled to seek clarity, so he followed suit. The lone wolf leaped through the forest, each bound covering an impressive distance of 500 to 600 meters. The lone wolf was swift, yet Stark was swifter, for the lone wolf could not soar. "Let her go," Betty and Chris shouted, wielding sticks to strike the child that was ferociously gnawing at Arya. Roar even rushed forward, grasping the child by the throat and flinging him away with great force. We must get Arya to the hospital, Roar declared, cradling the blood-soaked Arya as he hurried towards town. Unbeknownst to Roar, the child he had thrown had risen once more. Be careful, Chris exclaimed, turning to see the undead child lunging at Roar. He thrust his wooden stick forward, piercing the child through as though it were a skewered treat. The child emitted primal growls, its remaining arm thrashing wildly, and with its horrific wounds, it appeared as though a demon had emerged from the depths of hell. What in the world is that? Betty gasped in terror. With wounds like that, it shouldn't be alive. It can't possibly be human, Chris replied. At that moment, a streak of light descended, revealing Iron Man rushing to the scene. Stark gazed at the child impaled by the stick and found himself believing the lone wolf's words more than ever. Raising his hand, he unleashed an energy blast that obliterated the child in two. Please, save Arya. She is losing blood rapidly. Roar implored Stark. As Stark turned, he noticed the upper half of the undead child scuttling across the ground with alarming speed. Sir, the target is not dead yet, Jarvis informed Stark, prompting him to glance back. Indeed, he witnessed the child, still alive despite being severed. How is this possible? Could what that fellow said be true? Stark pondered, astonished. Suddenly, a plasma shot whizzed from a distance, obliterating the child's head entirely. The only way to kill them is to target their brains, the pursuing lone wolf stated. Are you suggesting they are akin to the zombies depicted in films? Stark inquired. No, this virus is unlike the zombies of your movies. While it does not spread through the air, it can infect any living being, and the infected retain their original powers, the lone wolf explained, causing Stark to contemplate dire implications. If the Hulk or a telepathic mutant were to become infected, it would spell catastrophe. Arya, what is happening to you? Roar questioned as Arya began to writhe in his arms. She has been infected. She must be eliminated, the lone wolf asserted, his wrist blades extending. Wait, perhaps we can take her back and develop a cure, Stark proposed. The lone wolf's mask flickered with a crimson light. The master had remarked that the quantum virus had no cure. Upon hearing this, Roar shouted at the lone wolf. If you wish to kill Elia, you must first kill me. No sooner had Roar spoken than Elia, tightly held in his embrace, emitted a shriek akin to that of a zombie child, and then sank her teeth into Roar's neck. Roar's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom that Elia would turn against him. The sound of flesh tearing was painfully piercing in the stillness of the forest. Roar had no time to utter a final word before succumbing to death, having lost a third of his neck to her bite. A shoulder cannon targeted Elia, who was feasting upon Roar's lifeless body, and a gravity round was fired. In an instant, both Elia and Roar were compressed into a minuscule point by the overwhelming force of gravity, vanishing entirely. The attack from the lone wolf caused Stark to furrow his brow, not out of concern for the demise of the infected pair, but due to the immense power of the lone wolf's gravity cannon. Stark had never encountered such a weapon in his life. Jarvis, document and analyze his recent attack, Stark murmured. Recording in progress. Analysis complete. Having eliminated the infected pair, the lone wolf produced a glass vial containing a blue liquid. He approached the corpse of a zombie child and poured a small amount of the blue liquid onto the body. The corpse emitted a plume of white smoke, which dissipated with a gust of wind, leaving no trace behind. Chris and Betty gazed at the lone wolf in terror. Had Iron Man not been present, they would have been driven to madness. Quickly, the sound is coming from this direction, a male voice called from a distance. As the man's voice grew nearer, a group of armed individuals gradually appeared before Stark and his companions. Upon seeing the townsfolk, Betty immediately pointed at the lone wolf, exclaiming he killed Roar and Elia. At her words, the crowd raised their weapons, aiming them at the lone wolf. A barrage of gunfire erupted, bullets raining down upon the lone wolf's armor. Such was the nature of the American people, each household equipped with firearms, quick to resort to violence. The lone wolf's armor glowed crimson, and his figure promptly vanished before the astonished crowd. Jarvis, can you detect how he disappeared? Stark inquired. Sir, the target possesses a device resembling an optical refraction apparatus, and there are detectable fluctuations of a wormhole nearby. Jarvis reported the findings to Tony Stark. This individual's technology had surpassed that of this era, deepening Stark's apprehension towards the lone wolf. Where'd he go? Has he vanished? Voices of urgency surged through the crowd. Where did this blood come from? A townsman queried, confused, as he glanced at a companion. Your hand, the companion exclaimed in horror, pointing at the one who had spoken. What is wrong with my hand? He instinctively glanced at his hand. Upon this fleeting observation, he realized that his hand had been severed. My hand! Before the individual could utter a cry of despair, a thin line of blood appeared at his neck, followed by a sudden thud as his head was severed. Chapter 0. The Arrival of S. H. I. L. DJ. A. R. V. I. S. Initiate light detection. Light detection activated, sir. Target speed is too rapid to fully lock on. Stark felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. Although these individuals had struck first against the lone wolf, he regarded them merely as ordinary people, incapable of inflicting harm upon the lone wolf. If they posed no threat to him, then the lone wolf should not take the lives of these American civilians. Where are the others? Who has seen him? My leg. The crowd was engulfed in terror, a cacophony of voices rising and falling. Stark yearned to halt the lone wolf's massacre, but found himself powerless. His Iron Man suit could detect the lone wolf's position through subtle fluctuations in light refraction. Yet, the lone wolf moved with such astonishing speed that each time Stark locked onto his location, the assassin would already have shifted elsewhere, leaving Stark an onlooker to the demise of the townsfolk. As the last villager fell, Stark could no longer contain his fury. He soared into the sky and unleashed a barrage of bombardment upon the lone wolf's position. Since Ethan had sacrificed his life to help Stark escape the cave, Stark had resolved to be a guardian of world peace, at least the peace he envisioned for his own nation. Having recently declared himself Iron Man, he now faced the horrific sight of innocent civilians being slaughtered by an unknown assailant, igniting a righteous anger within him. Although the lone wolf's intent was to eradicate a virus and had been provoked first, who truly cared about such nuances? On the ground, amidst the area under Stark's relentless assault, the lone wolf emerged from invisibility, his form revealed by arcs of electricity. Gazing upwards at the Iron Man's suit, the lone wolf's suit locked onto Tony Stark, its shoulder-mounted cannon crackling with energy. Sir, there's a powerful electromagnetic energy response on the ground. In the skies, consumed by anger that clouded his judgment, Stark was jolted back to reality by J.A.R.V.I.S.S. alarm. Before Stark could react, J.A.R.V.I.S. took control of the suit to evade the impending danger. Yet, no matter how swiftly the armor responded, it could not outpace the lone wolf's electromagnetic cannon. In an instant, a brilliant blue arc struck the evading Iron Man suit, sending it soaring like a projectile into the distance. Alert! Severe damage to the mech. G.A.R.V.I.S.S. voice echoed incessantly in Stark's ears, striving to awaken him from the stupor induced by the violent impact. However, despite J.A.R.V.I.S.S. persistent calls, Stark remained unresponsive. Due to the extensive damage sustained by the iron battle armor, Jarvis was left with no option but to utilize the sole functioning back thruster to continuously adjust the rate of descent. The scene shifts back to Lone Wolf, who, after delivering a powerful shot to Iron Man, chose to disregard him entirely. Prior to the mission, Jiang Fan had briefed Lone Wolf on the general circumstances of this world, which is why he had shown mercy to Iron Man otherwise. Considering the formidable weaponry affixed to Lone Wolf's armor, obliterating Iron Man would have been effortless. Observing the severed limbs and dismembered bodies on the ground, Lone Wolf scanned the surroundings, confirming that no survivors remained before retrieving a miniature nuclear bomb. After setting the detonation timer, he tossed the bomb, and in an instant, a distortion of light occurred. Lone Wolf, now cloaked in invisibility, leaped away from the forest. 2 minutes later, the forest was enveloped by a spherical energy mass. Moments later, this sphere rapidly contracted into a minuscule point before vanishing entirely, leaving behind a semicircular crater. At the edge of the crater, Lone Wolf was scanning the area affected by the nuclear explosion, determined to ensure that the virus had been completely eradicated before departing. Beyond the forest, several large helicopters were stationed in a clearing, from which a group of individuals clad in various combat suits emerged. These were specialized agents from S.H.I.E.L.D., comprising mutants, superhumans, and an array of humanoid beings, representing a diverse spectrum of extraordinary talents. What transpired during that immense nuclear detonation? Inquired a towering man, around 2 meters tall, addressing a blonde woman. I cannot discern the weapon utilized due to the obscuring smoke, she replied. At that moment, a bald man in a suit gestured in the air, sketching a circle. Instantly, a mirror materialized before the group, suspended with its reflective surface facing upward, displaying a series of holographic images. These images depicted the events that had unfolded in the forest just 10 minutes prior. This was the suit-clad man's superpower, allowing him to recreate occurrences from the same location in the mirror. As the group witnessed the transformation of a child into a zombie, the rationale behind Lone Wolf's decision to annihilate the area became abundantly clear. At this juncture, the team leader, Coulson, addressed everyone. "The Tingo, you and your team are tasked with locating Tony Stark. The rest of you, accompany me to find the individual clad in armor." With the assignments allocated, the group promptly sprang into action. The entity known as the Tingo was indeed a humanoid creature endowed with a remarkable ability, a superlative sense of smell. This extraordinary nose could isolate and amplify a specific scent, enabling it to track anything it had previously encountered, unless it ventured over 100 kilometers away or entered a different dimension. Meanwhile, Coulson's movements were entirely masked by a mutant, leaving Lone Wolf oblivious to the fact that he was being monitored by a cadre of peculiar beings. Suddenly, the solitary wolf, traversing the path, collided unceremoniously with an invisible barrier. With a sharp clang, the wolf's wrist blade sprang forth, thrusting toward the air wall ahead. However, despite the forceful strike, it aimed only emptiness. In that fleeting moment of vulnerability, several tendrils surged swiftly toward the wolf, who found himself suspended in midair, devoid of any means to anchor himself. With a deft maneuver, the wolf flipped his hands, summoning two boomerangs that he hurled at the encroaching vines. The boomerangs sliced through the tendrils with ease, akin to a knife cleaving through tofu, severing the assailants with a single sweep. Just as the wolf touched down, before he could react further, the earth beneath him transformed, rippling like waves upon a tranquil sea, making it impossible for him to maintain his footing. In a desperate bid for escape, the wolf leaped, attempting to distance himself from the unsettling terrain. Yet, as he exerted force beneath him, his entire body became ensnared within the soil. Ultra rock solidification. A voice echoed from the depths of the jungle. As the words resonated, the one soggy ground around the wolf instantaneously solidified, its hardness rivaling that of metal alloys. With only his head remaining above the ground, the wolf then beheld a group of individuals emerging from a thicket. At the forefront stood Coulson, who addressed the wolf, stating, "Good day, sir. My name is Coulson, affiliated with SHALD. Due to your two instances of employing nuclear weaponry against the town, you are required to accompany us to SHIELD for an inquiry."